Thank you, and good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Planning and Transportation Commission meeting of March 10th, 2021. Mr. Nguyen, will you provide the video introduction?
For written communications, please send an email to planning.commission@cityofpaloalto.org. Spoken comments using a computer will be accepted through the Zoom teleconference meeting. To address the commission, go to zoom.us/join. Meeting ID is 981-2987-7431. You will be asked to enter an email address and name. We request that you identify yourself by name, as this will be visible online and will be used to notify you that it is your turn to speak. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, click on Raise Hand. The moderator will activate and unmute your speakers in turn. When called, please limit your remarks to the time limit allotted. A timer will be shown on the computer to help keep track of your time. Spoken public comments using a smartphone will be accepted through the Zoom teleconference meeting. To address the commission, download the Zoom application onto your phone from the Apple App Store or Google Play Store and enter the meeting ID 981-2987-7431. Please follow steps A through D. Spoken public comments using a regular phone, call 1-669-900-6833 and enter meeting ID 981-2987-7431. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, hit *9 on your phone so we know that you wish to speak. You will be asked to provide your first and last name before addressing the board. You will be advised how long you have to speak. When called, please limit your remarks to the agenda item and the time limit allotted.
Thank you, Mystery Voice. Mr. Nguyen, will you please conduct the roll call?
Yes. Chair Heckman?
Present.
Vice Chair Rupavar?
Present.
Commissioner Otchek?
Present.
Commissioner Lowing?
Present.
Commissioner Doria?
Present.
I'm sorry, that was Commissioner Suma.
That's all right. Present.
Commissioner Templeton?
Here.
We have a quorum, thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to oral communication. This is the section for the public to speak on items not on tonight's agenda. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. On the Zoom app, there is a raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you're dialing in from your phone, please press *9. Mr. Nguyen, are there any public speakers for oral communications, which we will be limiting, which will have a 3-minute limit per speaker tonight?
There currently are not any raised hands for oral communications.
Well, we will wait just a few more seconds to see if any hands pop up. Seeing none, we will. I will ask the commission if they desire any agenda changes, additions, or deletions.
There are no requests from staff.
Okay. Then we will move to city official reports. Ms. Tanner, your report, please.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Just a few quick reports. We closed last Friday our application process for our housing element. I'm happy to report we had almost 80 applicants for a group of 15. So we're really, really excited that we have such a great, rich pool. We're sad that obviously everyone can't be on the working group. So the city council on April 5th will be deciding who will be on that working group. And we're also happy that we got a really broad swath of Palo Altans to apply. We have folks who are residing in subsidized housing, folks who are persons of color, young people, seniors, folks who are either members of or serve the disabled community. So we really have a cross section that's quite broad. which is just really exciting. And we look forward to seeing and working with a working group who reflects a broad range of Palo Alto needs and hopes for the future. So our housing element will be going to council in terms of the working group on April 5th. And we'll also have a separate item, which is the contract with the consultant, hopefully for council's approval on April 5th. And so we'll really begin going in earnest once that working group is seated and when we have our consultant on board. So just all around, it's quite the task we have ahead of us, but we are looking forward to it. And we are really just really excited to roll up our sleeves. I will warn you all that we'll be coming to you quite a bit this next year and still continuing to think about how we're going to work with our council subcommittee, with PTC, with ultimately PTC recommending to council the site selection as well as the other programs and the housing element in general. So I hope you all are as excited about the housing element as we are, but certainly a big topic that will come to you several times for over the next about a year and a half and change we have to complete it. We need to have it submitted to the state by the end of 2022 for ratification, or I guess certification by the beginning of 2023, which is when the new cycle begins. So that's really big news. I want to give a big thank you to Tim Wong, our senior housing planner, and Claire Campbell, his manager, who did a really just extensive work doing the outreach to make sure folks knew about the opportunity and that they put in their application. So it paid off, and we're looking forward to, even those who are not on the working group, that continue to be active and even thinking of roles they can play doing outreach with their constituents and people that they know, to bring it back to the working group, to the housing element. So that's big news for us. We're very, very excited about that. And the last thing I'll say is just a plug for commissioners and those who are watching and participating to consider visiting one of our Uplift local streets here in Palo Alto. We have University Avenue and California Avenue, where outdoor dining is allowed in the street, and parklets and a range of fashion. So those restaurants continue to provide service. We are in the red tier. So we were in the purple tier previously. We're in the red tier now, which does have some allowance for up to 25% of a restaurant's capacity for indoor dining. There's also movie theaters are open and a number of other options that you can participate in, again, safely. Please continue to wear your mask when you are in public, wash your hands, and consider the other protocols that are in place to help prevent the spread of COVID-19. So we just encourage folks to take advantage of the Uplift local streets, and also visit our retailers as well as our restaurants who are located there. And whether they're on an Uplift local street or not, to consider shopping locally and supporting our local business community. So those are the updates that I have, but I'm also available if there's any questions from the commission.
Questions, commissioners?
Yeah,
Commissioner
a quick
Alchek.
question. Yeah, has the city identified or a date by which they're going to continue the process to fill our vacancy?
Yes, there are two dates. One is today, and I believe the other is not the 22nd. It's a couple weeks from now, where the interviews are being conducted for potential PTC replacement members. So there's today, it's not the 22nd, but something in March 20s. And then I think that it would be in April that at a council meeting that they would make the appointment of the 7th member.
Great.
And I suppose I should also mention Castelleo was at City Council this past Monday. Thank you, Chair Heckman, for being there and representing the PTC there. It will be continued to next Monday, the 15th as well. And a part of the project was remanded back to the ARB for consideration. We do have Ms. French on the line, who's the lead planner on that project, in addition to being the chief planning official for the city. So if you do have any specific questions regarding that, obviously that would sound an agendized item, so we won't want to go too deep, but it will be at council on the 15th, as well as to ARB at a date that's to be determined. The council also considered a temporary ordinance, the second reading of it on Monday. That is an ordinance that did not come to you all because it was temporary, but they did give us some tasks for our retail consideration for the retail project they'd already given to the PTC, some further guidance on some items they'd like us to consider. So some parts of the ordinance went through, and then some parts were kind of into the more wider and more comprehensive look at our retail.
All right, Vice Chair Rupivar.
Yeah. When do you anticipate we're going to hit? I read today that I think San Mateo County is at orange tier. When do you anticipate that's going to, and what does that mean for Palo Alto, orange tier, in terms of our outdoor and everything?
Yeah, so essentially every tier, it's either that different activities may be allowed that are perhaps not allowed at all. So for example, movie theaters in purple were not allowed at all. And then under red, they are allowed at a certain capacity. So from here on, there may be a few activities. I don't know all of them. I kind of track certain ones closely and other ones I don't pay as much attention to. But certain activities become allowed and the percentages typically increase gradually. So maybe it's instead of 25% capacity, it's 50% capacity, and so on and so forth as the tiers increase. You have to stay in your tier for at least 3 weeks before you can advance to the next one. And you have to exhibit the characteristics and the measures, the metrics of the following tier for 2 of those weeks. So essentially, if we have 2 weeks of acting like we're in the yellow, then we'll move to the yellow. But you can't move any sooner than 3 weeks of being in one color. San Mateo was one of the first counties to move from purple to red in our area. So they're a little bit, maybe a week or 2 ahead of Santa Clara County.
For you baseball fans, I heard this morning that once they get permission from San Francisco, the Giants will be able to open at, I think, 20% capacity. And then when they move to the next tier, that would up them to 33%.
Yeah, so certainly exciting, especially because it's outdoor stadium, so it makes sense, and hopefully something we can enjoy safely.
All right, anything further on the official city reports? Okay, then we have
Chair,
two agenda.
I think Commissioner Templeton had a hand.
Oh, sorry. There it is.
Since we were talking about the COVID tiers, I just wanted to throw a plug in there for everyone who's eligible to get vaccinated as soon as you're eligible. And that will help us get the city and county back on track.
Mm-hmm. Yes, underscore that.
All right. So we do have 2 agenda items, substantive agenda items tonight. And before we get to those, a couple of prefatory remarks. First, I want to congratulate Commissioners Lowing and Suma on your reappointment. It's great to have you back and working with us for another, for many more years. Second, because of the meat on these 2 agenda items, I'm expecting that it could take us past 10 o'clock. It's not my intention for us to go past 11. I'd like to conclude by 10, but I'm going to ask the commissioners to be efficient and concise in your remarks on both items. I'm going to limit public comment on both items to 3 minutes. Different rules apply for groups. And using those tools, I'm hoping we'll get through all the material and complete it tonight. So we will move first to our study session, which is agenda item number 2, Planning and Transportation Committee study session to review draft objective standards that would modify Palo Alto Municipal Code, Title 18, which is the zoning ordinance, and development standards, development regulations, performance standards, overlays, and related code changes. Here we have a staff report, please.
We do. We have Jody Gerhart, who is our manager of current planning, and also Jean Eisberg, who is a consultant. The 2 of them, along with Ms. French, have been doing just really incredible work. You know that Ms. Gerhart is our liaison for the ARB. We also have Osmond Thompson from the ARB here. I mean, we're really bringing out the all-star cast today for this project. We were with you probably less than a year ago for a study session. This evening is also a study session. So again, a lot of work has happened, as you saw in the staff report, and they're going to update you on it. We want to get your sense of where you are as a commission. Not to say that but we don't need an action item tonight. So not to reduce the pressure, but to say that's the purpose, is to let you all hear it, ask questions, see where we all are, have time to think about it before returning later this year with an action item. So we look forward to hearing what the commissioners think. I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Gerhart and Ms. Eisberg.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. You introduced most of the team, and maybe I'll just go over it quickly again. Just introducing ourselves on the staff side. We have myself, Jody Gerhart, and we have Amy French, our chief planning official. On the consultant side, our main consultants are Jean Eisberg and Chris Sensenig. who's helped us out with graphics and architecture expertise. We also have the full ARB that's gone over this project, including board members Thompson and board member Hirsch served as our subcommittee members. And as Rachel said, we have board member Thompson here this evening. She will be part of the presentation. Regarding the proposed changes, I know that your packet, there probably are several pages in your packet. It looks a little daunting. Many of those changes really are minor in nature. We are picking up some sections and moving them to another portion of the code, and things of that nature that are minor, just to streamline things for staff and for applicants. In the presentation though, Jean will go over the more significant changes so that you'll have some time to discuss those. But if you wanted to, if there were any detailed changes that you wanted to make, we may not have time for that tonight, but staff would welcome, an email from you with those detailed proposals. We could then collect those and bring those back to a next hearing, because this is just a study session tonight. We would come back for a recommendation at a later date. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jean. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Chair Heckman and members of the commission. Thank you, Jody, for the introduction. That was great. I'm just going to launch right in. This presentation is in two parts. In addition to a little overview from what you saw about 10 months ago, I'm going to talk about the objective design standards and then other updates to Title 18. I'm going to take a pause in between those two and give ARB Chair Thompson a few minutes to talk about her experience on the ARB subcommittee and her review and perspective on these draft standards. So just a reminder, this objective standards project is being undertaken because of changes in state law that are relying more and more on objective standards for multifamily and residential mixed-use products. And essentially, the city can't enforce the subjective standards that are on the books when you have projects that are compliant with the Housing Accountability Act. And so what we've done is propose to transform the existing context-based design criteria that the ARB uses in evaluating projects during architectural review, and made other changes to Title 18 to strengthen those regulations into objective standards. And so what do we mean by objective standards? We'll talk a little bit about some examples. This project is funded by Senate Bill 2, which has three purposes. The first being to streamline housing approvals, and that's our primary focus for this objective standards project. The idea is to facilitate housing affordability, accelerate housing production. Those are the other two goals of that bill. So what state law says is that objective standards are uniformly verifiable, they're known prior to submittal, and are essentially not subject to any sort of bias or interpretation. And so an example of this are the city's development regulations, like a front setback shall be a minimum of 10 feet. On the other hand, what are subjective criteria? These are two examples from the existing code. First, in terms of performance standards, there's a standard that parking should be broken up into smaller groups to avoid large expanses. Well, what does that mean? That's subject to interpretation, so there's no objective standard there. Second, an example from the context-based design criteria, scale and massing should be compatible with the existing pattern of buildings. Again, that's a subjective criteria subject to interpretation. So the challenge, of course, is making that transformation. In terms of the schedule, obviously we're here tonight. We're going back to the ARB next week for an action item to take action on the design standards. And then we expect to come back to the commission in April and then on to the council early summer. And the thinking here is that the city is starting to receive SB 330 applications, which are compliant with objective standards. It has not yet received an application under SB 335, but these types of applications that are only subject to objective standards, we want to make sure that we have standards on the books that the city can enforce with respect to design and other elements of planning and development. So first part, design standards. So this is the component that we worked on with the ARB over the last year. The full ARB met 5 times. The 6th meeting will be next week. And we also worked with a subcommittee comprised of 2 board members to workshop the standards. So this, what you'll see is in terms of the framework is this 2-path option. So either you're meeting the objective standards, or for some reason, whether through preference or because you're not a Housing Accountability Act project, you can choose the discretionary path, which is very similar to the architecture review process in effect today. And I will say overall, this was a really challenging project for the ARB in terms of how their role has been over time in the city. This is a change to a more prescriptive way of doing business. And so that was a lot of the challenge that we worked on over the last year, is trying to balance prescriptiveness with flexibility. We don't want all buildings in the city to look the same, but we can't have that subjective criteria in terms of compatibility and context in objective standards. So finding that balance was really the challenge of our assignment. So just a reminder about what the Housing Accountability Act is. These are projects that first comply with objective standards. They must be at least 2/3 residential, so that's either residential projects or mixed-use projects with 2/3 residential area, or transitional or supportive housing projects. And when a project meets this criteria, the city cannot deny it or reduce its density without making specific findings under state law. So that's not the ARB findings, that's findings under state law that would have a specific adverse impact, which is narrowly defined. And so in terms of what this could mean in the city of Palo Alto, the Housing Accountability Act projects could relate to a multifamily project in the RM district, a mixed-use project in the CD or CN district if there was 2/3 housing and just 1/3 ground floor retail. The Housing Accountability Act would apply to SB 35 projects and SB 330 projects. And so the idea is that these objective design standards would only apply to these housing accountability projects. All other projects, commercial, residential projects undergoing discretionary review, projects that are maybe half residential and half commercial and therefore don't meet that HAA standard, those projects would all continue to go through the city's discretionary process, up to 3 ARB meetings. Any other rezoning that would be needed would still come to the PTC and council for approval. Additionally, the city's new housing incentive program, that's a discretionary approval. That's making modifications to development standards and therefore is not meeting objective standards. So that type of project would not be subject to these objective standards, but would only be subject to the subjective intent statements as determined by the ARB. So in terms of applicability, these objective standards would apply to the zoning districts shown on the screen. One caveat I do want to mention is that this 18.20 includes or office residential districts in the RLM, multifamily residential uses are permitted. And so in that way, we want to allow Housing Accountability Act projects in those districts to be subject to these objective design standards. However, this particular chapter of the code currently is not subject to context-based design criteria. So what we don't want to do is then subject these commercial projects, say, in GM districts, which are currently not subject to context-based design criteria. We don't want to subject them to these new objective design standards or the intent statements, the subjective umbrella design guidelines either. So that's one note I wanted to point out. Shown here are just the topics in the objective design standards, the way that the context-based design criteria are written right now. There's not a really hierarchy or topical organization. And so we've created that here where we've separated out the purpose and applicability, site design elements, including the public realm, building orientation and site access, and then elements that affect the building design, including facade design, open space, materials, and sustainability. And so in terms of how the document is organized, as I alluded, there's this broad intent statement, and that's drawn sometimes verbatim from the context-based design criteria. So that is a subjective description of the intent, in this case as shown on the screen, behind building massing. And so again, those are subject to interpretation. And then underneath that, we have a set of standards. So these are the objective criteria, their dimensions, their measurements, their ratios, and corresponding graphics for some of those items. So what happens is you have the umbrella intent statement, and again, projects that are commercial projects, discretionary projects would continue to go through the same architectural review process, where the ARB is reviewing these projects at up to 3 hearings and making that interpretation that the project complies with the intent statement, complies with that subjective criteria, and the ARB is making findings in accordance. So the new path is a subjective standards path, where under that intent statement, we have this is the objective standard within that topic, whether it's the dimensional standard or the menu of options. And related to that, instead of the 3 meetings with the ARB, the recommendation for streamlined review is to have 1 non-binding hearing with the ARB. This provides an opportunity for advisory design comments, also provides an opportunity for public comment. But again, because the ARB findings really can't be enforced, those subjective findings, we wouldn't be making them here. Instead, we would have more of a checklist approach where staff is confirming that the project meets those objective standards. So just to summarize, this is the existing regulatory context. The city's code includes use regulations, development standards, the context-based design criteria, legislative actions, and ARB findings. And these are just showing you, which are objective and which are subjective. And so what's going to happen is the proposal is to remove the context-based design criteria, replace them with the objective design standards, and the objective criteria would be the focus of what's used for those Housing Accountability Act projects. For commercial and other discretionary residential projects, those would be subject to both objective and subjective criteria. So this proposes some process changes to 2 chapters of the zoning ordinance. And again, this is just summarizing what I said, that the compliance with objective standards, 1 non-binding hearing with the ARB, no ARB findings required. So I'm going to pause there and ask ARB Chair Thompson to provide her perspective as an ARB member and subcommittee member. Thank you. And then I'll come back to my presentation.
Cool. Hi, everybody. I'm Usma. I'm the chair of the Architecture Review Board. And I was also on the subcommittee as well that workshopped with Jean and the team to work on these objective standards. So we've had a lot of heated debate on this as a board, as you can imagine. I think whenever there's something that is prescriptive, there's a lot of debate over, if that's the right part to be prescriptive, what it is. And there's some discussion on whether it limits creativity and imagination in design. But we've had some really good feedback also from architects that work in Palo Alto and around Palo Alto. And I think in general, we've put a lot of effort, and I think we've done our best to provide feedback for these projects that would be, that need to follow these standards to sort of retain a vision of keeping Palo Alto's human scale character alive as it continues. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about the discussions that we've had on this. But I think we all kind of understand that this is a very challenging thing to do, especially to do something objective, especially when context-based, which can be extremely subjective, has to be applied as well. So we've tried to maintain that balance between allowing for flexibility and also encouraging good design. I'm looking forward to hearing your feedback as well. I'll kick it back to you, Jean.
Okay, thank you.
Iceberg,
so shifting gears.
Before you shift gears, as I understand it, I think you're going to shift gears into the additional work that staff and the consultants have done, not on the issue of objective standards. Is that right?
Not on the issue of objective design standards, but rather other updates to strengthening the standards in the code.
Well, I'm wondering if at this break point, it might be appropriate to see if any of the commissioners have questions of you or Ms. Thompson specifically on the objective standards portion of the work you've done. So let me find out if any commissioners do, and then we'll have another opportunity for questions after you finish the balance of your presentation. So I see a hand from Vice Chair Rupavar.
Yeah, just a quick clarifying question for me. So what's the purpose of the non-binding ARB hearing if it's going to be objective? Is it just to be like make suggestion? Like, what's the purpose of that?
That's right. So the idea is that there can still be this conversation that happens between the applicant and the ARB. And so even though it's advisory comments only and maybe non-binding, there's still that conversation that happens, and that can improve the design through that conversation. And then secondly, it does provide that opportunity for public comment in the public forum.
But it's optional by the applicant, right? Like if they are, no, it's not optional.
No, the idea is that that would be included as part of, written into the zoning ordinance as part of the process.
Got it. Okay. So it's not optional, but it's not non-binding. Thank you. That's really
it's like
helpful.
a study session.
Yeah, understood now.
Mr. Suma.
Thank you. I was wondering if a member of the if a member of the public can bring the state findings that have to be made, and I don't remember the exact wording, but it's direct and actual harm to somebody. Basically, is that something that the director of planning brings up, or can a member of the public bring that up if they feel that the project nearby, because I understand there's 600-foot notification. So how does that work?
Well, I mean, anyone can raise issues related to specific adverse impacts. I see that Albert has entered the conversation, so he may have something more to say. Albert?
Yeah, so among the process changes that staff is proposing here to accommodate this new way of processing these applications, we've retained the ability for any member of the public to appeal the project, but we specified that if you're going to appeal, it needs to be on the basis of either, one, we don't think it actually meets all the objective standards, or two, it has one of these specific adverse impacts that's identified in state law. So that, in addition to making comments to staff as the application is being processed, after there's been a director's decision, there's also an opportunity for a member of the public to appeal on that basis.
Okay, so they would still be able to make comments to staff and maybe at the non-binding ARB appeal?
Sure.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
All right, I had a couple of questions. I think the first one is for staff. The non-binding ARB hearing, would there be a some sort of time limit on how long it could take to get to that? I wouldn't want to overly delay projects for that add-on. Is that contemplated?
We haven't contemplated specific timelines for that process. Those projects would be subject to the Permit Streamlining Act, which has its own set of timelines. But beyond that, we haven't contemplated additional deadlines.
So maybe, is it SB 35 projects? There's one project that you have to process through in 60 days. And so
That's right.
Right. And so the concept is that this non-binding ARB hearing would get folded into that 60 days. It wouldn't extend things. Is that right?
Yes, and that's a lot of what takes us time to get to a hearing is writing the staff report and things of that nature. So the idea with this non-binding hearing is that it would be more of a checklist and not so much of a staff report. So it would be easier to get it to a hearing more quickly.
Thank you. And then my other question is for Ms. Thompson. When this first came to us, which I think was last May, one of the aspects of converting these subjective standards to objective standards that I and I think other commissioners were interested in was where we would set the bar on these objective standards, because our approach here is if you don't want to meet the objective standards, if you had something else in mind, you can opt for the discretionary process, right? You can, and that's the I think the right wing of that flow chart that was shown. And so one of the things I was wondering and concerned about was whether we might set our objective standard bars in a way that they were not attractive to builders. And so almost everybody needed to opt into the discretionary channel. And so I was wondering if that was a concern of the ARB as you worked through this in, I think, 9 meetings. And maybe if so, you could give us a little flavor of the ARB's thoughts on that.
Yeah, we definitely, we had some discussions about, really it was more like feasibility for some of the standards. You know, we've, especially with the facade breaks and some of the other breaking down, I think, you know, the objective in those is really about breaking down scale and not having big walls of design. But if you put too much, then sometimes it doesn't make like units feasible, for example. And so we had a lot of conversations about that. And I think even as recent as our last meeting study session, we had feedback to make edits to those parts of the objective standards. Our goal, you know, I think there was a comment earlier about, you know, we're kind of forcing in some ways a cookie cutter approach. And there was a lot of discussion about, well, you know, we want a really nice cookie, but we want a cookie that kind of works as well, that actually is able to be flexible and still give housing units and make the space desirable. It's a big ask, but I think, yeah, we've talked a lot about it at length, and like I said, you know, we've given feedback as recent as this last meeting, and so I think it's going to be something we continue to talk about as we look to approve it next week.
Thank you. Vice Chair Rupavar, your hand is it still up or nope? Okay. And Commissioner Lowing.
Yeah, just a couple of quick questions. I didn't know where this fit, but since you just brought it up, Ms. Thompson, I wanted to ask it. So how did you parse that and get over the fact that it won't all be cookie cutters? I mean, there has to be some way that you get around that, and I know everybody's concerned about it.
I think so it's not as prescriptive as, like, say, for example, like the Victorian homes of San Francisco, which were super prescriptive, that had like a very specific form for the bay windows, specific siding, and really it was like a color, and there was like very few things could change. So we haven't gone so specific to be that prescriptive, such that, you know, every building will look like one thing. And there has been some discussions. So we have a lot of graphics, you know, that show examples of the different conditions. There's been some chat about not using the same building every time to sort of encourage diversity in terms of the style of architecture on there. So I think in our minds, it is not so prescriptive that it will allow for diversity in design.
Okay, the other side of that question, I was thinking, you know, as I was studying for this, I want to come up with some outrageous example to say, if, in spite of objective standards, if it met all those standards, what is there anything that overrules that? And the crazy idea I came up with is that, you know, somebody likes Egyptian pyramids, so they build a house in Crescent Park that's an Egyptian pyramid, and somehow it meets the specs, but that's just so out of character with the entire neighborhood. Any, you know, overruling can happen there or no?
I'm sure we'll probably have some opinions in that non-binding study session. I think it would be hard for that pyramid to be met, only because we have some stipulations about adjusting material, modulating a facade. But I guess I'd have to see this project that you're thinking of to really know if that would really work. But I guess, are you concerned that
I'm trying to come up with a crazy idea, because I'm trying to see if there's any definition of crazy that would overrule the objective standard. That's all.
Yeah, and
there may not be. I'm just trying to push the envelope. That's okay.
Yeah, as somebody who used to work for a city that has a blue pyramid in it at Cal State Long Beach, I can say at least it wouldn't be necessarily in an R1 zone, I don't think, based on the projects that are applicable. Now, I know that's not maybe much consolation that the pyramid could be on El Camino or something, and I'm not the design expert, but I do want to just draw that it would be in certain parts of the city that even some of the more, let's say, out of the box projects would occur. I do think part of what the HR or ARB did try to do, and of course, Board Member Thompson can speak more specifically, is try to think of how to have a box that is not too constrained, but constrained enough so that if folks do want to do something more creative, they have the avenue of going down the context-based criteria still, so that we're not constraining architectural creativity, but having a place for it to go. I don't know necessarily where the pyramid falls within that, but they did do a great effort to try to get that direction.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I don't see any more commissioner hands, so, oh, there's one, Commissioner Elchek.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to clarify, this doesn't apply to single family. ARB doesn't oversee single family. If a guy wants to build a pyramid in an R1 zone in Crescent Park, which is single family, he can do it. And if it's one story, it can look exactly like Egypt as long as it's not taller than a certain number of feet. So if it meets all the code requirements and doesn't look anything like its neighbor's house, and it's one story, he doesn't have any oversight. And if it's two-story, then it would go through a process called
Individual review.
Individual review, which is subject to some, input. But none of this is about single-family homes. But if theoretically someone wanted to build a multifamily pyramid, I think that what should give you the most solace is that it probably would be financially imprudent. And so rest assured that I don't think you have to worry about it.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Elchek. Any more commissioner questions? Then let's hand it back to staff for part 2 of the presentation.
Okay, thank you. So part 2 in 4 parts. The first we've already discussed. We're eliminating the context-based design criteria and replacing it with a new chapter 18.24. I'm going to talk about the final 3 topics here. First, in terms of development standards and district regulations, meaning the RM district, CD district. The idea here is to, as Jody said at the outset, do some reorganization, remove redundancies, make clarifications. In some cases, do some strengthening of objective standards, and I'll highlight some of those key items. Number 3 is transforming other subjective regulations that appear throughout the code. Most notably, these are in the performance standards sections of the code, and there are a few things related to parking, landscaping in other code sections. And then lastly, this is kind of a big item. It's a little bit beyond the objective standards project, but as we've been going through and looking at streamlining options, wanted to raise some issues related to the existing combining districts like the AH and WH overlays and the PTOD, that's the pedestrian transit-oriented development overlay in the Cal Ave area. So talk about those in the context of streamlining. So the second bullet again is looking at development standards. And here we haven't made any substantive changes or recommendations that affect the building envelope. But we want to make sure that any subjective criteria in these code sections are made objective. And so one item that I did want to highlight, within several districts in the code, there's this regulation about height transitions. And what it says is that within 150 feet of a lower density residential district, there's a lower height limit. The actual text of this code has always been confusing to staff and to applicants. And in reality, staff has interpreted it as saying so here, if we're looking at this graphic, we've got a lower density district on the left, the higher density commercial district on the right. And so when you're within 50 feet of that lower density district, you are subject to a lower height limit. So in this case, you end up with this 3-story building on one side and a 4-story element beyond that 50-foot limit. And so the recommendation is to change this language to state that any portion of a structure within 50 feet of a residential zone would be subject to that lower height limit. And that, again, is consistent with staff's interpretation to date. Second item I wanted to highlight is how usable open space is regulated. And this is just to say that the district regulations would continue to articulate the per unit open space requirement, which in all cases is 150 square feet per unit. And so that would be a standard that could not be waived through, that whole intent statement bar graph that I showed process. However, design standards related to open space in terms of its location or minimum dimensions or how it's accessed would be located in this new design standards chapter. And in that way, there would be some flexibility to accommodate different ways that open space could be designed in a project. Item 3, again, is about other design regulations and performance standards in the code. And so here, again, a number of these are written in a subjective way, and so we both wanted to strengthen them, but also make them more clear about when they apply. So the way that the performance standards chapter was written, it was originally written for commercial projects that were adjacent to residential uses or residential zones. In practice, these standards, performance standards, have been applied to all different types of projects. So we wanted to make that explicit and we're going to be proposing to remove that performance standards chapter and put them into other locations in the code where they make more sense and they're easier for applicants to find. And so this relates to water quality, to landscape screening, glare and off-site lighting impacts, mechanical lift parking, which I'll mention in a little more detail, and refuse storage and capacity and location of trash containers. In terms of mechanical lift parking, the way it is now, the code requires that mechanical lifts are approved by the director or the city council. The proposal is to allow these by right, and the ARB would continue to review them as part of any architectural review. And the idea here is that mechanical lifts have become more commonplace in the Bay Area over the last several years. And so they would be allowed with subject to objective standards and the overall plan review. In terms of performance standards, staff is working with the zero waste and water quality staff to update those criteria. As you might imagine, waste haulers may change capacity and requirements from time to time. And so instead of stipulating that in the code, the proposal is to cross-reference those requirements in a handout or to locate those standards on a website, just to indicate that they may be updated from time to time. As part of that, we're also updating design for screening, for trash enclosures, and identifying when the triggers happen for upgrades of these facilities. And so this is just showing, this is from the staff report showing where these code sections are proposed to be relocated. So the last item is this rethinking of potential rethinking of legislative actions into objective criteria. So the way it is now, the workforce housing overlay, the affordable housing overlay, the PTOD, those are applied through a legislative process. An applicant requests that combining district be essentially a rezoning that combining district. And so it goes through a legislative process, goes to the PTC and the council for approval to get modifications to development standards, typically allowing more density, more height. But since these are types of overlays that are pursuing affordable housing, in the case of the affordable housing overlay, it's 100% affordable projects. The workforce housing, at least 20%. These are the types of the projects that the city in the housing work plan has identified as types of units that we want to see, affordable units. And so the thinking here is, what if instead of being legislative actions, these were tied to the affordability thresholds that are already in the code? So if you meet that 100% affordable housing threshold, then you automatically qualify for modified development standards. And to determine what those would be, you would go through architecture review with the ARB. And so we could think of this kind of like the housing incentive program that the city has in place on Cal Ave, on El Camino, and now on San Antonio and downtown. So it requires architecture review, but is subject to flexibility in development standards. So just last few slides, looking at that a little bit deeper, just a reminder about what the affordable housing overlay is. It states that if you have a 100% affordable rental project, less than 120% of AMI, located in a commercial district near transit, then you can get an FAR up to 2.4, building height up 50 feet, reduced parking ratios. And again, this is an alternative to state density bonus law, and in that way requires architectural review. The workforce housing overlay, for that overlay, a project needs to provide at least 20% of moderate income housing between 120 and 150% of AMI. Because this was created for a particular project, it only applies to public facilities zones near fixed rail. One idea is it potentially could be expanded and applied to other zoning districts. But again, here are the stipulations about maximum FAR, height, a reduced parking ratio. The workforce housing overlay has a reduced usable open space ratio, also a maximum unit size. And then lastly, just comparing the PTOD to the housing incentive program in the Cal Ave area. And this table is also located in your packet. And this is just to show that the housing incentive program provides a lot more FAR. So you have this opportunity to go up to 2.0 or even 2.4 FAR with a 100% affordable project. And the part of the key thing here too is that housing incentive program, you're only subject to architectural review, whereas for a PTOD legislative action, a project would be going to the PTC and council for that application, that rezoning, and then as well as architectural review. One key note about the PTOD, which is shown here in green, it's not coincident with the housing incentive program right now. So the housing incentive program is shown in red. Those are sites that are eligible for that incentive program. This may be a little hard to see, but there's sites along Cal Ave and the two side streets that a project right now, today, could pursue a PTOD rezoning or could seek a housing incentive program application. So there's other parcels within the PTOD area that don't have that housing incentive program eligibility. And then last point is just that there are some sites that are within the NV cap, which, as you know, is going through its own planning process and may come up with its own zoning. So last slide, this is just summarizing some of the questions. We're looking for your feedback today. So in terms of your support for some specific elements of the proposed code changes, first, have we translated the context-based design criteria appropriately into objective standards? Second, just confirming the application of these objective design standards only to the projects that meet the definition of a housing development project in the Housing Accountability Act. Third, confirming that the streamlined review of those projects is appropriate, that there be no required ARB findings, again, that we'd have that non-binding hearing only with the ARB. And then lastly, what I was just discussing, should the city codify those combining districts, those overlays, so that legislative approval is not required, but instead, if the project meets that affordability threshold, then it could receive waivers for certain development standards. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Eisberg. Commission questions of staff on the staff report before we move to public comment. Let's see, not seeing any hands. So Ms. Eisberg and Ms. Thompson, thank you very much. We will move into public comment at this point. And so we're going to open the floor for public comment. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. On the Zoom app, there's a raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you're dialing in from a phone, please press *9. And remember, public speakers, we're going to limit public comment to 3 minutes per speaker. Different rules apply for groups. Mr. Nguyen, are there any public speakers for this item?
We do, yes. So let's get the speaker timer up. There it is. Thank you. Our first and only speaker is Chris. Chris, if you're there, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you. Yes, my name's Chris Woothman. I'm with Stanford University Real Estate, have responsibility for project design and construction of faculty and staff housing. And the purpose of our comments this evening is to supplement written comments we've submitted by highlighting a couple of the challenges that staff and the ARB have been wrestling with in this project. First, a primary hurdle to the production of affordable housing and are development costs, both hard and soft, that have increased more than allowable rents and sale prices have. The state housing legislation that is mandating these objective standards is written to facilitate the production of greater than inclusionary affordability by reducing soft costs through enabling streamlined ministerial project approval. The standards themselves could also contribute to affordability by recognizing the difference in feasible hard costs between rental and for sale projects and between projects with greater and lesser affordability. The standards as they are currently drafted, however, do not recognize these differences because they're intended to apply to all multifamily projects or mixed use containing residential in the interest of comprehensiveness. An alternative compliance provision is included if a project cannot comply with the standards, but the hope is that the standards are not such that they unintentionally cause projects with greater affordability to have to use this alternative route and lose the streamlining. So our suggestion is to address this concern, would be to supplement the stated purpose in the draft new chapter with the additional wording that this is being done with a view of increasing housing supply and affordability. So the second challenge to bring to your attention that these objective design standards are wrestling with is how to avoid having the prescriptive language preclude changes in residences' space planning needs that affect building planning. For example, a need that has emerged during the pandemic that we think is here to stay is the availability of increased work from home space. While tenants and buyers of affordable units cannot be charged for more square footage, interior common work areas for quiet and privacy could be added within projects. And this could be noted as a type of common facility within the open space section of the standards, which currently is primarily oriented to recreational uses. So to conclude, our general comment is that the objective standards thus far could be made more broadly applicable in order to increase the housing supply and affordability, and flexible with the addition of some general but focused complementary wording to address the changing ways in which we are occupying our spaces and homes. Thanks for considering our comments.
Thank you. Mr. DeWin, are there additional public comments?
There are no more raised hands, so that concludes public comments for this item.
Thank you. In that event, I will move it to the commission for deliberation. And as we get started, let me just suggest a couple of things. First, as I mentioned up front, encouraging the commission to be concise. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to start perhaps with a initial round of comments, say 5 minutes per commissioner, and you will measure yourself on that. The other point I wanted to make is that I'm hoping that this will be a high-level conversation, really focused on those 4 prompts that Ms. Eisberg put up, and maybe she'll put back up for us. I wanted to echo what Ms. Gerhardt said, and that is, attached to our staff report is a draft of the new chapter 18.24, as well as revised sections throughout the zoning code. And I've looked through those. I expect the other commissioners have as well. And frankly, I found some wordsmithing, some things that were not clear. I'm not intending to raise those tonight, but rather, because this is a study session, I'm just going to mark up those pages and send them to staffs for staff's consideration with all the other information they're gathering as they try to develop final versions of these documents to bring back to us. So I'd encourage my fellow commissioners similarly to let's talk about the big issues and only go to the wordsmithing tonight if you feel like there's something that really needs clarification in the public forum here. So with that, which commissioner would like to lead off? Commissioner Olczyk, I see your hand. But I can't hear your voice.
Why not? Why not? I love starting. Okay, I'll try to be quick, but no real promises. Okay, I want to thank staff and I appreciate the ARB representative for joining us tonight. It's not often that we get to work in tandem with the ARB, and so I am excited for that opportunity. I want to start by saying that I think that this discussion, especially as I've sort of reviewed as a climate for housing, I think the conversation for housing has changed over the last year. I think this discussion really requires us to look in the mirror and acknowledge that our city's modus operandi with respect to our planning department protocols, our boards and commission involvement, and the city council's ultimate discretion has and continues to be a central cause of the local housing crisis. I think this is why the state is stepping in, and we need to face this truth openly and honestly. And I'm going to spend a little time on this because I think it supports some of my suggestions. I think our process is so poisonous to progress that it has become absurdly abused by the usual suspects who live in neighborhoods all across our city. So that what we've seen in recent years, for example, is that the opposition to a development application isn't predictably limited to residents in the immediate vicinity of a proposal who don't want to see this development or that development in their backyard. No, what's happened now is that our process has encouraged NIMBYs all over the city to band together and speak as neighbors in opposition to any progress anywhere in the city. Essentially, they are forcefully articulating the battle cry, let no precedent be set, holding the city back from making any progress in responsibly addressing the housing crisis. And I'm not the first to recognize this. This is not some informal result of local civic involvement. This is a deliberate strategy of the anti-housing movement. And the alliances are built on this premise that if you are there to oppose the project in my backyard, I'll be there to oppose the project in your backyard. And so we're here tonight talking about strategically amending our process to overcome this problem. And what I'm trying to make clear, and some basketball fans, and specifically Sixers fans, might find this sacrilegious, but in my mind, the clear takeaway is don't trust the process. It cannot withstand the coordination that I spoke of earlier. And frankly, the very individuals who are trusted to steer Palo Alto to the other side of this housing crisis cannot be relied upon under this existing framework to do so in an objectively fair way. Now, I think that's a very tough pill to swallow. History is our teacher, and history has demonstrated time and time again that those in power don't often accept limits to their power willingly. So in my mind, the ask tonight is, do we want to be proactive and get the jump on this medicine? Or do we want to be remembered as begrudgingly acquiescing to the bare minimum required by state law until such time as the state inevitably forces us to completely reform our process? I vote to take the medicine now, make the changes now. I would support, a recommendation, a motion to recommend that the new objective standards be applied to as many potential projects as possible, as opposed to being limited just to those housing development projects as defined by the Housing Accountability Act, meaning broadening the applicability of the objective standards to the affordable housing overlay, the workforce housing overlay, and so that legislative approval is not required in those cases, and not just for projects that meet the affordability thresholds, but consider going further like not requiring legislative approval for projects that substantially satisfy our RENA allocation. What is substantial? I would define substantial as all housing developments that bring Palo Alto closer to the halfway mark in any given income category. Essentially, housing developers will be incentivized to submit applications early in our housing element cycle. With regards to the specific standards, I think council should direct staff to publish the draft standards and maybe by email, notify architects who are active locally and have submitted multifamily development plans to Palo Alto in the last decade to essentially provide feedback over a specific period. We're going to publish these development standards. Every single architect who submitted a multifamily housing project, or maybe even broader, maybe the AIA, I don't know if that's the California Association of Architects, just put it out there like a RFP. We'd like to hear back from architects who are interested, who want to be active in Palo Alto. I personally would feel a lot more comfortable supporting adoption of these specific standards, knowing that that feedback was solicited from a broad group of professionals who have personal experience working in Palo Alto. That would make me feel more comfortable. I very much value the professional experience of the ARB, but there are a number of architects who work in Palo Alto who've had a lot of experience and understand lots of different nuance, and they might be able to really provide valuable feedback for us. Okay.
This would be a good point to again, we'll do multiple rounds.
This is my final point. In line with the general theme of these comments, I would also support formally directing staff to return to the commission with some research on how municipalities have transitioned from subjective to objective standards. I imagine there are more than a few case studies on cities in the US that have evolved to incorporate objective standards. This could be a very useful model for Palo Alto. There are plenty of cities that have grappled with exclusionary housing practices because of subjective standards, and we could learn something from them. And this is coming from one very unique concern. It's a sincere concern that our sort of special treatment for 100% affordable projects and very low income projects as the only projects that are sort of deserving of a streamlined or objective path of review, I think that in and of itself is an exclusionary practice, because those projects are increasingly rare. And even housing that is priced to serve those described as moderate income, which, whenever there's a project that's priced for 80% to 120% AMI, we get the pressure from the community. Oh, that's not good enough. That's not doing it. First, let's see here. I'm looking at it right here. A teacher in Palo Alto has to work 10 years to break the threshold of 80% AMI. AMI in Palo Alto is $126,000. To break the threshold, a teacher in Palo Alto would have to work 9 years. 9 years. So we have to sort of understand to the extent to which we're making the hurdle too high, and maybe create standards that allow for that objective treatment, even if it's moderate income targeted. All right, I'll stop there.
Thank you, Commissioner. Who would like to go next? Vice Chair Rupavar. Thank you. You're muted.
I was like, I don't know how I'll fare after Commissioner Alczek's impassioned speech, but so yeah, I just want to say that one thing I want to step back and for all of us to keep in mind, and we see it in the staff report too, that the request or the requirement for objective changes has come from the state legislature, and now being required to be in line with that. But stepping back and thinking about housing from a state level and from national level, I think there's no question that, we are in a housing crisis. There's no question that housing is at the forefront of a lot of political movements or a lot of political campaigns. And I do want to remind us that, we just saw the state legislature in this last RENA round come out and double the RENA numbers that they gave to ABAG for the Bay Area and triple them for LA, when we are not even close to meeting them, and we're 180,000 units short per year in the state of California in terms of the housing need. So I would just say the direction is coming very loud and clear, in my opinion, from the state, telling cities you need to step up your production of housing. And if you don't, you're going to continue to lose your discretion. So I do think it's incumbent upon cities, and I do think we need to be serious and start taking real steps to produce actual housing. And, I would be supportive of being more expansive than even what's set forth here, in order to, show the state, like, we're hearing you. We get it. We don't need you to come in and continue to hammer and remove our discretion. That's it.
Vice Chair. Who's next, commissioners? Commissioner Lowing, thank you. Followed by Commissioner Suma.
Yeah, I just wanted to reference the excellent letter that was sent to staff and NRB by architect Heather Young. And it comes back to the same thing as if we go too far with objective standards, what's going to happen if there are variances? So I'm not going to repeat that, but I'm sure you all know the letter. But she speaks about a one-size-fits-all fixed dimensional requirements, regardless of site use, context, or style, completely misses the opportunity and the nuance. And so I think that's to the point. So somehow that has to be addressed, and it probably has. So whether staff or Ms. Thompson or something could address that, or how are you going to address those corner cases, if you want to call it that?
You want me to answer?
Whoever's best, that'd be fine.
Okay. Maybe I'll take a stab, Jean, and then if I miss something, you can supplement. So one of the things in the objective standards that we've done, a few of the things we've done is for dimensions, we've provided a range. So in some cases, it's like a range for if you have a certain condition, we'd like, for example, a break to be within a certain distance from the corner. And we haven't prescribed like it has to be 20 feet. We've kind of done a range from, I don't have it in front of me, maybe Jean does, but it's kind of like from like 14 to 25 or something like that. So one way that we've tried to incorporate flexibility is for most breaks and dimensions and stuff, we've tried to issue a range. And then we've also provided a menu of options to satisfy some requirements. So we have, for example, treatment of corners in buildings, and there's a menu of things you can do that would satisfy the objective standards. And they're very different approaches for how you could treat a corner. And so that's another way that we're trying to incorporate flexibility. And yeah, Jean, go ahead.
Just to add to that, and also to help respond to Commissioner Altek's point, I didn't mention the outreach. So staff did contact about 30 stakeholders. So these were architects, developers who've been working in the city in recent years to solicit feedback. And so we did, as Commissioner Lowing pointed out, we received a number of letters which are in the packet with some feedback. And we did make some changes in response to some of those letters. And notably, a couple of respondents talked about townhomes as a typology of housing, and so how does that relate to the objective standards? And so we made some modifications in response about when objective standards come into play for buildings over 3 stories, since townhomes typically are no more than 3 stories. But as Board Member Thompson indicated, the menu of options is one of the key ways that we try to create flexibility. So another example is in terms of facade articulation. The applicant has an option of making a change in materials or changes in colors or a change in horizontal articulation versus vertical articulation. They can use the fenestration pattern to change the facade. So there are many different ways to achieve facade articulation, and we're not prescribing one vertical movement or one horizontal movement.
And if it brings the board any comfort, the two people that were on the ARB that were on the subcommittee, myself and Board Member Hirsch, both have multifamily housing experience as architects.
Okay.
You have more questions or comments, Commissioner Lowing?
No.
All right,
Not now.
Commissioner Suma.
Thank you very much. Thank you to staff. This was a lot of work. And I guess we're making general comments now. And I also, and this is for our chair, I guess we're not going to, your plan was not to go through 1824 with fine tooth comb. Rather, we should do that, the new section of the code. Rather, we should do that by email. Is that correct?
Only the wordsmithing. And that's just a suggestion. I'm not insisting on it. If there are particular clauses or provisions in that draft ordinance that you want to daylight here, that's your prerogative.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. And then I guess I'll follow the precedent set here and just speak in generalities. And before I do that, I would like to ask the staff if they have any, if they know how many, if they have any idea how many projects we might be getting annually perhaps, or some other way that fall into the Housing Accountability Act.
So right this minute, we have 2 projects that are likely to use the SB 330 regulations, which is mainly sort of, setting the current regulations in stone. We don't have any SB 35 projects at this time. We do have other housing projects, a good, I would say, good 5 or so projects that are working their way through the process.
Okay, but there's no way to sort of forecast how many a year.
No, there really isn't. I mean, yeah, there isn't.
And the member of the public that spoke had some ideas. He spoke rather quickly, but ideas about how to maybe help get more affordable housing options. And that would be, I don't expect staff to respond tonight in real time, but it would be interesting when we hear this next to hear a response to that. And in general, I think it's important to remember a couple of things. And one is, over the RENA cycles, we've done well with market rate housing. So what we really should be prioritizing is below market rate housing, of course, to me. And that's what I think this is trying to do. And I also wanted to remind everyone that it's the executive branch, actually, at the state level. It's the HCD, the Department of Housing and Community Development, that sets the RENA goals, and not the legislative. And not everybody interprets the need for housing in the same way. So I think we should remember that we are not here to tell everybody what they think and others that they're wrong. There's a lot of pushback on those HCD numbers and a lot of other ways to interpret what might have happened at the state level. And it's also important, I think, to remember that cities do not build housing. What we're trying to do here is respond to state law, which we should, of course, always do, and make sure that we have objective standards for these projects to use. And I very much appreciate the work on that. But as to going a lot further, I don't want to undermine the process that we have in place that uses our ARB, and I think Heather Young's letter reflected this. We don't want to get to the point where all the buildings are using the same objective standards. So that's one of my concerns. And then I guess maybe those are my general ideas. And then I do have ideas about some of the other items tonight that are not part of 1824, the new section of code. And I don't know if we want to take them one by one, Chair, or how you want to do it.
Well, if those are the end of your general comments, as I suggested, we'll go around again and maybe you can bring up any of those that you want in your next round. How's that?
That's fine, thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Templeton, you're next.
Hi, thank you. A lot of good comments and questions have already been made, and per request to be concise, I will limit it to this question for staff and Ms. Thompson. So just thinking about the objectives that have been described by the state legislature and members of staff, do we think that these changes that are proposed here will increase the likelihood that proposals will be approved? I know I'm super simplifying all this, but is that what staff is saying and what the ARB is saying?
I think at the moment, 99% of our projects are approved. Some take a little longer than others and need a little more changes than others. I think what these objective standards are doing is giving more certainty to developers, and all of the other changes that we're making are streamlining the process. So it will make the entire thing more predictable and more streamlined.
Streamline meaning shorter time from beginning to approval?
Correct.
Okay. And what kind of improvement are we talking about?
So for the objective standards projects, we're talking about, the Housing Accountability Act projects. If those only have the one non-binding hearing with the ARB, that's 2 hearings that they don't have to go to. And it takes us a good, at least 2 or so months to get to each hearing.
Okay, so just to summarize and reflect back, my understanding of what's proposed here is it brings us into compliance with state regulations and reduces the total time it takes to get a project approved.
Correct.
I guess one clarification I would add is that, state law doesn't require us to adopt these sorts of objective standards. It just says, if we don't have them, we don't get any say in design. So, if we don't adopt these standards, we just have to approve projects without respect to their design because we haven't, specified what we want it to look like.
Thank you. That's an important clarification. So this gives greater agency to the city by being able to specify these are the kinds of projects that we would fast track or streamline. All right. Well, that's the clarification and simplification that I wanted. So thank you for addressing those questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Templeton. So I guess my prefatory remarks, and I first want to clarify, and I think it's amplifying what Mr. Yang just said. It's my understanding that state law is already in effect for certain types of projects, housing development projects. And if they come to us, we are limited to applying, and they qualify, we are limited to applying only the objective standards we have. So if, as is the case currently, our code is slathered with subjective standards, none of those can be used. We have to essentially set all of those aside and only, look at setback and building height and whatever other numeric qualifications we have. So at the moment, because we haven't completed this exercise, we are at a low point in terms of what you might want to call local control, which is of course important to us. And so the importance of converting so many of these subjective concepts into objective standards is we get back the ability to ensure that there's building articulation because we've put quantitative numbers on it. And so I think that's something that people on both sides of the fence should be interested in. People who are promoting development want clarity and they want streamline, and people who don't want anything in their backyard want even less, something that the city really has no control over what it looks like. So I think it's in everybody's best interest in this city to move forward with these concepts properly and adopt an ordinance that has this conversion of subjective concepts into objective content. And I also want to say in that in that sense, speed is important, and so we should recognize that this is a new horizon for us to some extent, and that we can refine this over time. So once we adopt the ordinance and live with it for a while, we can see how it's working and whether everybody's always choosing option 3 in subpart 7. And so, everything has the exact same gable on it of the first 8 projects that come through. We can see those things and make adjustments. And I think that's an important aspect of it. So I am, and I'm going to sort of now just kind of quickly go through the 4 discussion points. I am interested, I am supportive of number 1, the staff's translation into objective design standards. Again, my concern is that they not be so prescriptive that they force people into the discretionary track. And when I read through the ordinance, I really didn't get that sense, but I'm not an architect and I'm trusting the architectural community, including the ARB, to be our guides on that. I do, on number 2, I want to say that in the long run, I think I share Commissioner Alczek's vision that we should be processing faster and applying objective standards to as many projects as we can. But in the short run, I think we need a test drive first. And so I am supportive of limiting the objective standards initially to housing development projects, but I would like the commission to consider in its recommendation of the council to visit that, say 3 years after adoption of chapter 1824, specifically to discuss expansion of that concept to other kinds of projects in light of the experience we've had during those first 3 years. The streamlining, I am supportive of the streamlining review and having an ARB non-binding hearing only, provided that there are protections that don't slow down the project or, as our one speaker said, appreciably increase soft costs. If the developer has to put on a big dog and pony show when they go to the ARB and it costs a lot of money, that's a hindrance to that development. So I would like to see some controls on that. And finally, even though it would give the PTC less work, I do like the idea of codifying the combining district and overlays so that if you qualify, you don't have to come to the PTC. You go to the ARB and staff. So that's my initial brush on all four of those items. So now I'd like to come back around, possibly, but not necessarily in the same order. Which of you commissioners would like to speak again? Commissioner Articulation, your hand is up. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll retain my order if that helps. Okay, well, first I want to respond to this idea that that we are at a low point of local control. I guess I want to ask staff. I have two comments, but the first question is it my impression that this is true only to an extent, because not all housing projects are treated the same way. So what housing project would qualify for simply being subject to objective standards?
So any housing development project under the Housing Accountability Act right now, that's a housing project of 2 or more units, or that's a mixed use project with 2/3 or more square footage devoted to housing. We cannot deny or reduce the density of those projects on the basis of subjective criteria.
But we don't necessarily have to, there's no bonus entitlement.
I'm not sure I understand that question. So
they would have to meet the zoning criteria we have in place. So if we have a density of 20 units per acre, then that's the maximum they could do. But that doesn't I guess what I'm trying to say is are the options to acquire bonuses that exceed our standards are not by right.
No, they're not. But I think I would agree with Chair Heckman's characterization of this moment before we adopt these new standards as being a low point in local control, because for those projects that meet our objective standards with respect to density, the 20 unit project, it could be just a cube, or it could be a pyramid, as long as it didn't exceed 35 or 50 feet in height and provided the setbacks that are required.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. I mean, when you say that like it's a bad thing. Here's the thing. I believe that this notion that uniformity is going to be a result, that the application of objective standards will lead to some kind of uniformity and cookie cutter thing. I think it's a total red herring. And I would suggest to anyone who, support, finds that argument somewhat reasonable, I would suggest that you consider the diversity, the sheer unreal diversity in our R1 single family home development. Our R1 single family homes go through a process that takes 2 months. The standards are unreal. They're so objective. There's no subjective. Here are the standards. You meet the standards, you get your permit approved. Yeah, if you go 2 stories, there's an individual review process. You can't break into the objective standards. You still have to be within the envelope, within the height limits, within the FAR, within the setback. But maybe there are some privacy concerns that the planning department isn't aware of in your neighbor's lot that they want to become aware of, or at least be abreast of before they stamp the project for approval. And then there can be some influence as a result of that. But there you go. If you go look at the homes that have been constructed just in the last 2 years, you will see such an unbelievable diversity in design. And yet it's a 2 months, it could be 2 to 4 months. I think the planning department has its own, the residential side has its own set criteria for returning responses. I don't want to give misinformation, but I feel like they have their own sort of goal. They try to get back in 30 days. That could have been a pre-COVID goal, but they try to get their responses back in 30 days. That's such an unbelievably great example of objective standards that don't hamper creativity. There's no architect building Egyptian pyramids, but it hasn't stopped people from having Spanish homes and Italian homes and mid-century modern homes and ultra modern cubes stacked on cubes, shoe boxes that look like they're going to fall over. It hasn't stopped any of that. And so I personally think that it's so ironic to me, because one argument for adopting objective standards is, hey, if we don't, we have no local control. And, you know, on the other side, there's this idea that if we make the standards too objective, then, you know, we won't be able to really influence the direction of projects in any, it's like, my opinion is that the sooner we just put what we're comfortable with out there, we'll get what we want. And the biggest hurdle to achieving success in our city has been that, and here's the thing, we really do want affordable housing, and we're willing to give affordable housing units like this choice of options, this menu of but we could just make it clear. We could just say, you don't even have to go through the process. You tell us the percentage of units you're going to devote to this category and this income level, and then you get this. Just done. Why do we have to even, are we so afraid that someone's going to build a building that might not, I would say this to you, okay? I'm a big lover of architecture. And I think in the world of architecture lovers, the city of Barcelona represents a very unique a place. And the reason why is because you go to Barcelona, you will see the most insane architect. And there's nothing contextually, sensitive to Gaudi's homes that, those we're so afraid of allowing something to go through without our thumb on it that the development community has walked away from Palo Alto. So I am not going to suggest that we should adopt objective standards because right now we have no control. I'm going to suggest that we adopt objective standards to make our city better. We imagine how much better we would get along with each other if we didn't put ourselves in a position to fight like crazy people over every development. This idea that we have people pre-screening and everybody gets upset and the project is just a light bulb in somebody's mind 6 years from fruition. I'm going to stop because I'm taking too much time, but there's so many good reasons to create an objective standard. And if you need a good example, look at R1. It's fast, it's very diverse, it's architecturally unique, and it works. And we should be able to do that for multifamily.
Commissioner Lowy.
Yeah, just a couple of quick follow-ups. So who actually is the person, since it doesn't have to go to ARB by default, who actually makes the decision that it's consistent with the objective standards? Is that Ms. French?
No, so these projects, as they do today, projects go before the ARB and the director ultimately makes the decision.
Okay.
With the objective standards process, there would just be the one non-binding hearing and the director would make the ultimate decision.
Okay, I didn't know if it was being delegated lower, so that's exactly what I wanted to know. And then I substantially agree with Chair Heckman on the comments that he made on the first four items. The well, 5 items actually, I guess. But just a quick, or you're talking about strengthening landscape standards. Is that mostly wordsmithing? Just getting it more specific so it's understood? Or are you talking about changing the standards?
So with the open space standards, we're going to leave the actual size requirement in the code. Those are, 100% requirements, but the dimensions and other items would go into the objective standards. And if a project decided that they wanted to do something different than what's in the objective standards, they could go to the ARB and suggest those changes.
Yeah, I meant number 3, bullet point 3, strengthening landscaping standards and bring up to date.
That's related to the performance standards in terms of screening when you have the interface between different uses or different properties. Okay. So that really is just strengthening the language. So sometimes that means actually the linear feet of how trees are planted in terms of the canopies, things like that.
Okay. And then just back on the, I think this question was already asked, but perhaps by Commissioner Suma, and not to push Commissioner Alczyk's button here, but if there is an appeal, what is that? Is this the normal process as it was before that some neighbor says, I want to appeal it and it just goes through the normal process?
Happy to take that, or Mr. Yang, if you want to.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's what's proposed right now.
Okay.
It might be a little bit streamlined, depending on if there are any state timelines that apply that we need to meet.
Okay, great. That's all. Thanks.
I'll mention that if you look on packet page 122, that's the draft section of the ordinance where it's actually described the right of anyone to appeal, and also the limited grounds for appeal that exist in challenging the application of objective standards for these particular projects that qualify as housing development projects. All right, Commissioner Lowing, did you have more? All right, who's next? Commissioner Suma, did you want to dive into the ordinance now?
Sure, I'd love to, thank you. Does Commissioner Rupavar want to go first, or? I don't know.
A hand, so.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so in general, I think the new section 1824 is good. I think there was real effort made. There are places where I feel like there's still a lot of subjectivity, and I can go into some detail if you want to. And there's areas where I think it says should, and I think it should say shall. And an example of one of those is 1854-020, and it's a new section. It's numbers 7 through 10. And I think there's areas that you want to make stronger by changing should to shall. I think that there are areas where there are still some subjectivity, such as an example of one of those would be where there's there are ranges of options instead of real specificity. Like one of those is 1823-050-1, a solid wall or fence between 5 and 8 feet in height shall be constructed. I mean, maybe staff thinks that's okay, but I will be putting all of those in writing as suggestion. But I did want to touch on some of the other things that were standalone items in our staff report and reflected in the changes in 1824. And that refers to package page 19 and the height transitions. And if Ms. Eisberg would like to bring up that slide, she could, if she wants to. But in the first paragraph, second sentence, it actually, Ms. Eisberg's slide got it right, and this sentence is incorrect. It flips the 50 feet and the 150 feet. Yeah, so our staff report said within 50 feet of a property line when a commercial zone site is within 150 feet of a residential zoning district. So our staff report flipped that, so I did want to point that out. But then
Commissioner Suma, you're giving a lot of great feedback. I want to make sure we're catching up with you. I just want to repeat a couple things that I heard already to make sure that it's good. It's good. But I want to make sure we are capturing it. So the first comment that you made about should to shall, we can take a look at that. When you said you were concerned that there were areas that were still subjective, does that comment apply to the should to shall? Or is that some other topics that you're going to go into?
That was other topics.
Okay.
The should to shall in that section, which is 1854-050.
Mm-hmm.
This is a new section because it's all purple. And it's about parking facility design requirements. And it starts out with shall in one, and then it and 2, it switches to should. And there's a caveat at the end of each one of these ideas. It said, as long as it's feasible. So I think the should is, I don't think you need to say should and as long as it's feasible, if the intention is really to do what those numbered ideas say.
Okay.
So that
And
was
then-
the first one. And then there was the one about the distance screening on 1823-050. B,
Mhm.
on first bullet under little I, solid wall or fence between 5 and 8 feet in height shall be constructed and maintained along the residential property line. That phrase is an example of one to me that is pretty subjective, because who decides? You know, you're screening from a residential property. Who gets to decide if it's 5 or 8 feet and which would be appropriate? So I think it still has a lot of subjectivity, and it's not clear for the person who's receiving the benefit of the screening who would get to decide. I mean, so that one was an example of one that was kind of confusing to me. And on the next page, under guidelines, C guidelines, there are terms under in Roman numeral 6 and Roman numeral 8, for example, where you recommend subdued hues. I think that's pretty subjective also. And then in 8, Roman numeral 8, appropriate landscaping should be used to aid in private screening. Even 9, planting strips and street trees should be included in project. Appropriate landscaping to me is very subjective. What's appropriate to one person is inappropriate to another. So I think we could drill down on that more. And planting strips and street trees, I think, shall be included in the project, not should. And I had a whole lot of little ones like that, so I don't want to waste everybody's time because we have a lot on our plate. So I'll submit those, but those are some examples, and I have more, but I will submit those in writing. But I did want to talk about page 19.
Okay, great. And I want to make sure staff, are you caught up to where we are with this?
I'm sorry, I was
comment.
confused.
No, it's great. It's great. This is really, really helpful. We're glad that we have commissioners who are actually reading our reports and our documents. So thank you. And then with the comment about the slide that's up, I think staff was able to capture that.
Yeah, so
comment.
the numbers are just reversed in our staff report. And this transition zone, we've talked about it a lot on the NVCAP, so you'll be familiar that I think it's really important. So we don't have, so people don't object to projects next to them. And I just have never found it confusing at all. So perhaps you could clarify why this is confusing. It seems super clear to me, and why it needs to be, if the language is confusing, which it's not to me, I'd love to know what you think is confusing about it.
Ms. Gerhardt, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, this is a very confusing section to me, and I read code for a living. So it's saying it has 2 numbers in it as part of the problem. The within 150 feet of a residential district abutting or located within 50 feet. So those 2 numbers, I don't know how to read that.
Okay,
And so that's why we're trying to keep the intent. We're not trying to change anything. We're just trying to streamline the language so that it is more understandable.
Maybe I am not understanding this then. I thought it was clear before, but the intention of the law is to, within 150 feet of that abuts a low density residential zone, basically, the height has to be lowered from the property line. And it also says if it's within 50 feet of the property line of the the taller building, it has to be, it falls into that category also. So there's two points at which the protection begins. One is the property line itself, and one is 50 feet from the property line. But the area where the height is reduced in, so it doesn't negatively impact the lower density zone, is the same, basically. But you're proposing here, I thought, to reduce it so the protection zone where the height is reduced is only for 50 feet from the property line. So that changes the intent, unless I'm reading very much. It reduces the area to be protected by lower heights of the lower density zone that reflect the height of the lower density zone. It reduces it by basically 2/3. Am I not?
I'm unclear when the 150 feet would apply. I mean, because.
But are we retaining any 150-foot protection where the height is reduced to reflect the lower density zone it abuts?
We're saying, as shown in the diagram, and this is how we've been implementing this code thus far. And so there, from my perspective, there's not a change in how we've been implementing this code section. But we're saying that any portion of a structure within 50 feet of a lower residential zone would have this lower height limit.
Yes, so you are reducing the transition zone from 150 to 50 feet. I mean, this is even represented in our zoning maps and as a blue hash mark, and it's clarified. So I'm not sure we shouldn't reduce that 150 feet, but that's the way it's been done as far as I know. And I think it's clear from the code. And I think this is a big change. If we're gonna reduce that zone where the height is kept lower to protect and reflect the height in the lower density zone, then I think we need to understand what the impacts of that are.
Yeah, we can take another look at it, and I'd love to understand your comments some more. If you had an example that you could send us, and we could take a closer look at that.
Well, I can tell you that when the Mike Spikes project was approved on El Camino, there was only a portion of the building that could be 50 feet height, 50 feet high because of its adjacency to R1 behind it. And so I don't see this as an adjustment and clarification of language. I see it as a big policy change. So, and it's something that I don't support, and it's in the new section 1824. So that would be the area that it would be the hardest for me to support, because I see it as a huge change in policy, not a clarification of the language. And I guess if staff has anything else to say about that.
Commissioner Suma, we appreciate you bringing that up, and we'll certainly take a closer look. I think the Mike Spike site is a really good example because it did struggle with that proximity, and then created the solution that was proposed and ultimately approved. So let us take a look at that, and when we return next time, we can have our discussion. We can even correspond with you a little bit in between about that topic. But thank you for bringing it up.
And as to making the overlay zones more automatic, I don't see a real problem with that unless my colleagues, if any of them have ideas about that, I'd be interested in hearing it. It seems like just taking a step out, but it wouldn't enable any difference in what the result would be. So I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Other commissioners for round two.
May I add one last comment? Sorry. I do note that we're getting tons of mixed-use residential developments that are coming forward. I mean, they're really flooding in, which is great. So there's something in our code that's working pretty well right now, I think.
All right. Not seeing any other commissioner hands, so let me ask a question, because I thought a couple of questions about this setback issue with the image that's on the screen now. I thought I understood what was happening here until listening to the dialogue between Commissioner Suma and staff. But first, let me just clarify, is this particular issue, I didn't quickly find it in 1824. I found it in a couple of places in the other revisions to other parts of the code. But is it also in 1824 and I just didn't see it?
No. It
Okay.
only appears in the development standards table across a number of districts.
Oh, all right. And so that's another kind of a clarification I wanted to make. And that is new chapter 1824, as I understand the way this has been designed by staff, is your stopping point if you want to a housing development project that purely meets all objective standards, and you don't, for any reason, including fascinating architectural design that might not fit those objective standards, in which case you go to the alternate prong, the design review. Is that right? The 1824s were collecting objective standards for projects that would comply, that want that direction.
Yes,
Jean,
the
if you
only other aspect is that projects, just as today, commercial projects or mixed-use projects with more than half commercial area would also go to that section for the purposes of meeting the intent statements as determined by the ARB, in much the same way as they currently need to meet the context-based design criteria.
Okay, that is a helpful clarification. That's right, and I did read that. So in those projects, once they meet the intent statement, and any other project that doesn't qualify as a housing development project, those go through the discretionary project where all of our other codes apply. And those other codes, including all the revisions that staff is proposing, that's really a combination of objective and subjective standards, right? And in that context, those are allowed. That's not currently the state legislature's issue, is whether you can have subjective standards in these other areas. Am I understanding that right?
That's right. So the legislature says after January 1st, last year, we can no longer create new subjective standards. You can continue to have and apply design guidelines to discretionary projects going forward. But for the purposes of those housing development projects as defined in state law, those, in terms of denying or reducing the density of those projects, you can only rely on the objective criteria. Through the non-binding hearing with the ARB may raise issues related to subjective criteria and have that conversation with the applicant.
All right. So with, for example, the appropriate landscaping example that Commissioner Suma found, while I agree, I don't know what that means. And it's certainly something that people can argue about, but that is where that's located in our code as proposed by staff. That's part of a discretionary review. So it doesn't have to be objective, it can be subjective.
That's right. So those particular code sections are organized in guidelines and standards. And all of the, most of the performance standards are organized like that. So there's still this set of subjective guidelines, and that the intent is to provide a sense of intent to the applicant, and then the standards underneath that. But those objective standards projects are only held to the objective standards.
Then let me go back to the 50-foot, 150-foot diagram and ask my question there, and then I'm going to call on Commissioner Alchek, whose hand I see raised. Okay, so the way I thought I understood this is it's really kind of a step back issue, that the way staff is and has been interpreting these ordinances, which are less than clear, the portion of the larger building closest to the, and these are representing stories. So the portion of the larger building closest to the 3-story building, it can't have a 4th story within 50 feet of the property line. And that's what I think is shown here. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. But what was perhaps vague in the language was whether, because the other half of that larger building, which is more than 50 feet away, is still within 150 feet, there was a question about whether they could have that section of 4th floor, a vagueness about whether they could have that section of 4th floor, or was that too prohibited because it was within the 150 feet? Is that the unclear issue? It's the domino on top closest to C.
Right. I think that's the question that Commissioner Suma raised.
Okay. All right. All right. So, and my understanding is that staff has been interpreting this less than perfectly clear language the way it's depicted here, rather than to prohibit the partial 4th floor. And I am supportive of that interpretation because it's typical, not just in this area, but generally when you have something that rises above something else, you're always looking at some kind of step back. And so I think this does that. It preserves some density while recognizing some step back from the lower profile building in the residential zone next to it. All right, so that's my view on that particular change, and I want to go to Commissioner Alchek, who has got his hand up.
Yeah, so only because I would just suggest to you that the irony here is that this isn't something we would review, so it wouldn't come to us, and so it just seems so disingenuous for us to even spend a minute talking about the application of this rule. It seems more appropriate for the ARB to sort of have this discussion if they found that the interpretation somehow conflicted with the practice that they saw in the community. From my perspective, this is not the sort of criteria which we typically review. In fact, it is the opposite. We're an objective review body. And so, I mean, unless someone had, reason to suspect that Ms. Gerhardt or Ms. Eisberg were disingenuous and that this wasn't common practice or common interpretation, it just seems like a waste of time. And this goes to the point I made earlier in the night, which is that, I really struggle, as much as I love architecture, and I don't know if you all know this, but I first applied to the ARB, and it was during that meeting interview where they suggested, why don't you stick around for Planning Commission and interview for that. Watch out careful what you ask for. But the point I'm trying to make is that I'm uncomfortable. I love that our ARB in this community is made up of professionals. And it seems to me like that is the appropriate body to be discussing these elements. It's just not appropriate for us to do it. We don't have the expertise. And so, and it's sort of outside of our purview. So that's my sort of thought there. Personally, yeah, I can tell you how I feel about this, but I will not do that because I really just don't think it's appropriate. And then I would add, I don't know. There's a I'm curious to know if Ms. Thompson, if the ARB, if it came up during the ARB discussions, is there a municipality in California, or maybe it's nationally, that is doing this well? I would personally invest the time before our next meeting to review some sort of objective multifamily design guidelines. If you knew of one, and if you don't know of one, I'm sure you know how to reach us as planning commissions if you asked around. And I think that would be tremendously useful, because what I'm suggesting is something akin to our single family development guidebook or whatever, that so perfectly lays out how someone can approach single family development in all its nuance. I'm wondering if that discussion took place. Is there some city that you think is doing it well?
It did get brought up. There are, I think what I remember hearing at the time is that a lot of cities are in the process of doing this right now still. And so the closest thing that we really have to reference are, what has been done a lot are just design standards and guidelines, which, like, for example, San Francisco has that for certain neighborhoods or permits. Like, they don't have an ARB, but they have design standards and guidelines for special areas in the city. And so, in a similar vein, I think the theory is that you have a vision for what you're trying to go for, and then these guidelines are supported by that vision. And so, in this specific case for the city of Palo Alto, a lot of discussions we had are that, knowing how multifamily housing is built these days, a lot of, typically what we end up seeing is that construction costs drive aesthetics a lot of the time. And that's kind of something we want to be worried about in terms of having architecture that is not high quality. And yes, the affordability part has been discussed. You can make affordable buildings. You don't have to spend lots of money on the materials at all. It's really more about articulation of the facade, which is what we focused on as part of the design guidelines. Is that helpful?
Sure. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Look, I know that we're not going to pass a motion tonight where we direct staff to publish the design guidelines and email all the architects who have done work in Palo Alto over the last 10 years to respond. But I will reach out to a few of the architects that I know and ask them to pass these guidelines on, because I think we should be eliciting feedback. And I'm going to encourage those architects who I know who are in leadership positions. And what I would ask you, Ms. Thompson, to do, if you wouldn't mind personally, is to do the same, maybe to ask individuals to review these guidelines and provide some feedback to the commission. Because if we are going to, at some point, recommend that City Council adopt these development standards, I just think it would mean a lot if architects shared some feedback with us, and so that we knew sort of where they stood on some of these items, honestly. And I just want to also add, Ms. Eisenberg, you say it so nicely when you articulated that the state, moving forward from a certain date, we can't include any more subjective. I mean, it's like the state thinks we're horrible. Okay, we can't be left to our own devices. Our subjective standards are like objectively exclusionary, and the state is unwilling to allow us to adopt any new criteria. I mean, I just think if it's hard, because I've been a part of this process for 10 years, so I know, but we have to sort of admit that our process has been the hurdle. And so I'm so ready to recommend that we, encourage. Well, I think the next step is probably to bring this back, but I don't know. I'm curious to know where Chair Heckman is hoping, where he sees consensus here. But I am prepared to support a recommendation to the council that we very actively pursue the implementation of the objective standards, assuming, I guess, they come back to us in their next form and then they go out, but also their application to as broad a implementation as possible. Because it is a worthy first step. And I agree with Commissioner Heckman's statement in the beginning of the evening, which was, this is a good start. But I also think instead of sort of picking apart some of the nuance and acting like it's too big a pill to swallow, I think we should maybe acknowledge, like, maybe we should err on the side of over standardizing to sort of correct what I think the broader state community is telling us, which is that maybe we can be trusted, so.
All right, so Commissioner Alchek, you've given me a good segue to try to bring us to the finish line on this item. Ms. Eisner, can you pull up the 4 feedback items for us, please? So there it is. So I don't, this is a study session. I don't think we're looking necessarily for a motion here, but I think that what staff is asking us for tonight is to get a sense of our feeling on these 4 particular items. I have provided my feedback on 1 through 4, and my thought, and I'd like to actually hear from Ms. Tanner whether this would be sufficient for staff purposes, is if those commissioners who want to briefly go through these 4 items and give their feedback, and then we can leave it to staff to sort of correlate the information and figure out where there was consensus and when there was divergence. Would that be sufficient?
Certainly, that would be excellent. And I think Commissioner Lowing, for example, I think underscored some of the statements that you had made. And so that's kind of what I've taken down, as well as the other notes that staff have taken. Certainly commissioners have maybe given some opinions, maybe not by directly linking it to 1 through 4, that we can also go through. But certainly if there are kind of perhaps summary statements that commissioners might want to make to kind of encapsulate how they are reflecting on these items, that would be helpful.
Let me invite any commissioner that wants to take that on and provide that commissioner's guidance to staff on its feelings, particularly on these 4 items. So I'm looking to see if anyone is raising a hand. And if not, I'm going to say that that's all there we have. Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. I think I touched on all of these, but just to clarify, translation of the context-based design criteria, number 1, into objective design standards. I think that is contained in the new part of the code that's 1824-100, right? Correct? So
yes,
and I will get, I've touched on some things, and I will send in notes, so unless somebody wants to go through the whole thing line by line tonight, which I don't think they do. I think 2, the application of objective design standards only to projects that meet the definition of housing development project in the Housing Accountability Act. I agree with think that I agree with Chair Heckman when he said we should just give it a trial run or test drive and not move too quickly. 3, I think that's required. Unless I'm getting this wrong, I think that's a requirement of what we're doing tonight, number 3, so I don't have anything to say. And I would really appreciate any other comments from my colleagues about codifying the combining district overlays so that legislative approval is not required. It seems sensible to me because it won't result in any difference in the projects. It will just take 1 step out. So that seems reasonable to me. Those are my thoughts. And with regards to my other concern about the transition height, I would say compared to where it exists in the code today, and one example is 1816-060 in development standards, it is more confusing to me what you're suggesting than how it exists now in the development standards. And I think it's also a reduction. It's a big policy change. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Other commissioners want to give staff guidance on items 1 through 4. I'm seeing a thumbs up from Commissioner Alchek, and I'm not seeing
I
any.
just wanted to, I think I did speak to the 4 items, so I think I'm good.
All right, then I am going to conclude this study session item and hope that we have given staff enough information on our views that they can move forward. And we look forward to having back before us a revised version of the ordinance. And I will encourage my fellow commissioners, other than Commissioner Suma, who I know is going to join me in submitting some written comments, to send to staff any of the wordsmithing that you might have. So it is I've got 8:21 right now, and I think this is an appropriate time for a break. And so I'm going to suggest let's say we're going to come back in 7 minutes at 8:28 so that we really get started at 8:30.
We do have a staff presentation for the NVCAP item.
Let me identify the item and welcome everybody back. This is agenda item 3. It's a public hearing. It's a recommendation on the preferred plan alternative for the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan and VCAP. Ms. Tanner.
Thank you, Commissioners. Rachel Tanner, Assistant Director of Planning and Development Services. I'm joined by Claire Campbell, who is our manager of our long-range planning team, as well as Chitra Moitra, who is our planner on our long-range planning team, as well as Jean Eisberg, who will be sharing with us. She has joined our team as part of the consulting team there. We also have Sujata Srivastava, who is part of Strategic Economics. She is the author of the report that you have before you, but also has been working as part of the team, both for NVCAP, but she also was the lead on the report that came to us last year about our below market rate housing and how and if we could raise our rate from 15% to 20%. So you may recognize her from that presentation as well. And so she has a history of working with Palo Alto. I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Campbell, who will introduce the presentation and do a few slides, and then Ms. Eisberg will take over.
Great, thank you so much. So good evening, Chair Heckman and Commissioners. My name is Claire Campbell, and as Rachel mentioned, I'm the manager of the Long Range Planning Team, which is the team that's primarily leading this work effort. So I was going to do an introduction, but we've got everybody covered, I think, with Rachel's introduction there. I would also like to mention that we do have a few staff, city staff here who is supporting us tonight. We have transportation staff, Sylvia Starlack and Joanna Chen. And from the Parks Department, we also have Lam Do. So for the agenda tonight, we will review where we are in the NVCAP process. We're going to provide a brief summary of the past PTC reviews. We're going to review the staff responses to the Planning Commission motion back from January and review next steps. All right. So alternatives development. As mentioned in the meeting back in January, the draft alternatives represent a culmination of a lot of hard work by our NVCAP working group, who we cannot thank enough for all of their contributions and hard work and effort that they've put in. So right now, we are currently at the stage where staff is looking for feedback from the Planning Commission on the preferred plan alternative to carry forward to Council for consideration. So for the process, we are tentatively scheduled to go to Council in May for the selection of the preferred plan alternative. After that decision, then staff will begin the deeper analysis of that preferred alternative with the assistance of our consultants, Perkins and Will. And the work then will be focused on the technical studies and analysis that are needed in order for us to prepare that draft plan and then to get started on the environmental review. And our goal is to complete this project, fingers crossed, by the end of 2022. So our meeting tonight will be our 4th Planning Commission meeting related to reviewing the plan concepts. We first brought 3 financially feasible plans to the Planning Commission back in April last year. and then staff was directed to continue refining those alternatives. So then staff was working very closely with the working group for many months, and then we brought back 3 revised alternatives in December of last year. And these 3 alternatives are the ones that are reflected in your packet tonight in attachment A. And tonight's discussion on the current draft alternatives was continued from the December and January meetings to tonight's meeting. So here we are with the motion. So at the last meeting, the Planning Commission made the following motion: to direct staff to evaluate alternative 2, to determine the amount of public funding needed to make the residential development financially feasible, and for alternative 3, to modify the BMR requirements to increase it from 15% to 20%, with the added 5% at the very low income level, and is needed to do additional analysis to see if there was public funding needed or that would be required to make that financially feasible. And then lastly, for alternative 3, staff was asked to increase the amount of open space to meet the current ratio reflected throughout the city, which is currently on average about 2.5 acres per 1,000 residents. So that completes my introduction. I'm going to turn it over to Sujata now, who will review the details of the feasibility analysis. And I think Jeannie's going to start sharing her screen as well. So give us a quick second to make that change. Thanks.
Thanks, Claire and Jean. Our approach to this analysis was to build off of the work that we've previously done. So the first step was, we have these conceptual alternatives and some estimates of build out. So we had to sort of translate those estimates of build out by different zones or different sub areas that had different kinds of height limits associated with them into development prototypes. So we made some assumptions that we thought were reasonable about what type of development would be most likely to be built based on those parameters. And for the purposes of this analysis, we basically categorized them into 3 types: townhomes and condos, which were for sale products, and rental apartments, which make up the majority of the units in both of the alternatives. Then, using our previous financial analysis, we ran some calculations on the development costs per unit. And as I'll explain later, the development costs are a little different in alternative 2 and alternative 3 because they have different parking requirements. And then we calculated the average per unit value, which varies depending on how many of the units or what percentage of the units are at below market rate prices or rents within the project. And we also looked at different income categories within those BMR percentages too, so that changes the equation a little bit, and I'll go over that a little bit more in a second. So for projects where the revenues or the values exceed the development costs, there's no funding gap, and that's considered a feasible project. But when the costs exceed the revenues, there's a shortfall or a funding gap, and essentially that's the basis for estimating the amount of potential subsidy that would be required for each alternative. Next slide. So just to summarize our findings for alternative 2, most of the development types were found not to be financially feasible. And for alternative 2, we did assume that 15% of the units would be at below market rate rents. And we found that most of for both of the condos and the apartments, the costs exceeded the values of the units. The shortfall for condos was about $9,000 per unit, and the shortfall for rentals was about $83,000 per unit. So that gap could be somewhat closed by reducing the parking requirements to 1 space per unit, because that does account for a big share of the cost. Next slide. For alternative 3, the question it was, to what extent can alternative potentially provide a greater percentage of BMR units. So we tested a few different ways of getting to 20%. And alternative 3, as this table shows, has lower development costs per unit for all of these prototypes. That's because we have 1 space per unit compared to 2 or 1.5 spaces per unit in the alternative 2 scenario. And because of the high values for ownership products, we found that townhomes and condos could feasibly provide 20% of the units on site, BMR units on site, without any need for subsidy. Those units would be, in accordance with the city's existing policy, be targeted to moderate income households. Multifamily rental, right now, the city's policy is to charge a housing impact fee on rental development. So here we're looking at 15% on site. We found that that could be provided for low income and for moderate income households without a need for public subsidy. But if we wanted to go to 20% and also include very low income households, that would require a subsidy of about $37 million, which is comes out to about $20,000 per unit. Next slide. So this is just kind of walking you through some of the underlying assumptions. So what we did was, as I mentioned before, we took the maximum build out numbers from the alternatives. This is kind of taking into account different kinds of capacity assumptions. And for anything that was within this 35-foot zone, we assumed that those would most likely be some sort of a townhouse product. For things that were within, for units that were within that 50 to 70-foot zone, we assumed a mix of rental and for sale, but it skews more heavily towards rental, just based on what we've seen in the market in terms of recent development and kind of what the demand is in the region for rental versus ownership at that scale. So for alternative 2, you have about 1,600 units. For alternative 3, you have about 2,100 units. And the majority, the large majority of those, as you can see, are the rental. Next slide. So on alternative 2, this is just walking through that funding gap. We have the weighted average value per unit on the top line. That's basically the value. We've converted the rental income into a value number, a capitalized value number, and that's what you're seeing there for multifamily rentals. And for the condos and townhomes, those are essentially the sales prices. And then the second line shows you the development cost per unit. And there's a slight shortfall for townhome. I'm sorry, there's no shortfall. There's a slight surplus for townhomes, but then there's that significant gap for condos and rentals. And much of that is just due to the fact that those products have underground parking. They're more expensive to build because it's a little bit more vertical. So it does create more of a gap between the cost and the value of those units. Next slide. And this is just a way of kind of graphically demonstrating, and I apologize, I think that the font is pretty small, but the blue bar here is just showing development cost per unit for alternative 3. And then the subsequent bars are the value per unit, depending on how much BMR percentages you're providing and at what income categories. So for the first scenario in the orange bar, for the townhomes and condos, you have 15% for moderates based on kind of the existing policy. And then the gray and the yellow for townhomes and condos are the same. Those are both 20%. So you're just increasing the same income targets, but another 5%. And for the townhomes, the development cost bar is lower than the value bars. So, your value is compensating for the cost. And then for the condo, it works at 15%, and then it starts to go down a little bit when you're getting into the 20% territory, but it can still work. And then for the multifamily rental, we looked at 3 different alternatives. The first one is 15% with a mix of very low, and moderate income. This is kind of what we would expect under the existing policy if you were to have the on-site provision option instead of paying the housing impact fee. And then the gray bar here is 15% low and mod. And then the yellow bar is 20% very low, low, and moderate. And you can hopefully see here that the values don't quite exceed the costs in these scenarios, which is what accounts for that gap. So just playing that out a little bit more, this is looking at that yellow scenario where you have 20% BMR for rental and then 20% BMR for ownership for alternative 3. And while the condos and townhomes do pencil out, the multifamily rental has that gap of 20,000 per unit. So when you multiply that out by the 1,800 units and the maximum build out, that's what gets you to the 37 million. So, you know, all of these numbers are of course contingent on exactly how you build out the project and some of the other details, which gives you an idea of what it might take to get to that scenario in alternative 3. So that concludes my presentation. I'll turn it back to staff.
And just while we have the slide up, I just want to make 2 notes before we turn it back to Ms. Eisberg. I think there are kind of 2 important parts to think about with the feasibility study. One is kind of, there's really 2 parts of feasibility. There's the great work that we see here, kind of doing the pro forma analysis based on our understanding of typical development in like communities, what we might expect to see, and of course, making assumptions about what a developer's rate of return would be on their investment. The other kind of feasibility is the actual property owners within the plan area and their willingness to turn from the current uses they have now to a different use that is idealized in the plan. And so that is something we can talk about as well, what our conversations have been and the insight from the actual property owners in the plan area. The other thing I want to note is that if we do go to 20% or really anything over 15% required on-site or even fee out below market rate units, we do need to have a feasibility study that shows that it is feasible based on state law. And so even if the city were to perhaps fill the gap, we may need to find a way to make it more feasible. And we can speak about that at greater length during the question and answer period. But I do want to note that is something we need to be mindful of as we consider what rate of inclusionary to require or perhaps how to structure that requirement. So I'm going to turn it back to Ms. Eisberg. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So last component of the presentation in response to the motion in January is regarding open space. As Claire indicated, we looked into how to generate open space to meet the population being generated in the alternative 3. So in order to meet that 2.57 acre target, which is what the city has today per 1,000 residents, we would need to generate 9.4 acres of open space in alternative 3. And you can see in how it's graphically represented, it's about 15% of the land area. So it's really a tremendous amount of land area. So we looked at all of the different ways that we could try to generate open space. And what you're seeing in the dark green are, the idea here is public parks, either dedicated or privately owned, publicly accessible open spaces. In the sort of lighter green here along the creek, this is the idea for the creek naturalization to create a real amenity along the creek. Adjacent to that is an idea for a creek trail that would run along the creek and to seek trail easements from private property owners that have land abutting the creek on the south side. We're also showing in the hatched color the idea for linear park or WUNUF areas that we've talked about before, which may be a mix of hardscape, landscaped, shared bike, pedestrian routes through parcels. And this Portage Avenue in this location happens to be private property, even though it's used effectively as a street. It currently is running through the parking lot, and then also breaking up some of the larger blocks in the 395 Portage site. This lime screen is showing landscape buffers along some of the street edges, including locations where there are already mature trees. And then the hatching on Page Mill and El Camino and on these larger blocks at Lambert, Portage, and Acacia are showing opportunities for ground level open space, which could be plazas, so a mix of hardscape or landscape areas in setbacks, These wouldn't necessarily be contiguous areas. This could be discontiguous areas for smaller open spaces. Another idea is what if we reduce the lot coverage but increase the height limits in this location to allow for taller, skinnier buildings, and therefore the idea being more open space at the ground level. Lastly, these stars in purple are showing rooftop amenities, the idea being on commercial buildings to have rooftops that would be accessible to the public. So taking all of those ideas, we actually met that target and we exceeded that 9.3 acre target and got to 10.4 acres. That said, we did shop this around to some of the large property owners in the NBCAP, and we spoke with 3 property owners so far about this open space concept, and generally there was support for on-site publicly accessible open space. However, the feedback we got was that the amount requested was generally too high to make a project feasible, particularly on some of those bigger sites where we were showing larger parks. There was some concerns about site security and marketability. When you have private property owners who have tenants, lessees, whether commercial tenants or residential tenants, that there is some distinction between the private realm and leasable space for tenants and their security and the marketing of those tenant spaces if the public is allowed to access them. And then lastly, that if there were some flexibility or incentives, such additional height or density or specific uses, then that could help increase the viability of providing open space in exchange for those potentially some changes to development standards or uses. So just wrapping up the presentation, as Claire mentioned at the outset, we are looking for a motion tonight to recommend a preferred alternative to the City Council. As noted in the staff report, staff is recommending alternative 3 since this is the financially feasible alternative and achieves the greatest number of units, including affordable units. And then, as Rachel was alluding, if the PTC prefers alternative 2, staff recommends consideration of the reduced parking requirement of 1 space per unit, since this is one of the ways to increase feasibility. And additionally, as Rachel indicated, we do have some concerns about the opportunity costs of this proposal if office space cannot be expanded, that redevelopment might not take place. Basically, that private property owners may not want to redevelop their sites if they can't achieve the same amount of office, which, as mentioned, generates more rent revenue. As Claire indicated at the outset, just recapping our process. So we're looking for a recommendation tonight, going to council in May, and then we'll be working again with the consultant team to refine the preferred alternative, analyze traffic impacts, transportation issues, additional fiscal impacts before producing the plan. That concludes my presentation, unless we have any last words from Rachel or Claire.
No, I thank you for, thanks Eugene, thank you Sujata. And again, we are available both for questions from commissioners. And of course, we see that there are many members of the community here for public comment. We do want to thank our NBCAP working group members and encourage them to offer their public comments if they are so inclined.
Thank you, staff, for the presentation. Before I move to public comment, I do want to find out if there are commissioners with questions. If so, please raise your hand. Vice Chair Rupavar.
Thank you. Could you please, what I'm trying to get at is better understanding the funding gap and how that works from a practical sense. If you could just clarify that, and specifically, like, I know the purpose of the study was to, see what the funding gap is and the amount of public funds needed. So if that's the case and we're like, hey, we need 130 million, is that we would either cover that through parking or alternatively like waive impact fees or like actually give developers an incentive financially? How does that work? And then I guess the second question for me is, how does that funding gap benchmark? How do we benchmark that? Like, what does 130 million mean or 37 million mean to the city compared to the entire budget? What is the interplay with our budget and, our finances, P&L, whatever, however you want to do it. So overarching those two kind of questions to better understand. And I assume that money would come from like either impact fees or the general fund.
That's a great question, Vice Chair Rupavar, and I'll take a first crack at the question. And then I would also welcome Ms. Eisberg or Mr. Visava to talk about any other localities that maybe have used programs to help fill gaps and kind of what's available. So I think there is a layer, as I said, about what the affordability rate is and its feasibility. So even with alternative 2, for example, keeping at the 15%, it's not feasible at the moment. And so that would not be something that we could as a city just impose, knowing that that's not a feasible scenario. And similarly for alternative 3, the 20% is not feasible. And so we would need to, I believe, be able to directly say how that gap would be filled. I don't think we can kind of pass the buck, pass zoning regulations that we know are not feasible and then figure it out later. Welcome Mr. Yang certainly to opine if there's differing opinion or strategy how to deal with that. That said, I don't think that 37 or 137 million is something that by waiving impact fees we could achieve for these projects. So we would really looking at a city subsidy program. In particular, if it's very difficult for projects that aren't 100% affordable housing to take advantage of low-income housing tax credits, which are a chief source for 100% affordable housing projects. And so it's unlikely that they would be able to rely on any other public subsidy source that generally comes from the federal government or the state government. Unless there's some sort of partnership, maybe they split the building into a BMR building and a market rate building on the same site. Perhaps the BMR units could be subsidized through that program, and then the market rate could be built with a private investment dollars. But again, depending on the size of the site, the feasibility of having 2 buildings or a building that's split in half internally may not be feasible on some of the smaller sites, certainly. So what we would be looking at is identifying a source of public funds, local public funds that could be used to fill the gap, which could either be not, and I'm just saying these in order of like theoretically, we could do the general fund. As you know, we're currently cutting the general fund right now, so that would not likely be happening unless there's another stimulus package next year from the federal government that has even more trillions of dollars in it. We would look at taxes that are directed towards affordable housing or bonds that the city could issue that would be directed towards affordable housing. The other sources, again, for affordable housing tend to be for 100% affordable projects. I'm not an expert in that field, but that is my understanding of reading most of the currently available sources. So I welcome either of our wonderful consultants to add to what I've said. And again, if Mr. Yang has any thoughts about the applicability of moving to 20% and how we would do so in the absence of a funding source or feasibility study, I would also welcome his comments. Jean or Sujata, anything to add?
That was extremely helpful. That was extremely helpful.
I think you covered it
understand
well.
things. Thank you. Yeah.
Right, any more questions, Vice Chair Rupavar? Nope. All right, then Commissioner Alchek, questions for staff?
I also found that answer extremely helpful. I understood that staff cannot recommend an infeasible alternative, which that's good news. Imagine if staff did make a habit of recommending strategies that were infeasible. I guess my question has to do with something I brought up last time, which was any effort made in the last, in the period of time between our last meeting and this one to consult with the elephant in the room here and sort of discuss whether, despite submitting an SB 30 app, or I might be quoting the rule wrong, the law wrong, they would presumably hold off on their project if this process was completed. And I mean, I'm just trying to, that's me imagining the conversation. Was a conversation had? Did anybody reach out?
So we've been working with the applicant, and I know Mr. Steele is on the line if you would like to direct a question to him. I believe he was here. They are continuing to, that's Tim Steele is a representative of the Sobrato organization. He may not be on anymore, but we have been working with them on their 200 portage application. They've continued to refine that application and work with staff to advance that application at this time.
I guess my question is you presented a few maps tonight that I imagine wouldn't be achievable if the plan that's currently submitted for, is it 200 Portage, proceeded with the 85 townhomes along sort of the, I guess it's the northeastern half of the that property. So I'll just be really specific. Is there any indication that if any of the alternatives were adopted in a reasonably timely fashion, the applicant would consider them as opposed to moving forward with the permit, which could possibly be, that process could possibly be concluding before this NVCAP alternative is implemented?
I would say there is not such an indication, Ms. Campbell. It's at your understanding as well. I believe some of the requirements of the proposed plans may not have been amenable to the property owner. Ms. Campbell, would you agree with that?
I think that is a fair statement, yes. I think generally speaking, I think we could say that the way that the plan was evolving, they were not feeling so comfortable. And I think they were looking to submit their project, which they did, just because they wanted to move forward with something that they felt that worked for them, for the
Okay.
site.
So let me ask this question, because I hate to beat around the bush. In your opinion, are any of the alternatives under consideration before us tonight or even ever, in your professional staff opinion, completely unrealistic if 200 Portage is developed as the application is submitted? Meaning these parks that would come through, all the plan that you just submitted, assuming 200 Portage is built, that couldn't take place. So how many of the plans that we could spend time talking about tonight are not worth spending too much time on tonight if 200 Portage presumably moves forward as indicated?
Certainly. I would answer that perhaps somewhat optimistically, but I think not too much so, which is to say, while the 340 Portage site is significant in size, 12 acres, the largest site in the area, it is not the only large site. We also have the Page Mill site at the corner of Page Mill and Park that's also 10 acres, not insignificant. And we have, as we've seen, projects even being proposed while we've been doing the NVCAP along El Camino Real. So I think there are areas in our properties where the owners have indicated interest in developing them. And so while one significant property owner is not interested in these plans, I don't think they're of disinterest to everyone. I will point us back to what Ms. Eisberg showed, which is that some of the open space demands are probably too high in the alternative 3 concept we propose that get to 10 acres, which exceeds the, I think it's 2.5 or 2.6 acres per 1,000 residents, that may be a game stopper for some folks moving forward with their developments. And that is likely, at least what they've indicated, again, 3 large property owners, that is not feasible for them. So one of the other elements that we would look for PTC recommendation tonight and consideration is just what amount of open space to provide in alternative 2 or 3 or 1, in relationship to the project. So I don't think that 340 Portage or the 200 Portage project is stops this project dead. I think there are still a lot of really good things that can come out of the area plan. And I think that considering the right balance of open space is a really important aspect of that.
Thank you for your answer. Would you just clarify, were you talking about the Page Mill Road and Park Boulevard corner?
Yes. Which I think is 345 Park. I don't know if I'm getting the right address right.
That's the site that is currently a large office building?
Yes. Yes, it is. I don't know if Jean, you have the slides. You could go to the slide that has the open space map, perhaps. So it's that corner there. That's about 10 acres.
And I'm just And you have, client staff has had indication that that parcel owner is interested in redevelopment?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Thank you for your responses.
Commissioner Lowing, questions for staff?
Yes, but Chair, I have about 10. I don't want to delay getting to the public, but these are pertinent, just along the same lines as the prior ones from the 2 other commissioners. So would you like me to proceed?
Want to pick your favorite 2 and hold the rest for later?
No, I can't show my cards like that. Let's see how long they take, and if you want to interrupt me, that's obviously your thing.
How about you take 5 minutes?
Okay.
Ask as many questions as you can get through, and then you'll hold the rest.
I guarantee I can ask him in 5 minutes. I don't know if they can get answered in 5 minutes. So one of my questions was, are there any updates in general on any other properties in the area other than what you just mentioned? If not, that's fine.
I think since last we came, we did have a proposal on Lambert Avenue, I believe, for a redevelopment. But I believe the other projects, which is the PhD at Olive Street and the 200 Portage, the PTC is aware of, I believe.
Okay.
Those are proposed, not completed applications or entitled or anything.
Okay. And then with respect to the consultants process, I presume you used the same, what you called originally a static computer model to do the projections, which I thank you in our first meeting, which was 4 meetings ago, for talking about that. And it's interesting. It's important for the public to understand that this is a computer model. You're not looking at specific costs in the area and so on. So I just want to clarify that. I was
Maybe want
surprised.
to answer that, or did you just verbally answer that so we can?
Yeah,
have
it's a
that-
it is a static model, an Excel based model. It is based though on local development cost data and local market data on prices and rents. So it is, calibrated to Palo Alto in that sense. The inputs are very local.
Okay, I'll hold the follow-up question there. And how close to feasible were some of these units that were declared infeasible, which is the same question I asked when we looked at the 20%. I mean, some of those things were just off by 1/100 of a percentage point and they turned red instead of green. Did you see some that were close like that so that there'd be, wiggle room or no?
The wiggle room could be achieved through things like the parking standard. So that's one of the places where there's the most amount of room to think about reducing costs. So, but it does require it's not really just at the edges. It's, pretty substantial on a per unit basis, as you can see here.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. And then why did you choose to use the maximum amount of housing as opposed to the realistic? Because I thought we talked last time about the fact that the maximum was absolutely unrealistic.
Part of the reason we wanted to have her use that maximum is it's easier to scale down than to scale up. And so certainly we can do the math, especially since it's broken out on a per unit basis. If you reduce the units, then you can get to that same number. You could do it. So we wanted to kind of go to max and then scale down, similar to how we did the unit count. What's the maximum? And then what we think might be more realistic.
Yeah, it's just like in the housing element, we're not going to get all the places that we want.
Exactly.
And so let's see, I'm going to try to be the one last question, I'll ask the other ones later. When you looked at the value and calculated the feasibility, did you look at all at appreciation of the building for a future sort of exit strategy on current cost versus future sale price?
No, as I said before, it is a static model. So it is based on, it kind of assumes that someone would build and sell, basically. So it's what the value would be today if you were to build and sell the property, which makes a lot of sense for sale. For rental, folks do hold on to it. So the way to think about that is this capitalization rate, which we used to be able to estimate the value. And that's based on the transaction value of what similar properties are trading for in the area. So it's just a simplified way of looking at what the value would be for an investor. at any particular moment in time.
But it's mostly focused on buying and selling right now.
Yes, but I think that it's still sort of takes into account, because we're sort of assuming that the units would be all leased. We're looking at a point in time when you have already achieved full occupancy. So I think you're kind of taking a static look at when that apartment building is stabilized and then sold to an investor. That's basically what we're modeling here.
So then you also didn't model specific properties in the NVCAP area, including those who already own the land versus those who would have to buy the land.
That's right.
Okay, I'll hold there. Thank you, Chair Heckman.
Exactly 5 minutes. Thank you, Commissioner Lowing. I'll go to Commissioner Suma with questions for the staff on the staff report.
Sure, and I think along the lines of what Commissioner Lowing was just asking, the model is looking at a particular moment in time and not the lifetime value of the asset, the property. Is that correct?
It does actually represent the value of the property at a point in time once it has achieved kind of a stabilized, what we call a stabilized occupancy rate, which does take time. So, typically that would be something that would be, year 5, year 6. Regardless of whether somebody's holding on to that property for a long time or whether they are going to build and sell, they would still have the same expectations of that we're modeling. So I think it is built into the way that we are looking at the analysis. It's just that we're representing it in a simpler way because, as you know, the market goes up and down. Right now, we're actually at a very low point. So if we were just to look at today's rents and today's occupancy rates, it would look worse than what we've calculated here. So we're looking at something that is a more stable, more representative market situation.
Okay, but we're not evaluating the revenue to the property owner over the many, many years they may own the property and the sale price when they decide to sell the property.
We are looking at, I'm sorry, Rachel, do you want to go ahead?
I think the difference is that, one, there's a difference between ownership units and then apartment units. So ownership units are modeled that they're built and sold within kind of as soon as they're built, they're sold. With the apartments, there is a certain time period and a certain capitalization rate that is factored in that is typical for commercial development. I do not believe that it's modeling someone building and holding on for decades. Would that be accurate to say?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. And does the model take into account, does it take into account that different properties are not all worth the same per square foot?
It is not a parcel by parcel analysis of what we think that parcel would achieve, but there are costs built in, such as the land value, to the model. So it doesn't say, this corner is less value than that corner, I don't believe. So it is kind of a generalized but localized for the area, but generalized. It's not a property by property analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Other commissioner questions? Let me ask a couple. Ms. Campbell, can you pull up the staff recommendation, please? All right. So in staff's recommendation of alternative 3, am I understanding correctly, that would be the alternative 3 as it was presented to us at our last meeting, without additional BMR and without additional parkland? Am I understanding that correctly?
That is correct. Unless Ms. Campbell, I think that we're on the same page with that recommendation.
That's right.
Okay. And then the alternative recommendation, the staff has, if the PDC prefers alternative number 2, staff's recommending that we think about a reduced minimum parking requirement of 1 space per unit. So I'm wondering if Ms. Srivastava happened to have done the calculation, if we did reduce the minimum parking space to 1 space per unit, how does that affect the $130 million? Did you happen to do that calculation? It wasn't requested.
Not exactly, but what we do know is that an underground parking space is it's close to 100,000 per space. So if you are able to reduce the parking requirement from 2 spaces per unit, for example, for the condo to 1 space per unit, that makes up the shortfall. So I think that gives you a pretty good sense that you could come pretty close to feasibility to reduce the parking standard.
That's helpful. And then regarding the additional 5% of BMRs that staff studied for alternate 3, it's my understanding from the staff report is that is actually achievable, feasible as to the townhouse category. In other words, you can move 5% of the townhomes from market into, I think it's very low, and that slice of the residential development is still feasible. Do I understand that right?
I think it might be the low income category.
The low, not the very
Yes.
low.
But that is
Okay.
correct.
You're right.
Okay. And then similarly for the for sale condo, you can do the same thing. Move 5% from the market into the low, and that segment is still feasible.
If you are able to do 1 space per unit.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm in alternative 3. That's the only
Yes.
place where we talked about BMR. So we,
Correct.
and in alternative 3, we are at one parking space per unit. Okay, and so the issue about feasibility and having a source really, it sounds like relates to the multifamily rental, if I'm understanding that correctly, because that's where we have the $37 million shortfall, which I'll talk about in the discussion. But so I guess my question is, if we had a version of alternative 3 that had a 20% requirement in the for sale categories and only a 15% requirement in the rental category, that would be feasible. And so we wouldn't have to do there's not this obstacle to it that needing a funding source would create. Am I understanding that part right?
That's correct, Chair. And there are communities that do split their BMR requirements between ownership and rental. It's very common. I do want to just clarify, Mr. Srivastava, if that $11,000 gap per unit also includes meeting what we assume is a typical rate of return for the for sale units, or is it just that there is some return? Does that 11,000 and also the 28,000 meet or exceed what is you assume to be the rate of return sought for those units?
So yeah, so that's positive. So that's a surplus of 28,000 and 11,000, nearly 12,000 per unit on the condos. And yes, that does also already account for what you'd expect in terms of returns for a private investor.
Great, thank you.
Those were my preliminary questions. Are there any, I'm not seeing any other hands from commissioners, last chance. All right, then let's see, this is a public hearing. And so I'm gonna open the floor for public comments. I see, it looks like we have 16 or 17 speaker hands raised. So please raise your hand if you haven't already and you wish to speak. On the Zoom app, there's a raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you are dialing in from a phone, please press *9. I'll remind our speakers that we have a 3-minute time limit on your remarks tonight. And because we have now, looks like 21 people with their hands up, I'll encourage you to be brief. So if you heard something that you agree with before, just mention that you agree with it rather than restating it, and that gives you more time to make new comments. So Mr. Nguyen, would you like to call the first speaker?
Yes, and I do apologize if I mispronounce anyone's name tonight. Our first 5 speakers will be Hillary Hugg, followed by Robin Bayer, followed by Andrew Nepomuceno, followed by Jeffrey Hook, and then followed by a user with the username admin. Hillary Hug, I was previously notified that you will be donating your time to Becky Sanders, so I will lower your hand. If that's incorrect, please raise your hand again. So our first speaker will be Robin Bayer. Robin, if you're there, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, I'm allowing Jeff Hook to speak on my behalf.
Okay, I was not informed about this group. Does Jeff have 5 people?
Yes.
Okay. Our next speaker is Andrew.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sir, are you prepared to make comments? You have 3 minutes to make comments.
Andrew, are you there? I see you've unmuted yourself. And we could hear you earlier.
Can you hear me now or not?
We can hear you.
Still hear you, yes. If you're watching on TV or another device, you may want to mute that device and focus on the Zoom app that you may be logged into.
Okay. Well, again, Andrew is yielding his time to Jeff.
Okay, thank you. We'll note that. Just to let folks know, if we don't know about your group ahead of time, you have to tell us when you come on that you're yielding your time to someone. Otherwise, we won't know that unless you tell us.
Okay, our next speaker will be Jeffrey. And before we begin the timer, Jeffrey, can you identify the people who will be yielding your time so I can verify that they're here?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, yes. So I've Harper Hug, Hillary Bayer, Jen Bayer, and Andrew.
It was Robin Bayer.
Okay, I have Hillary Bayer, Ken Bayer, Andrew, and Robin Bayer, is that correct?
Okay, yes.
Okay, one moment. Okay, I do see that they're here, so we can give you.
Sorry, just one moment. I always want to confirm. I know there are 2 Hillarys. I believe Ms. Hug said that she was donating her time to Ms. Saunders. So I just want to make sure. Can you repeat the names again, Ben, of who you have?
Yeah, with Hillary Bayer, Ken Bayer, Andrew, and Robin.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, how many minutes do I get?
Minutes for a group of 5.
Yeah, you get 10 minutes. Medina, can we get 10 minutes on the board?
Okay. Hi, honorable planning commissioners. Thank you for letting me speak. I hope that I don't come across too strident here, but every time I hear someone mention feasible or not feasible, I feel sick to my stomach. Let's be clear. The way the term is being used is in terms of whether the property owner and the developers can take a profit regardless of the benefit or disadvantage to the surrounding community. Folks, please, we need to completely rethink our approach to planning. We need to think in terms of what is best for the community, not what is best for a private landowner. Think in terms of real sustainability as framed by scientists who understand ecology, not by economists. You have been elected or appointed to serve our community, not the interests of developers. Please put it on this other hat. I think if you do, you'll realize the best use for this site is open space. 2.6 acres per person, which is the current average in the city, represents a deficit. The standard in the comp plan, as I understand it, is 4 acres per person. If the city were to float a bond or seek a parcel tax on the existing properties, our cost to buy the entire property at $12 million per acre would be $720 million, for which financing, I think, can be done on the order of $1 a day per current resident. That is feasible. When you intensify land use at this point in human history, you're doing a disservice to the community and a disservice to our future generations. Building higher, denser, deeper, more intense, these are things humans should be running as far away from as fast as possible. We are in ecological overshoot. We are using somewhere between 2 and 3 or 4 times as much resource per person in this country than the earth can provide. And this stuff is well documented. I'm not your crazy uncle who just jumped out of the woodwork to tell you these things. These things are well grounded in science. We have existing commercial space. We can convert this commercial space to housing somewhere other than in NevCap. If we have a shortage of housing and an overabundance of jobs, where we have a shortage of supply, we can also address this by reducing demand. We don't need these jobs here. It's not ecologically sustainable. Our ideas about what constitutes profit are incorrect. They do not make ecological sense. I think building here versus building elsewhere, building here is expensive. And there's a guy named Joseph Tainter who has a famous theory about the collapse of complex societies. When infrastructure and supply chain become too complex, the society collapses. It's happened before. It will happen here. We are in a major, major challenge for humanity. We are in climate change that is like nothing that has occurred for thousands, if not millions of years. We're extinguishing species at a remarkable rate. We need to really go to school here, folks. We need to really understand what provides life and sustenance for humanity. We cannot think in terms of dollars alone. We have to think in terms of biophysical economics. Where are the resources coming from? Where are they being wasted to? If we add housing here, each person uses 181 gallons per day on average. If we build out to 1,170 units, that's going to be something like 550,000 additional gallons of water per day. Where's that water coming from? We've got a Sierra snowpack that we may lose in the next few decades, maybe 10 years. We're facing a water supply crisis here. We're either going to have drought or flooding or both. Solid waste. Each person generates on average about 6 pounds of solid waste per day. We're talking about, I have the numbers here somewhere, tons, like thousands of tons of solid waste per year. How can we possibly consider this to be a benefit to our community? We've bought into a kind of a groupthink consensus trance insanity about growth and about what constitutes profit, and it's incorrect. So I invite you to consider these points, to go back to the drawing board, to think, how can we provide open space here and possibly some, maybe half the site open space, maybe half of it is low-rise housing. And let's do something that's really going to benefit the community, not the developer. The developer's interests should not come into the equation here. We are representatives of the community, not of them. Still have 4 minutes. Yeah, I think I've said what I wanted to say. I sent an outline of my remarks to the Planning Commission, which you can read at your leisure. But I think that I've made my point clear, so I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey, for your comments. And I just want to note that if you will be donating your time to a speaker, please lower your hand. Only the speaker needs to raise their hand. Our next speaker will be someone using the username admin. Admin, if you're there, you can unmute yourself and speak. Last call for admin. Okay, in the interest of time, we will skip this person and try to come back to them at the end. Our next speaker is Becky Sanders. Becky has a presentation for us, so Medina, if you can pull that up. And Becky, you've indicated to me that you will be representing a group consisting of Jan Bayer, Hillary Hugg, Andy Reid, Mary Sylvester, and Scott Van Doon. So I will go ahead and lower their hands. And Becky will get 10 minutes.
Okay, that's great. So right now, okay. So does everybody see the Alternative M screen there? It looks a little wonky to me right now. Oh, looking better. I love it to fill the screen if it could. So I get lots of glory, but I guess I do need to see the timer. So, okay, let's march along. This is my first time doing a PowerPoint for you guys, so I'm super excited about that. I wanted to make sure that the commission, for which I'm very grateful to you for hearing this, and I'm also grateful to the staff, by the way, for working out really hard on trying to pull some designs and some ideas together. It's a very exciting opportunity for all of us. So, but I want to make sure you don't forget about all beautiful Alternative M. So yes, this is Becky Saunders. I live in Ventura. And I know there's something that I've heard some catchphrases: zone for what you want to see and find a way to pay for it. So there we go. And this is the beautiful graphic of Alternative M that you can find, and more information at paneighborhoods.org. Palo Alto Neighborhoods has got this on their website, plus all this documentation. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so first of all, I just want to just mega kudos to the slavish working group members who donated years of thought and process to this. Meetings, prepping, workshops, taking a tour, coming and talking to neighbors. I could really, identify several people, particularly by one, because they'll be embarrassed. But I just am very proud of them for actually working so hard for us to represent the community. And that was the whole point of the working group. They ended up creating their own alternatives after the three alternatives that you all are looking at. Really, many of them failed to reflect their collective intentions. So let's have the next slide, please. So here's where the working group members who came from all over the place, had all kinds of different values and visions, they could agree on these things like diversity, sustainability, parkland, services, the creek, gardens, run and play, bikes, walkable, walkable, and also a village. So all of those visions those values were in their collective vision. So we were done. Next slide, please. Next slide. Can you guys hear me still? Yeah.
Yes,
So
we can
anyway,
hear you.
yes, no, it's exciting. So, so the alternatives 1, 2, and 3, none of them really reflected the vision for everyone. Obviously, you can't please everybody all the time. So, but you know what? We're going to carry on. So, as I said, some of the members came up with their own alternatives. None of them ever really made it into any real packets or discussions or had any serious discussion. The alternatives 1, 2, and 3 were created by staff and the consultants, kind of based on something maybe related to stuff going on in the meetings. I mean, I couldn't really recognize a lot of that, what they came up with. But anyway, so leave us go to the next slide, which is the alternative M values. So I really am so tired, so sorry about the this lane. No, we don't use that word, but this tired out word cloud. I think word clouds are out now. But I did a word cloud of a lot of stuff that came up in the meeting, plus some of the values that alternative M espouses. So I would like to read those values into the record. Alternative M is focused on community needs. It welcomes teachers, seniors, people with disabilities, first responders, city workers, and other community members with approximately 400 below market rate housing units. It provides up to approximately 770 other housing units through office phase out and focused zoning, reduces peak hour traffic, improves our job housing imbalance, offers more space for community serving retail, local services, and even health providers, creates new community center and parkland, reduces cut-through traffic, beautifies the streets, preserves all existing residences with no displacement of owners and tenants, fully parks all new buildings to prevent impacting neighbors and neighborhood streets, preserves historic Fry's site building via adaptive reuse, widens the bike lanes on Park by eliminating street spaces for parked cars, does not rely on developer incentives to provide key benefits, and treats Ventura the same as other neighborhoods in Palo Alto by not increasing allowed density. Okay, so let's run over to the next slide, please. Thank you. So, yeah, I didn't have time to do the math, and but here's the dealio. So we see alternatives 1, 2, and 3. You see alternative M gives us about what we have with alternative 2. It gets us 400 BMR units, adds 0 new office jobs, which is, that's a ka-ching right there, because the jobs housing imbalance is so hard for all of us to get our heads around to how we can possibly reduce that. And then I didn't have a chance to do the park math, but I think we are right up there with getting some parity for Ventura, North Ventura, with regard to park space. So, so let's go over to the next slide, please. Yeah. So this is all those values that I read before, just so you could see them and put them into the record. This is what alternative M gives us. And let's go rush over to the next slide. Gee willikers, how can we pay for this? And do you have to pay to play? Well, I don't think that the residents should have to come up with, the money to pay for, we just don't have the money to actually pay for this ourselves, but we sure want to help out. So Alternative M relies in part on a proposed business tax plus other tools. And also, I just want to call out that Angela, in a fabulous letter, Angela Della Porta wrote a fabulous letter. She was on the working group. She has a link in the letter that you guys got today or yesterday that has all the research, a link to all the research she has done where other municipalities have found exciting ways to build below market rate housing. So just so it's in the record, anyway, I think that's really exciting. And we just want to get out of the box here and, put some community values ahead of the commercialism or the business. I mean, people have, people that own property have a right to be able to make, a profit using it, but maybe, we can buy it and, we can use it for better. So let's go to the next slide. Thank you very much. And we're not going to even look at this, but this is in the alternative M. I can get this to you. Here it is in the record, but this is the math that our geniuses did, just trying to base on, what current opportunities are for, say, let's have a bond and let's, let's get this business tax up and running. So, there's ways to pay for this. So let's go to the next slide, because I'm getting down there. Palo Alto's housing report card. Oh, goody. So I just want to remind everybody and their grandmother that Palo Alto is meeting its housing goals for at market and above market rate housing. So there you go. We are filling that need. What about all the other people that have either left Palo Alto or getting ready to leave Palo Alto because they're just getting priced out? Alternative M preserves all the stuff we love about Palo Alto and gives us what we really need, which is 400 units of below market rate housing, a diverse community that's walkable, that's not too dense, that is sustainable, if done correctly, and will be an amenity that all of Palo Alto can enjoy rather than an eyesore or maybe, let's say, dumping ground for where all of the housing that we're supposed to build can go. Hickledy-pickledy. So this is my pitch. I think it's an excellent one, but you know what? I'm not in your position. I know you have to weigh these things back and forth. But thank you so much to everyone, and to particularly the working group. I am just so proud and grateful to be in a town where we got that kind of love and dedication. Okay, that's it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders, for joining us tonight. Our next 5 speakers will be Angela D., Hamilton Hitchings, Jeff Levinsky, Ken Joy, and then Waldeck. So up next is Angela D.
Hi, thank you. And thank you, Becky, for the really kind shout out. I have to say the city staff did a lot of that research. So I do want to repeat the vision that the working group had. And this is the vision that inspired the proposals that staff put together. I just want to repeat it. You may have encountered it before. Please picture ecologically sustainable, inclusive housing of varied types, sizes, and costs. Envision a plaza with cafes and markets that will encourage diverse residents to gather. Imagine a renaturalized creek, tall trees, community gardens, and ample space that meets the city's park requirements, not on rooftops, where adults and children who live in small apartments can relax, run, and play. Bikes and pedestrians travel the quiet, safe streets. The residents of the area do not need to get into their cars to access neighborhoods serving retail, community services, a medical clinic, and other small offices, which are right there. It is essentially a village that invites all of Palo Alto and its neighbors to participate. Is this really an impossibly impractical, unfeasible utopia? I do not think so. There are cities all over the Bay Area and indeed the country that have successfully created developments that embody the values of inclusivity, natural beauty, environmental balance, and community connection that are Palo Alto hallmarks. I find it really difficult to believe that in this city, where unparalleled wealth has been created by unparalleled innovation, we could not figure out how to use that wealth and that spirit of innovation and creativity to craft a feasible development that lives up to these essential Palo Alto values. In fact, indeed, the working group included in its meeting packet of August 18th, 2020, a list of creative pathways by which the city could pay for its park and housing goals without bowing to the needs of developers and without squeezing far too many people into the area. I call upon you to peruse that list and to recommend that the City Council create a commission or a working group whose express charge is to develop and recommend a viable way to finance our ideal vision rather than something that we have been forced reluctantly to accept. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angela, for your comments. Our next speaker is Hamilton Hitchings.
Hi, sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I've been a resident of Palo Alto for 27 years, first as a renter and now as a homeowner. And I do think this is a good location for housing. I want to start with the accuracy of the model that staff has presented to us. For those of us who model, we know that a model is only as good as the quality of its inputs. And I want to challenge staff on whether they have and really accurately modeled the sales price that would be obtained for selling condos and townhomes. I just took a cruise through Zillow for Palo Alto, and I think the minimum I would model a sales price for condos at, I understand there's square footage, but 1.1 million or higher, and for townhomes at 1.5 million and higher. You talk about the funding gap, you can just change the model input parameters and solve a lot of your problems. And let me just give you a few examples. So at 800 High Street, which is that very large condo building next to Whole Foods, the condos have been selling for 1.8 to 2.3 million. Now there is one condo that sold for 50,000, so that was probably a family-to-family transfer or something, which is another reason why you have to be careful about averaging recent sale prices, because that has nothing to do with market value. If you look at near my home, you know, at Edgewood Plaza, they built 10 townhomes and they sold each of those for 3 million. So I think the numbers I gave you for the condos and townhomes are significantly lower even than what the developers might get. But I asked the commissioners and the city staff to really revisit the numbers they're using to model the sales prices, because currently it represents a massive upside for developers and is forcing a lot of poor project decisions, I believe. You know, when you look at what makes a successful project, you have to look at the goals. And if you look at Alternative M, what they clearly got right was the goals. They're focused on BMR housing creation, not just the percentage, but the total amount, and no new office space should definitely be two of the guiding principles. If I look at Zillow, there are currently, at this moment, 264 units for rent in Palo Alto. So despite all the claims, there's plenty of availability. The key issue, as we all know, is they're expensive and affordability is an issue. And this is reflected in our housing reporting card, which is why it's critical this project focus on BMR. 20% is the absolute minimum, but I think as you've seen with Alternative M, you can actually do a lot better. And another key is we really need to limit office. There's way too much office in Alternative 3. And just in general, I feel Alternative 3 looks very dense, but it's really hard without a visual walkthrough to see what we're getting. And I really feel that that should be presented before staff goes to City Council. And then there's just one last thing I want to say. That, you know, and this was discussed in Title 18, but height transitions between single family homes and these large complexes are really critical. And staff needs to be very cautious about like making substantial changes to them, because they're going to get a lot of pushback from the community and they could easily get it shot down by City Council. So I just want to caution you that you're walking into a minefield. If you really reduced it from 150 to 50, I don't think that's going to pass the council. So just be careful about what you're doing so we don't waste a lot of time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Jeff Levinsky.
Okay. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I too am concerned that the key goals in our community are getting lost in this process. We want less traffic, especially peak hour traffic. Alternatives 1, 2, and in particular 3 would all increase peak hour traffic. We want to create true affordable housing for those whose income are well below the median. The term below market rate housing sounds good, but it covers a wide swath. A family of 4 earning $170,000 a year qualifies for some below market rate housing in our town. What our community needs, though, is housing for people earning far less, that is below 80% of the median income. That's not just my opinion, that's also what RENA says. The 3 alternatives in the staff report generate very little housing in that price range. We want to solve the job housing imbalance, yet the alternatives presented would add jobs, and likely more than the report claims, because it ignores how workers are packed more closely together in modern offices. We want to also create a beautiful and livable neighborhood in North Ventura, like many others in our town. The alternatives presented in the staff report instead add offices, height, density, and parking problems. We have a cap of 350,000 square feet of new office in Palo Alto, and alternative 3 proposes to cram more than 1/3 of all that into the tiny 2-by-5 block North Ventura area. That's no way to help a neighborhood. But there's a much better solution. It comes from the community, not from behind closed doors meetings with landowners. It creates a new community center right in North Ventura. It adds parkland. It creates far more truly affordable housing than any of the staff proposals. That means more economic diversity, not less, which is essential for the long-term health of our city. This other solution preserves historic buildings vitally linked to our economic and racial past. It reduces traffic, that's right, actually reduces it. It creates a lovely neighborhood for people of all ages and incomes. It can be funded by just a fraction of the already proposed headcount tax on larger businesses. And it's in sync with the times because we don't need and we don't want more offices. Rather, we should be eliminating offices and converting them into housing or replacing them with housing. That's the direction we should go. What's the solution? You've already heard it. It's alternative M. Please don't spend more time tonight figuring out how to craft more mega-dollar developer giveaways that relegate new residents to living in dense office complexes on overcrowded, underparked streets. Instead, focus on what the community is asking for, namely traffic reduction, housing for those with the greatest economic need, community centers, parkland, and to raise North Ventura up to the level that other neighborhoods in our city enjoy. That's alternative M. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us tonight. Our next speaker is Ken Joy.
Over the course of the NVCAP process, I have pretty much lost hope that there can be a coordinated approach to development in the study area. And accordingly, there are two fairly narrow points I'd like to address. Number one, I hope that the PTC and the City Council will direct staff to require any development in the study area to treat sidewalks and bike lanes as they would treat street trees. An example of what I mean is the construction site of Wilton Court at El Camino and Wilton Avenue. The developer there has erected a scaffolding system such that the sidewalk remains open while work progresses. I think it's much more important to keep sidewalks and bike lanes usable on Park Boulevard than it is on El Camino Real, given the number of people who walk and ride on the former. Number two, I hope that the PTC and City Council will direct staff to address traffic flow such that motor vehicle traffic in the study area is primarily from El Camino Real and that cut-through traffic to Park Boulevard is kept to a minimum. An example of what I mean is the way that the Elks Lodge redevelopment was planned, such that access to the bulk of the construction there is via El Camino Real, leaving Wilkie Way relatively unaffected. Please note there is a bike and ped access between El Camino Real and Wilkie, but no motor vehicle access except for emergency vehicles. As you well know, Park Boulevard is part of Palo Alto's Bicycle Boulevard network. Also, many pedestrians use Park Boulevard to walk between the Ventura neighborhood and the California Avenue shopping district. Thank you for making sure that those things are preserved during any development in the NVCAP study area. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your comments. Our next 5 speakers will be Waldek, Kevin Ma, Saman De Silva. A phone caller with the last 4 digits is 0002, and then Catherine. So up next is Waldek.
Hi, my name is Waldek Kaczmarski, and I was serving on Ventura Working Group. We are a very diversified group there, and we stand for whatever was dear to our heart. Some of us were more oriented toward dense development and providing more housing. Some of us care more about keeping a kind of quiet, low village-like atmosphere in the area. But there were some things that we all agreed on. And I think that if there was any sense of creating this group in first place, that should be a message that somehow it's getting carried through further. And those things were that we all agreed that this neighborhood should have a more pedestrian, bicycle-like orientation rather than the car orientation. And we all care greatly about a park. So just like Ken mentioned about the Park Boulevard being a connection for bikes and pedestrian to California Avenue, I think that was something that we all agreed on, and we kind of emphasize in all of the schemes. The second thing about the parks, you also see in all of the schemes, and important part is that with densification of the area, which is a new thing for Palo Alto, there is more need for the parks in the areas where you have a dense development than in the areas that live in residential neighborhoods. So if we set up ourselves a standard that works so far for residential neighborhoods with everybody having a backyard, and now we're creating this dense area where people can live inside of their houses, inside of their apartments, then we are obliged to provide them with alternative to basically have a place to stretch their legs and take their kids for the walk. And therefore, providing the parks, providing the green areas, it's more critical than anywhere else in Palo Alto. And honestly, if we don't have money for that, we should sell some of the parks in these less developed areas and buy the land for the parks in this area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Kevin Ma.
Evening, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Ma, and I'm a renter in the Ventura neighborhood. And I'd like to thank all members of the working group, as well as the Commissioners tonight, for undergoing through this large amount of public scrutiny to ensure that the plan we create at the end at least gets built somehow. I will start out with a quote from Bill Buchanan, celebrated environmentalist. In California, the reluctance of too many otherwise committed environmentalists to allow denser cities, which would decrease the use of cars, is a hypocrisy of the highest order. And part of the answer is a new aesthetic that reflects the reality of the world we inhabit. We need to see dense, vibrant cities as more attractive than scattered suburbs. We realize that in Palo Alto, we care a lot about affordable housing, but that there's not enough built. And as such, any kind of plan we should create should have likelihood that affordable housing gets built in the end. If we make a bunch of plans that look nice on paper, but do nothing in reality, that's just a damnation on our city and our city's processes. That ignores the many people who are waiting decades long in our city's BMR list, whereas people who just sit here with their houses, being housing safe, don't really care about that. They really care about how their traffic problems get solved, which is why it's weird when we talk about parking requirements that people don't like traffic, but people think that people who will be in these apartments need to have cars. This is near Caltrain. If there's any place we don't need cars, it's near a well-run Caltrain station, especially since Caltrain is intending to increase services throughout the peninsula. If we can't reduce cars in our transit stops, we're kind of screwed over on environmental terms. We can't just depend on everyone merging to use EVs because EV adoption rates are still slow, as well as causing major equity issues for people trying to pick it up, as well as still depending on roads. And everyone likes open space. Not a lot of people like roads, but people were out to take the roads in the open space because they want to get somewhere. Yes, we talk a lot about likelihood. Unfortunately, this is a capitalist society. What we care about, unless we put the money up for it by eminent domain or some kind of bonds or some kind of parcel tax, we're at the mercy of the developer. So the best we can do is make the developer have a better choice about choosing housing. Either that, or we actually get our asses up, find a lawyer, and make our own ballot prop to actually put it on the ballot for money, because City Council at this point is not going to be concerned that anytime soon, given how slow it is, and given how else other items like Castelleo seems to take so much time on City Council agendas. This city really needs to get its act together. We all realize RENA shows that we're not doing so well, which is a reflection of the city's policies. And we will have to figure out that soon in the next 8 years. Otherwise, the new Housing Accountability Unit will get our asses. And sometimes I do hope that actually happens. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Saman de Silva.
Hello, Commission, and thank you for giving me the time to speak today. My name is Saman De Silva, and I am a junior at Gunn High School and the president of our Green Team, our environmental club. I would like to express my support for Alternative 3. As a junior currently enrolled in AP US History, we're learning about Roosevelt, Taft, and Wilson within the context of the Progressive Era. This period marked the earliest efforts of conservationism pioneered by the federal government, and most importantly, it established precedent. Alternative number 3 is an extension of precedent that Palo Alto needs to establish. Open space and taller, denser housing means that there is more space for parks, trees, and non-polluting facilities. By decreasing parking size, we are de-incentivizing car usage within the new neighborhood and advocating for the use of public transit, particularly Caltrain. This selection would not only err on the side of precedent for the sake of creating more parks, but it would also support the notion of precedent for public transit, a crucial step in ensuring Palo Alto is truly passing legislation for its younger generation, my generation, and a crucial step towards saying Palo Alto is going to preserve its precedent of tackling the climate crisis head on. A top priority needs to be the environment, and we cannot afford to underestimate the power of precedent and how this power will play a role in the future of urban development in Palo Alto. If we're not going to optimize for the environment now, then when are we going to? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is a phone caller with the last 4 digits 0002. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, my name is Terry Holzmer. I was a member of the working group. I'd just like to say a few words if I could. For the past 2 years, I have come to learn a lot about this process and about the North Ventura, comprehensive plan that we've been working on. One of the key issues, or I should say 2 of the key issues, that we should be thinking about seriously tonight is first of all, the historical aspects of the 340 Portage building. And second of all, why should we consider more, what we need to do is consider more discussion and study of Alternative M. The history of this site, let me go into it for just a moment, is something not small or insignificant to consider. Before Silicon Valley ever was a thought by anyone, this place we call home today was one of the best fruit and vegetable growing regions in the entire world. A part of that was, of course, the cannery process, of which 340 Portage played a major key role. Under the guidance of Thomas Foon Chu, likely one of California's first Chinese-American entrepreneurs, the Bayside Cannery Company grew into being the 3rd largest cannery operation in the entire world. We are very fortunate today that most of the original structure at 340 Portage still exists here in our own city. And 340 Portage is likely one of the last of its kind in all of California, and it is well worth preserving. With that being said, certainly one way to help preserve the importance of this site is to find ways to adaptively reuse the structure. And that's what this working group was trying to do. And we did it with Alternative M. I urge you to take a close look at Alternative M tonight, which allows for the adaptive reuse of not only the cannery building, but the entire site as well. It also produces over 400 below market rate housing units. It also creates a new community center, desperately needed in this area. Park space, and it treats the Ventura neighborhood like any other residential neighborhood in Palo Alto by not increasing the densities and putting all of the extra housing in one small area. It's long overdue that this commission look at Alternative M, and I urge your support of it. One final statement I would like to make and that is about what happened with our vote when we decided to look alternatives 1, 2, and 3. I don't think staff has told you that vote, and I hope they will, because alternative 3 only got 1 vote, 1. And I hope that sends a clear message that the working group does not support alternative 3. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our last 3 speakers will be Catherine, Keith, Carol, and I see Kelsey has just raised her hand as well. And along with Cedric.
Before we take the next speaker, Mr. Nguyen, I'm going to ask if there are any additional people who have not raised their hands. We're going to stop taking additional raised hands in 5 minutes. So now is the time to put up your hand so we can have an accurate idea of who's left that wants to speak. So please do it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Our next speaker is Catherine.
Hello, my name is Katie Roof, and I'm a sophomore at Gunn High School. I first wanted to say that I'm so grateful to have grown up in Palo Alto. It's such a lovely area with beautiful parks and kind people. I personally want the opportunity to live in Palo Alto when I'm older, but because of high prices and limited housing, right now, this isn't really a realistic dream for me or many other people here. Alternative 3, aside from having more open space, which provides more opportunities for urban forestry and parks, is the best option for my generation and our community because it provides overwhelming benefits to us. For one, I recognize that as a young person, I will be most affected by long-term legislation passed by our city. Alternative 3 not only ensures my own future, but the future of our planet. With more dense housing than Alternative 2, more people will live closer to smaller businesses, which means people like me won't have to use transportation as much. And when we do, we'll be more incentivized to use sustainable methods like trains or buses, especially since we're so close to Caltrain. Since transportation is one of the leading contributions to global warming, this is especially important to me because the burden of climate change is beginning to fall more heavily on my generation's shoulders, so it is up to us to mitigate it as best we can. Beyond that, Alternative 3 will help set a precedent of progressive climate action in Palo Alto. I wholeheartedly believe that its environmental and community-centered benefits make it the best option despite the financial cost. Overall, as a young citizen of Palo Alto, I hope that Alternative 3 will be passed for our future and for the health of our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Keith.
Thank you. I'm Keith Ruckdahl. I'm a member of the MVCAP working group. Palo Alto is a really great place to live, but the new North Ventura residents are not second-class citizens. Our new neighbors should be able to enjoy the same amenities that the rest of Palo Alto enjoys. First, none of the alternatives have sufficient parkland. Landscape buffers and planting strips are fine ideas, but they are not parks. Similarly, rooftop gardens may be pleasant, but they're a terrible replacement for parks. These are just desperate attempts to avoid building real parks. We currently enjoy parks that previous generations paid for, so we should be willing to pay for the parks for our new North Ventura neighbors. And I agree this may be financially difficult, but there are options like new taxes or bonds that would allow the city to pay for such an investment in our community. Past generations found the money for parks, so can we. People in Palo Alto, the rest of Palo Alto, are not stuck with landscape strips or rooftop gardens. They get real parks. So we should not stick our new neighbors with such shortcomings. Number 2, most of Palo Alto enjoys safe and enjoyable bike boulevards. Yet the work group was troubled by the volume and the speed of the current vehicle traffic on Park Boulevard. Yet no traffic study was done, so we have no idea how these new units will affect traffic in the neighborhood, especially on the bike boulevard. And finally, the idea of making housing feasible by adding office space is the kind of short-sighted planning that got us in this terrible jobs housing imbalance. Adding offices to NVCAP just digs our hole deeper. Because of this, much of the work group wanted NVCAP to be primarily housing. Additionally, considering that housing is one of the council priorities, we should be recommending an NVCAP design that is consistent with council priorities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our last 3 speakers will be Carol Scott, Kelsey Baines, and then Cedric, and then we'll circle back to the user with the username admin that couldn't speak earlier. Okay, Carol Scott, you're up next.
Good evening, commissioners. I'd like to keep this very short and say that I support alternative M as presented by Rebecca Sanders. This is a proposal that is pretty unique in our history in that it has been designed by a very diverse working group that has spent considerable amount of time in its development. It includes the input of residents and a number of other parties. Furthermore, it is the only solution that provides sufficient below market housing. This is what we need in Palo Alto, and this is what that alternative provides. I'd also like to suggest that this proposal is much more in line with the traffic capabilities in this area. Park Boulevard is the subject of much development, as anybody who looks at all of the currently proposed and currently approved projects in that area can attest. There is a limited number of ways in and a limited number of ways out. Creating a village like this is a much more sustainable option, and it fits much more in line with the current carrying capacity of that neighborhood. So I urge you to consider the alternative M. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Kelsey.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. My name is Kelsey Baines. I'm a Palo Alto resident, and I'm calling to urge you to support Alternative 3, which is both feasible and also would provide a lot of desperately needed housing for people in this job center that is Palo Alto. And I think the fact that only one working group member supported Alternative 3 is an indictment of what was a very flawed process that did not include a representative sample of Palo Alto residents or Ventura residents for that matter. Most of Ventura residents are renters, and I am curious how many renters were represented on the working group. And additionally, this is a neighborhood that was formerly redlined. How many people of color were represented? Furthermore, the median age in Palo Alto is 41. And we're making a plan that goes years into the future that is going to disproportionately affect young people. How many young people were included in the working group? And I think all of these criticisms that I just listed as far as the working group representation are even more of a problem with Alternative M. As far as I know, no outreach was done to groups other than the primarily older homeowners who developed this plan. And when I look at the plan, I'm just befuddled by it. I don't understand the financing mechanisms. I've been told there would be a bond. And the feedback I would give is if you're going to do a bond, you should seek to bring along community members in your plan and actually do outreach to people who maybe don't have the same perspective as you. And the other reason I'm confused by Alternative M is just the amount of surface parking. At least the way I look at the map is there appears to be more surface parking than parkland. And if we're making a plan for the future, for 20 years into the future, I don't want to see any surface parking lots. I think that's not a good use of land. We can make much better, more efficient use of our land. We could be building housing, building parks. And yeah, so I support density. Density allows us to make more space for more things we want, and it's good. You can have density, that's beautiful. So thank you again for your time and for considering all these plans. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Cedric.
Hello. I sent to the PTC email a PDF presentation, which I'd like to show, and I also have it here if I can share my screen. So I don't know if I can share my screen.
Can we stop the time until we get the presentation up?
I do not recall receiving a presentation from you. Where did you send it to?
to the PTC, to the email address that's in the agenda. And I sent it tonight, so it wasn't ahead of time.
Okay, I see you sent it in about 30 minutes ago. Let me see if I can pull this up for you.
Thank you.
Okay, I won't be able to display a timer. I'll let you know when you have about 30 seconds left.
Okay, great, thanks. Generally, I'm advocating for a building form which is terraced, such that each level is stepped back from the one below, with rooftop gardens. This means that we can have greater residential density without all buildings looming over neighbors. And also, I support the widest creek restoration alternative. It is more affordable per acre than creating a brand new park, and it has greater ecological value. The city has the resources to do this option, and the possible $8 million price tag is a drop in the bucket compared to, for instance, $130 million to fund more housing. So I thought it would be helpful to show images of what I'm talking about to make it less abstract. So this first image is an example of a mixed-use building with full multifamily apartments over retail commercial space on the ground floor. The next page presents another version with a wavy balcony version with planters on the edges. And the next page has interior layouts showing that each bedroom has a bathroom, multiple bedrooms on a level share common space for kitchen and dining. And each bedroom has access to a large usable balcony, and the common area has access to larger rooftop gardens. The next page shows a possible layout of these garden apartments within part of the NVCAP area. It protects existing single-family homes and places multifamily apartments on the Fries and Cloudera sites and on both sides of the Matadero Creek. Here, I show the widest, fullest naturalization of Matadero Creek, and I also preserve the more interesting historical structures from the Fries site. The next slide shows the distribution of bedrooms. This plan would have 769 bedrooms within a range of 353 to 769 units, depending on how depending on the average number of bedrooms per unit, which is a fairly abstract concept. The next slide shows the Cloudera site, which has another version, which I call the spiral coil. This building spirals upward. Each quarter is a little bit higher than the one below, and it just rises up. And in the next slide, we see that from a bird's eye view, the building is almost entirely planted and has a greater ecological value than a boring empty roof. Maybe you could, so I think generally, I think we should zone for what we want, not for what—
30 seconds left.
Not for what will make a profit for developers. I support public subsidy for housing and parks. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your comments. We will now circle back to the user with the username admin who could not speak earlier. Admin, if you're there, can you please unmute yourself and speak?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. 50 years ago, I first came to Palo Alto. That same year, a group of scientists at MIT, hired by a who's who of global business and government, who called themselves the Club of Rome, created the first computer simulation of the global ecosystem and human enterprise. With their model, they accounted for population, resources, pollution, food production, and industrial output, and using various scenarios, projected changes to the year 2100. To everyone's dismay, they found that in the absence of radical policy changes to limit population and industrial output, collapse in the second half of this century was all but certain. If we look at what has actually occurred in the 50 years since they published their simulations, we see that the factors they modeled, population, resources, pollution, food production, and industrial output, have very closely tracked their projections. If we look a few decades into the future, we can see collapse looming. All of us sense that the world of which we dreamed is slipping away from us. Signs are all around. We talk to each other in person at distance and through masks. During fire season, we endure air quality as poor as that in the most polluted third world cities. When we eventually are allowed to return to Big Basin and Portola State Parks, the forests we thought we were protecting in perpetuity will be in many places gone. Tonight, as we shelter at home and stare at each other on screens, we seem oblivious to the accelerating changes underway. Like the proverbial frog in the pot of hot water being slowly brought to a boil, we persist in business as usual, planning a once-in-a-generation land use transition with the same assumptions that we brought to such enterprises in a much more stable past. This is not just irresponsible, it's foolish. The longer we persist in business as usual to try to salvage some part of it, the less of it we'll be able to save. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Chair Heckman, that concludes public comments for this item.
All right, and now we will conclude public comment. I want to thank all of our public speakers tonight, and particularly call out our two high school students who spoke. I thought you were both wonderfully articulate, and frankly, I would not have known you were our high school students had you not told us so. So I would encourage all of our high school students to participate in this civic activity with the Planning and Transportation Commission, and thank all the speakers. All right, so I'm going to bring it back now to the commission members, and it is 10:23. I announced earlier tonight that I don't intend to take us past 11 o'clock tonight. I'm not confident at this moment that we will make decisions, but I do want to have what I'd like to do now is have a round of up to 5 minutes of comments, and then at approximately 10:50, I'd like to stop us if we're not about to make a vote. And I want to dialogue with Ms. Tanner about bringing this back at our next meeting and what would need to be bumped from the March 31st meeting to make that happen. So that's how I'd like to proceed. And so I'm going to call on commissioners. Again, given the hour, I'm going to encourage you to be mindful of a 5-minute limit. And Commissioner Lowen, you have your hand up first, so lead off.
Yes, thanks. I'm going to continue with my list of questions. So I think where I left off was on the issue about land value, and I think it was a little bit unclear, so I'm just going to re-ask the question of the consultant. It seemed like the sort of final disposition price or value probably was not calculated in. It was just the return on cost. Is that correct? There you are. I see you now.
Yes, the land value is factored into the analysis. It's part of the development cost figure.
And that's a future value?
Current value.
Current value. Okay, so you're still not looking at any appreciation over the next 10 years or something? Go ahead.
Well, yeah, and as the value of land is really contingent on what you enable the land to be used for.
Sure.
So it is factored in the sense that if no development were enabled on any particular site, it would have a lower value. So we did the land value on the prospect of future residential or mixed-use development.
Okay. Is it when we were looking at the missing middle project that's going up now on Page Mill and El Camino? I talked to the developer there and said, "Can you really get these rents?" And he said, "I don't know." I said, "Well, then why are you doing it?" And he said, "I'm not worried because the value in land always goes up." So there is that sort of value accumulation that could happen if it always goes up. That's just his comment. appreciate your input on the parks on page 177 of the packet. Could you just, two things there. One, could you tell us where you developed 12 million an acre? It just was a new number to me.
That's the value. Yeah, that's the value of land that we were calculating. This is based on older market data that we collected. So we looked at land transactions for Palo Alto, and that was the figure. I mean, really, there's a range, but anywhere from 10 to 15 million.
Okay. When we're redoing the golf course, I think we're using more like a 5 million per acre. So I was surprised that it went up. And then do you have any data on what we paid for the parks that are listed here on the same page, 177? So when we acquired these parks or pieces of land to add to parks, do you have any data on that as to what it cost?
I think that would be our representative from our Parks Department, Lanto, who could provide any information he has about land acquisition.
He's a good numbers guy, so he probably has it.
Thank you, Commissioner Lally. The examples that were brought up on page 177 and 178, which I believe you're referring to, had different circumstances in which we were able to convert them to dedicated parkland. The 13 acres in the example number 1, which was back in 2005, was in open space preserves. It's 13 acres that was formerly known as the Bresser property.
Right.
Now, I believe for some reason in my mind it was $2 or $3 million. But keep in mind this was 2005, and it's land that's in open space. It's not necessarily urban land. The example that number 2 that became Heritage Park, the city acquired that land. We did not purchase it. It was acquired from the developer, Summerhill Homes, I believe it is. They had purchased the former PAMF lot and developed it. And then part of that was to allow the city to acquire 2.4 acres, which we later then converted to Heritage Park. Example 3, 7.7 acres. The city had always owned that land.
Oh, just a second. Just a second, Lam. Did you not have the price for the Heritage Park land?
The Heritage Park, no, we did not buy. We acquired it as part of the development agreements.
Okay, sorry.
They did not pay any. Yeah, they didn't
Okay,
pay
got
for
it.
it.
Okay, I didn't understand that. Go ahead. Thank you.
And then in example number 3, the 7.7 acres, that was added to Foothills Park. The city had always owned that land. It was used for an extensive period of time. It was leased to an adjacent property owner, and then the city stopped the lease and then took the land and converted it to parkland. So we did not buy that. We already owned it for quite a few time.
Okay,
quite a while.
for time, why don't you just skip the 5, because 4 is not a good example for what we're doing.
Yes. Example 5, the property that is referred to also as Birch Tree was 0.64 acres, and we paid approximately 2.7 million for that.
2.7 million for 0.64 acres. Okay.
That's correct. That's what the city paid for it. And we paid it with development impact fees.
Okay, great. And then also I want to just inquire briefly, and I don't want to get into a lot of detail for a lot of reasons, including time, but on 190, you referenced, rents back on page 190. For example, in either of the prototypes there, you got like a 700 square foot multifamily rental. You have a ballpark of what you're modeling that rent at?
Sujata, do you have a square footage or?
Yeah,
a unit
let me
cost?
just, yeah, it's about, if it is 700 square feet, you
Yeah.
can just give me a moment. I'll be able to tell you the rents. So the rents are $38.50 per unit. So $5.50 per square foot. So that was, I think, on the higher end of what you could achieve for rents in Palo Alto.
Probably. Okay, and now I have a few questions about the model itself.
Allowing, excuse me, you had more than 5 minutes again.
Oh,
This is,
sorry.
we're not cutting off permanently, commissioners. I just was hoping to get everybody who wanted to speak tonight an opportunity before we end. And so can you hold additional questions until we come back
Sure.
around? Thank you.
Sure.
Is there another commissioner who would like to speak tonight? Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I just want to thank staff for taking the time to investigate the ideas that we had brainstormed about at the last meeting. Clearly, we didn't find the magic bullet to make this work with all the things that we wanted in it, but it's really helpful to see the way it plays out and what the different levers are. I also wanted to acknowledge that there are some ideas that the public has brought up that are very much out of scope for the PTC, including finding ways to do creative financing and things like that. What's before us today doesn't include that. So I think that unfortunately puts us in a different situation than what some of you have asked us for. So looking at what's in front of me and having had a really thorough discussion before, I feel that we probably could drive towards a decision tonight, Chair. So I wanted to throw that out there in case there are others who feel that way. I would also like to say, as a former resident of Ventura, I'm very sympathetic with the whole project here and very interested and invested in it. Many of my friends still live in that neighborhood, and it is absolute treasure for Palo Alto. It's a very different part of town than many of the other neighborhoods. It has its own unique identity. And we do want to bring services here and bring energy and vitality and investment, and specifically thinking about the parkland, finding a way to increase the open space is something I really hoped we'd find a way to do. So once again, just thank you to the staff for taking a look at it and understanding how much it means to this, currently underserved part of town. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Alchek.
I'll try to speak quickly. I think one of the most profoundly relevant comments tonight was when Ms. Srivastava suggested that reducing the parking ratio to 1 space per unit would eliminate the funding gap or go a long way to doing so. I would suggest that we remember that when we come back to parking discussions. That is a bullet, magic bullet. I think a city that wants to address its housing crisis, among its top priorities would start with the 1 space per unit idea, not any alternative. Okay, I want to respond to the widely debunked notion that building in Palo Alto is somehow ecologically insensitive. Infill housing is the most ecologically responsible way to address our housing crisis. The notion that building elsewhere, presumably farther away from where people work, is so inconsistent with the well-supported positions of pro-environmental organizations, which have espoused for decades. It's almost shocking. If you even remotely care about the environment, then infill housing is the tool. I suggest anyone listening, Google it. Suburban sprawl has been uniformly cited as the most ecologically insensitive form of development. There are plenty of studies that you can search for that demonstrate that denser development practices, particular infill developments, overwhelmingly improve the collective impact on the environment. So I want to start there. It is a misconception that somehow building in Palo Alto is ecologically insensitive, and putting housing, I don't know what the alternative would be, somewhere off 680 is somehow an improvement. It is so vastly the opposite. I also want to acknowledge that none of the alternatives, including the most reasonable one, alternative 3, would satisfy our immense housing need. And I would like to put an end tonight to this notion that those involved in supporting this effort to encourage housing in the North Ventura area are relying on this plan alone to zone for our housing allocation. In the most feasible scenario, the North Ventura community will provide only a small percentage of the total housing units our community needs to zone for. If you are watching this and you are thinking, Why should Ventura shoulder the burden on their own? Rest assured, the NVCAP is one of many areas where increasing zoning will be required. I think a far better question is, why was the North Ventura neighborhood exclusively the subject of a 2+ year effort to come up with a new promising coordinated area plan, a hyper-focused and resource-intensive effort that will not be replicated for any other neighborhood in our city, which will soon be collectively reviewed in half the time for opportunities to upzone sites in every neighborhood to manufacture a legally compliant housing element? And the answer to that question is because of the Fry site. Yep, the prospect of the Fry site being redeveloped was the linchpin for this entire multi-year effort. And the fact that the Fry's parcel owner is moving forward with a development application that relies on the existing zoning of the site tells you everything you need to know about how the market feels about the feasibility of the alternatives proposed tonight. Listen, it is a waste of our city's precious resources to continue to pander to the unreasonable demands that we support alternatives that are both deemed unfeasible by our consultants and apparently unappealing by the owners of the very parcels that represent the greatest opportunities here. This is literally the worst possible result, that the working group couldn't come up with an alternative that was endorsed by the various commercial parcel owners, representing a real compromise among all the relevant stakeholders. This is the worst. This is it's a terrible, disappointing, and unfortunate failure. What we needed the NVCAP group to do was to work with those stakeholders and try to get them on board. There is no evidence, literally none, that any of the commercial parcel owners view any of the alternatives as encouraging or appealing. They may represent commercial interests, but they are also property owners with the same rights as those who own single-family homes. And in the absence of any of this evidence, the most responsible, and it is with the greatest disappointment that I'm saying this, the most responsible thing to do is to recommend adoption of the only alternative which is remotely feasible. I would suggest that we adopt alternative 3 as it was presented at our January meeting without, for example, the 5% increase in BMR or any other changes that would further reduce feasibility. So I'm making that motion that we move to recommend alternative 3 to our city council and conclude what is unfortunately a plan process that we don't know how it will turn out. But we know for sure that the other alternatives are not going to succeed. And so this is a scenario where I believe good money is being thrown after bad. And it is, I wish it was not that case.
Thank you, Commissioner Olczyk. We have a motion. There are a number of hands up, but before I call on Commissioners Suma and then Rupavar for their comments, do I have a second on this motion at this time?
I'll second that motion.
All right, we have a second. Commissioner Olczyk, have you spoken to your motion or do you want to speak more?
I have said everything I think I need to say tonight.
So Commissioner Rupavar, I'm going to ask you to, if you want to speak to your second, and then Commissioner Suma, I'll ask for your comments after Commissioner Rupavar, since she made the second.
Yeah. Thank you for staff and everybody in the working group for spending all the time they did on this. The reason I second this is I agree from everything that I've heard from staff and from our own consultants that the only feasible alternative is alternative 3. I don't think it makes any sense for us to recommend something that's not feasible from like a financial perspective. And also, that would require a funding gap when we don't even have the money to cover it. And I would also agree, like what I also heard from staff is that adding that additional 5% BMR to make it 20% is also not feasible and would require additional studies, et cetera. So for those reasons, I think it's the most pragmatic thing to do and it makes sense. And it doesn't make sense to waste time and resources, anybody's, on alternatives that our own city staff and consultants are telling us don't work. Even though they may sound good on paper, they just are not practical. So what's the point of passing something that we know is never going to get implemented just for, like, I don't know, brownie points or to sound good? So that's why I seconded that motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Suma.
Well, I'm confused. Are we carrying out with 5-minute discussion, or are we executing the vote?
From my perspective, we're continuing on with your 5-minute discussion, during which you have the opportunity to describe the motion, to discuss the motion on the floor or other aspects of the issue.
Okay, thank you very much. So as you all know, I was a member of the working group for the whole time, and a lot of work and a lot of effort went into it. Unfortunately, and my position has not changed since the last time we discussed this. None of these alternatives really fit the bill. They are inconsistent with council's direction. They are inconsistent with the working group's goals and objectives. There's some good things in all of them. And I was never comfortable with the modeling. I'm not a mathematician, I'm not an expert, but I'm on this commission to evaluate these things as a member of the community. And I read everything I can. I talk to them about it. I talk to people about it. We heard from members of the public that were very skeptical of the mathematical model that was used, that it really captured the variables that were more statically and perhaps simply discussed in the model. Commissioner Lowing just found out that the most recently purchased acreage for parkland, for instance, 0.64 acres for Bulwer Park Edition was 2.7 million, which puts an acre at pretty far below 10 to 15 million. So I think that work was done in a way that it didn't get us the best information to make these decisions. Furthermore, there is a ton of projects are flooding into the city for housing and mixed use projects right now. And there are, I forget if it's 9 or 11 projects within the NVCAP area at various stages of entitlement, which indicates that all of those projects and the ones in the loop, in the pipeline, the ones being applied for now, going through the process now, all of them are profitable without this assumption. And I have to say, I was very interested in the idea of the gap evaluation, I'll call it that Commissioner Chair Heckman put forward at our last meeting. And so this analysis was done. And I'm glad, because the more I think about it and the more I read about it, I think it's a weird way and wrong way to approach zoning. There is no real gap. I mean, and I'm not suggesting that we're not going to densify in a certain way this area, but I think we've done it in the wrong way. And each property, if I learned one thing on the MVCAP from Tim Steele, it was that you can't generalize about properties. Each one is unique. Each one's financing is unique. And I know one thing, that if what may not appeal to one developer because their business model may not accommodate it, will appeal to someone else, especially land in Palo Alto. So if one developer doesn't find something that we have attractive, our development standards, they can sell it and someone else will buy it. Another member of the public brought up the fact that upzoning, and this is a fact, contributes to this escalating inflationary land values we have in Palo Alto and in most urban areas across the country, which make the land, which creates the unaffordability. So we aren't going to solve any of the problems we have, traffic, our jobs, housing imbalance, by upzoning this land in ways that does not create housing. We don't need more office. I also did not see any analysis of how the maximum build out of office in alternative 3 has how that works with the business caps in the city. Does it deprive everybody else, other property owner around the city of doing a development if it's all dumped into this one little area? There's no analysis of that. I also will note of all the speakers, only 3 mentioned any of the alternatives, and they all liked alternative 3, but the vast majority of the speakers this evening didn't like any of the alternatives. So I don't think we have something here that the people of Palo Alto are gonna like. I'm very skeptical that the council will like it as is. I don't know what we do now because of the timeline. Am I going over?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
To wrap up.
No, I just saw your face. I thought I'm going over. So I don't have faith that we've done the best work here. And I don't think any of the alternatives maximize the housing, and we don't need more office or traffic. Thanks.
Okay, my turn, and I will, I'll be brief. So I won't be supporting the motion, but I'll get to why. We had before tonight an alternative, I'm going to call it alternative 2, which was infeasible. Actually, I'm going to call that 2A. Staff has come back to us at our request by motion with what would it take to make it feasible? And the answer is $130 million. $130 million addition would flip all the levers to likely. In my mind, and I think that was a great exercise because it answered the question I asked. And to me, I think an expenditure in that realm is not realistic for the city, at least right now. And so I'm not supportive of going in that direction. I would be interested, and I think we're going to be coming back. I would be interested in knowing how far that 130 million is reduced if we do go to 1 parking unit per space. But ultimately, frankly, with alternative 2, the killer, the thing that kills 2A and 2B is that because of the limitation on office, the feedback we're getting is no one's going to do it. None of the property owners who have office are going to change because the office is too valuable to them. So it's something that will, even if we can show it's financially feasible, it'll never practically happen. So that brings us to alternative 3. And again, we have from last time, I'll call that 3A. And I thought I heard staff a little differently tonight, because what I thought I heard was, so 3A that we had last time was 15% BMR across the board, townhouse, condo, rental. What I thought I heard staff say tonight is we can go to 20% on townhouse and 20% on condo and stay at 15% on rental, and it's still feasible across the board. And so to me, that's a better alternative 3B than 3A. And we haven't really talked about parkland yet. So the reason, and I want to talk about parkland, although to preview that, and again, there's a great exercise because now I can see 9.4 acres, which is 16% of the NCAP area, which is too much. I don't know any Palo Alto neighborhood that has 16% parkland. And the reason is that we're looking at a more dense product in the NVCAP in alternative 3. So I think we've had a commissioner or two that didn't get a chance to speak to the motion because they spoke first. And so I want to hear them. And then I think we should have a vote to wrap up tonight. So I have Commissioner Lowing with his hand up first.
Yes, thanks. And I have some preliminary comments to make. One is that I've worked most of the last 4 days on this issue alone. to try to get it right for the citizens everywhere, not just in Ventura. So just because it's a late hour and people are now tired and want to quit, that's not what we're going to do. I haven't made 0 comments yet. There's already a motion with at least 3 people ready to go to bed. That's not how this works. You know, we gotta play this thing out. If you would like to continue the meeting now tonight, Chair Heckman, I'm happy to do that. If not, I suggest we do a special meeting next week to continue it so that we don't wait for 3 weeks. That is clearly up to you and however you want to manage that. Let me dispense with some of my questions that I was going to ask, and please allow me to go over 5 minutes since I haven't talked at all on this issue. But the core issue here is, as the first sentence of the goals state, we're working on a rare opportunity to reimagine an entire neighborhood for the long haul. It's true urban planning, it's strategic, it's long-term. Excuse me, my mouse is wet dead. It's gotta get my comments up here, sorry.
Lauren, would it help if we went to, actually, we haven't heard from Commissioner Templeton on the motion. I'm wondering if it would help you, if while you're getting a new battery, perhaps.
Yeah.
Commissioner Templeton, if she wanted to speak to the motion, had an opportunity to do that.
Sure.
Would that be all right with you? Commissioner
Absolutely.
Templeton, do you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, I'm happy to speak to the motion. I would like staff to clarify some of the comments that you made, Commissioner Heckman. I don't know if that's appropriate to do before we vote, but it seems like you are bringing out some substantive differences in understanding. Before we do that, I want to address the comments that Commissioner Lowing just made. I don't think it's appropriate to accuse your colleagues of wanting to give up and go to bed because they have differences of opinion. I'm very offended by that remark. And I just wanted to make sure that you understood that if I'm voting for something, or if I'm having a discussion or continuing a discussion, it's because I have a different opinion. It's not because of any other disparaging reason.
Yeah, sorry that came across that way. I was referencing the fact that when we have these late meetings, there's a tendency to want to close them out quickly. And I think that's unfortunate when we do that. So
I appreciate that.
That was my reference. And I guess I'm too getting tired at 11 o'clock, so I didn't use exactly the right wording for that.
That said, I appreciate your clarification. And if we do need to have a continued discussion, I'm happy to do it tonight or some other time. I just meant that I am ready to vote, and I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Yeah.
After the clarification, did staff want to speak up?
Was there anything in particular about the motion or Commissioner Heckman's comments you wanted to?
Yes, he
clarify?
asked specifically, he remarked that you said that there was more financially feasible tolerance for additional BMR units at different levels or different types of units. Did you want to maybe bring that slide back up and clarify? It sounds like we have differences of understanding.
Certainly. So if the commission wanted to distinguish the BMR rate between ownership housing and rental housing, that could be supported. So 20%, and I believe I'd have to look back specifically at how the ratios of that 20% are split up, but the townhome and the multifamily condo, the ownership units could sustain 20% BMR. Is that at 10% mod, Sujata? I don't remember.
It's all mod, but at half of it is at 90% AMI and half of it is at 110%.
So it's at the moderate level that those are feasible
for the ownership.
For the ownership units, and then at the rental, the 15% would need to be sustained, which is our current BMR policy.
Thank you for clarifying. Is this something, Chair Heckman, that you'd be willing to incorporate through an amendment on the existing motion?
I would, but I agree with Commissioner Lowing that I feel like we are trying to rush this. We haven't talked yet about the parkland. We set staff off to examine that, and they made some important findings. And I don't think any commissioner has yet even really weighed in on that information. And so I'm not, while I'm supportive of that version of alternate 3 that would include 20% for sale, I also want to talk about the rental. And so I don't want to facilitate shortcutting this discussion by amending the motion.
Okay. Well, then in my closing push for to get support here, we're not shortcutting the North Ventura process. This is the 4th time it's been here. It's been going on for many years. I've been encouraging for the last 2 years for people on this commission to get involved at the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan meetings and to be part of this discussion. So I hope that everybody is as excited as I am to continue and to move forward with this, but I understand the need to talk it through and totally understand if that's the motivation. But I'm excited about it, and I am not trying to shortcut it. I'm just trying to move it forward to council. Thank you.
So could I continue?
Yes, Commissioner Lowing.
Yeah, and I mean, the reason I'm sort of hyper about this, not just because of all the work I put into it, but because I have some comments on what you folks have said and what the public has said, and an alternative that, you know, may look like it's way different, but it may not, in terms of it has to come back anyway. So basically what I was saying when I lost my screen here is that, you know, we have the opportunity here to, as it says in the first sentence, that a rare opportunity to build a whole neighborhood from scratch, strategic, long-term, precedent setting, a model for other areas. We're not trying to put up an office park. We're not trying to put up a housing project. It's not a shopping mall. It's not a nature preserve. It's a balance of all these components, you know, for a wonderful, walkable, vibrant neighborhood. And I'm just really eager to see that happen. As you just said, for example, Commissioner Templeton. And there's still lots of work to be done in a lot of detail on these 2 proposals or others. But I want to point out first, you know, what do we know now? And I think it's at least 6 things. And the core one, which a number of members of the public pointed out, and I think this is the core one for our discussion tonight, is that all these alternatives that we reviewed don't accomplish the objectives that council set out, or that the working group set out, or that the neighborhood wants. So especially that has to do with what I think is a very limited amount of affordable housing. We need more of that. There's no paid for amenities yet, like the parks and open space, which we now have some data on, as Chair Heckman said. There's a massive increase in office as a percentage of total land use, which is plus or minus, but it could have hundreds of workers and vehicles to deal with. We don't know that yet. And there's no data yet on other things that were in the objectives that a couple of the members of the public read out, community facilities, senior housing, open plaza, et cetera, and no analysis of how to fund them. We got real data back, and I think as Chair Heckman said, it was very valuable to get that data back on both things that we asked for. And the one number was 137 and the other number was 37, or 130 and 37. But what that exercise verified that with current assumptions, to do something like that, public or public-private funding is required. And alternative M by the citizens group actually concluded the same thing, which is the constraint to doing alternative M. And I was going to hold up and quote from Angela Del Parda's document, but she did, because we need to get that vision involved here, and we have not. And we have to keep telling ourselves about the RENA numbers. 6,000 new units required. 60% of those are roughly market rate, which is 3,600. Both alternatives 2 and 3 here only get us 200 affordable housing units. We need 20 more projects to make our numbers. That's a really wasted opportunity. Now, office development, as we know, the numbers say that the amount quadruples. Well, that's not sinful, but the point is that it's because we're, again, using the old-fashioned formula that we have to have office rents for developers to build any housing or open space or whatever. Well, there are many other ways to do that. And there's no guarantee that we have offices, that the offices have appetite for this anyway, as also architect Heather Young noted in one of her letters. But in the meantime, we are exclusively leaning on only this way of funding some of these other amenities that we want. And we don't have to do that. I mean, council is already behind business tax and a number of other things. And Angela summarized some from staff, some from research, 15 other ways that we can look at financing. So we're then looking at the working group, which has been said. I didn't know it was going to be said, but we asked these people to work on this for years. And at the end of the summing up, only one person voted for alternative 3. So the other thing is that both 2 and 3 didn't cover all of the variables, as we have just noted. Parking comes up and could entirely change alternative 2 if we wanted to make that adjustment. We could also look at any number of sort of smorgasbord items. I mean, if we just looked at not the maximum, but the practical, we pick about 45 million off of the 137 million number. So what should we do? And here's my bottom line. I don't believe we can reasonably approve a project from the alternatives that we've looked at that doesn't meet the objectives that council has set. If a project doesn't meet objectives, you don't do it anyway, or at least in this case, I don't think PTC can do that. That's not our job. But we can call out the fact with the new data that we have that we do think there should be some public funding of these projects. And should be precedent setting, not just this one, but going forward. So the current shortfalls include the very few housing units, no guaranteed spark space yet, 126 of new office taking up space in the neighborhood. This is not what is called for as a strengthening of the neighborhood fabric. So what I recommend is that we ask council to review the original objectives and ask them to recommit to them with their recognition that we need non-developer funding, public and private, and they need to commit to, yeah, we'll figure out a way to raise some of that money. And as a starting point for me, there's an assumption that have to be in there. One is that HIP projects by developers should be modeled in automatically because they're already happening now. And that's not contingent on anything, it's just working. The HIP program is working. I also think we should at least double the BMR units as an absolute given. That we shouldn't do this project if we can't get, if we can't get 400 true BMR units modeled for all segments below 60 AMI and up. And we have to guarantee parkland in there and build the rest around that. If they stay with the current objectives, they can return this item to us. We can create a more detailed model with a bunch of variables on probably 2 is a way to start with a look at M as well. Recommending one of these 2 just because they're in front of us now, I don't think it's appropriate given the documented CC goals. So I want to make this vision happen for Ventura. Let's get a new read from what we've uncovered by sending this information to council and say, you want the same objectives? Okay, let's do it. You don't, tell them what they are, we take your direction, there we go. So that's the alternative that I think makes more sense given what's in front of us and given the objectives and the overall sort of vision for this and a precedent setting. Okay. So thanks for the time, Mr. Chairman.
So Commissioner Alchek, your hand is up, as is Ms. Tanner. So I'm going to start with Ms. Tanner.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Lowing. I did just want to point out a couple things about where we are in the process. The goal is to have the PTC recommend to council a conceptual alternative to council then to decide if they agree with this concept or would make adjustments, and then to further study that concept. We do not have funding to study 3 alternatives, and so we need to get one preferred concept that we can further study. I do note that alternative 3 does include parkland. It doesn't include the level that was provided today in the revision, but it isn't that alternative 3 has no parkland in it. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. Certainly the path you proposed could occur. However, given our time frame and our limited resources, I'm not sure what would be different in that path.
Could I respond, Chair? It'll take 30 seconds. That's why I said that I believe that given the alternatives and what you just said, that we should take as our starting point the current alternative 2 and look at new variables that would improve that.
I see.
So
Okay, thank
my
you.
recommendation is the opposite of the motion that's on the floor. We don't approve 3 and say we're done. We say, we want your data coming back to us and we will work it from 2. Doesn't mean we have to stop there, but that's where we start.
Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you.
Mr. Olczyk.
Okay, I'm not working with notes here, but here's what I would say. And I'm going to respond to some of Commissioner Lowing's comment. I want to, I appreciate your sense of confidence on what I would describe sort of this moonshot idea. And what I'm hoping to do here is to sort of reflect what I think where our commission's at, Chair Heckman, in an effort to sort of demonstrate what I think is an opportunity to make a responsible decision here tonight. Commissioner Lau mentioned delving into reducing parking standards. That is not something that I imagine the members of the NVCAP group would support. They didn't support it, in fact. The notion, Commissioner Lowing suggested tonight that he wasn't satisfied with the number of the density, that it wasn't significant enough, that there weren't enough units. The project that's been proposed with our current zoning of 85 units on 4.5 acres is approximately 20 units per acre. That is not what someone would consider in Palo Alto a low density development. And so the alternatives were to enhance the development, the developable area. The notion that Ms. Lowing is suggesting that we will find success in reducing parking standards, increasing density further, increasing BMR housing, using funds, private and public, I think is so unlikely to reach consensus, not just in this commission, but in the city council, in the city. I have been imagining development opportunity at the Fry site for 5.5 years. Since I learned that the Subretto Group invested in that space, it was public information, and then we were all wondering, was Fry's going to extend their last option, which they didn't. I don't think they did, I can't remember. And I remember the excitement we all had. But I think what I would suggest to you is that the most unfortunate situation here is that the commercial parcel owners were not more significant voting members of this stakeholder group, because this is the perfect scenario. The perfect scenario is that they find one of these alternatives even remotely interesting, and then they go, okay, we want to develop under the proposal. However, we're looking for some alterations to the plan, and then the city council could say, okay, or the planning department, okay, in exchange for adjustments here, would you consider increasing your BMR allocation? That is what typically occurs for a project that would achieve the result of addressing our housing crisis. I'm not going to say that the 85 units is nothing. It's almost 20 units an acre. It's not an undense development. It meets our height standards. This city has had a very difficult time increasing the height standard, the height limit. So this notion that my biggest issue with, I think, the amendments you need to see are they reduce feasibility. It doesn't make it infeasible, but they reduce feasibility for projects no one has expressed interest in doing. I mean, if I gave someone all the money that it would cost to do this, and they decide, I'm not going to do this, it's a bad use of money, then it doesn't get done. I think you know, probably as well as I do, that the commercial parcel owner on the corner of Pageville and Park probably isn't thinking to himself, I'm going to tear down all of this commercial and build the housing in line with the alternative 1 or 2. And it's not clear that alternative 3 is appealing to them. Even if they've expressed interest in redevelopment, that's any individual who owns a parcel in an area that could be promising in an environment like this one could say, look, I would be interested in redevelopment if the numbers add up. But I think the most telling thing is there's no single business commercial parcel owner here. They've avoided our process. I asked our staff, is anybody going to reach out? I asked outside of our meetings if city council members or leadership members in our community, or if NVCAP members we're going to reach out to the subreddit group to figure out whether they would consider participating in this project that was the linchpin for the whole thing. I am not tired. I have never concluded a meeting early. I have never suggested that we quit early. I am not easily offended, but I just want you to know that that will never be my incentive for making a motion. I loathe this motion. I loathe this result. But we aren't capable in this forum, at this dais, to come up with the moonshot. It's so unreasonable. And the best thing that council could do is realize that time is not on our side. By the time we explore all of the ideas that Commissioner Lowing suggests that we explore, we will be halfway through our housing element development. That's how I feel. I feel if we honestly got community feedback on reducing parking standards, increasing below market rate housing density, public-private.
Well, as you continue on there, you're saying a bunch of stuff about me that I haven't said. So
no, I'm suggesting that all of the suggestions that you said we explore are challenges that don't represent, I believe, an opportunity for consensus. Not that they're not worth exploring, but they don't represent opportunities for consensus. And the most important thing that we need to consider is whether or not we are using our staff resources well. Yeah, I think that they told us last.
Let me just simplify. All I'm asking is.
I'm not done. I'll wrap up, and then you can speak. I'm sure you can get
Commissioner
called
Lowing.
on. I would suggest to
4 minutes.
you that at the last meeting, we were told that the staff resources weren't there to continue. And so I'm not suggesting to you that we don't dream big. I am willing to accept some amendments from you. And if you want to bring back our consultant in 2 weeks or 4 weeks to explain to us again feasibility and to again be challenged on whether the model is correct or whether the inputs are reasonable, I don't think that's a good use of our time. I think that sends the message that we don't have faith in the valuation that was conducted for us. And I want the staff to know that I have absolute faith. I'm not questioning it. And I think that the best indication, like I said earlier, of the market's opinion on this is what the subreddit group is doing without this. So my point to you is, if you think that feasibility is improved by any adjustment to alternative 3, I will support it. If you think that the NVCAP area is improved by any amendment to alternative 3, I will consider it. But I don't think that you will find an improved result in 2 or 4 weeks' time. I think the only result will be more resources poorly spent on a disappointing conclusion to a 2.5-year project. I wish it was different. And I want to express to you that I don't believe I don't believe there's any alternative. If we spend 2 more months on this, I don't believe there's any alternative that would get 6 votes. I just don't. So I think my question to you is, at what point do we sort of acknowledge, okay, what are we here to do? Are we here to get the business of the city done? Are we here to get this process started? Are we going to continue to discuss the NVCAP? And when are we going to start talking about the other items that are on our agenda?
So Commissioner Lowing, before you respond, I do want to give you an opportunity to, but I feel like this motion, the fact that there's a motion on the floor is kind of hanging over our heads, and still to find whether we wrap up tonight or not. And
it's hanging over our heads because I'm trying to provide an alternative point of view that reverses it.
Well, but right. But I mean, honestly, I've been listening from what I've heard tonight. We have 6 commissioners here, and I'm hearing that 3 indicate that they would support the motion and 3 indicate they wouldn't. So first of all, I wanted to find out from Mr. Yang if the chair, I know every commissioner can call the question, but I was wondering if the chair also has the prerogative, so we can see if this motion is going to go forward or not, and then we can start over if it doesn't, and you can make the next motion, and we can. But first, we would decide whether we're going to do that tonight or in the future. So
the only point I'm trying to make, Chair Heckman, is that I haven't had a chance to respond to some of the sort of faulty statements. So I just think that that should be corrected. It's not going to be mean or long. I just want to correct those statements.
So let me suggest then that I'm going to hear from Mr. Yang if I can call the question. If he says I can and I do, and there's a vote, and somehow you end up on the losing side of that, then you can explain all your reasons for voting no in that explanation. But again, what I'm hearing is you're not going. That's not what's going to happen here. I could be wrong. So, Mr. Yang, do I have the discretion to call the question?
So you can make a motion to call a question, but that is a secondary motion and it requires a vote of its own. I think it would be quicker and more effective to try to get to a point where we're ready to just vote on it, or you can also make a secondary motion to continue this item before we resolve the main motion.
Okay, I appreciate that guidance, and I will adhere to it. So let's keep talking and see if we get to a point where everybody's ready to vote on the motion. So, Commissioner Lowing.
The core point that I tried to make in the first sentence is that the reason I don't think we can support that motion is because that motion doesn't support the objectives. And so the simple task, to simplify the task, going back to council and saying, do you want to stay with these objectives 100%? Because here's the dilemma we've come into up against with respect to housing feasibility in terms of the assumptions that are in the model. And if so, then, basically someone said, I think it might have been Commissioner Rupavar, that, we can't act on this. Well, we're not trying to act on it. We're saying, since this doesn't meet the objectives, council, you tell us, you want to raise the money or not? And basically what this commission is saying in a 3-3 vote is that the only other alternative is 3, sort of as is or with some changes. So that's the substance of it. And the issue of adding more affordable housing, I think, is straightforward. I didn't understand his comments about adding density, and I want to underscore that I have not said that I want to support the housing magic bullet. I want to look at that variable and see what it does. And I also think that even council would like to see what it does, just so they know if they veto it, the money that they have to come up with to bring that thing down, to bring alternative 2 down, is justified. So I think we are missing some data here in terms of how we would go forward on any alternative. And that's the answer. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Suma, you've been very patient.
Thank you. So I think from my former comments, everyone has assumed I won't support the motion. And I am really struck by the fact that we are just settling for not doing our best. Even the maker of the motion just stated he loathed the motion. I don't think it's what the city council wanted. I don't think it's what the handicap working group wanted. I don't think the members of the tonight. Commissioner Alchek thinks that the large property owners don't want it. They weren't involved enough. I have to say that 2 of them, representatives from 2 of the biggest property owners, were on the working group the entire time. And I know that Assistant Director Tanner was reaching out to the other Cloudera, Jay Paul, who could have been involved if he wanted to be. And, but she was reaching out to him to try to get him involved. So I feel like they were as involved as anyone. I think we can do better with the information that staff and the working group came up with already. And by that, I mean taking elements from all 3 of the alternatives and considering making a secondary recommendation to the council outside of the alternatives, perhaps. But this notion that there's no way to get affordable housing except through tax credits or the now depleted housing fund in the city is not true. There are other reliable methods to do this, including but not limited to bond measures. And I think this council is going to probably enact a tax, business tax at some point when it's appropriate. So I just think we're settling for something really poor when we could sort of work together and come up with something better. One of my greatest disappointments, and I've said this before, I'm sorry to bore people, is that the track side of Park Boulevard is the best place for housing because it doesn't have the negative impact will be fought by the public on low density residential. And it would also continue a pattern that is created by the two Hobach buildings, the one with Cafe Riace and the Mondrian one, which is on Park. And we should be looking towards doing things that are feasible from that point of view, I think, because what's not feasible is to create conflict by having a plan that people will oppose. That doesn't mean we can please everybody all the time, but we know where a lot of the pinch points are for the public in this kind of conversation. So I think we could do this. I think we could. I have very much would like to get the envy cap off my plate. I'm sure many others would, but I don't feel like we need to do that at the expense of having a plan that does better. And if we cannot, I think the park choice is kind of false between the three plans. I think in all scenarios, all three alternatives, the city is going to have to buy land, create parkland. That's a given. And I don't think that rooftops and setbacks are parkland, and neither does our municipal code or our comp plan. So I think we should also submit as a plan for expanding the Bulwer Park by connecting the creek and developing the creek, naturalizing it to some point, and developing parkland across there, that of course is going to be put on the shelf until the council has a budget to do it. But we have an opportunity that we will not have very many times about restoring to a more natural condition one of our many creeks that has been paved over time. I imagine most of us would prefer to have some of those creeks exposed, just like in Bull Park in Barron Park, which is it's like charming because it's neighborhood park, but it has a creek in it. So I do not want to rush it, but I do want to accomplish finishing it. I think we can do that by talking amongst ourselves about the issues at hand and where we see deficiencies. Another deficiency for me is there's no tree plan explicitly included as part of this. And you may say, well, we don't need it because we have tree plans all over. But I think there's a very big lack of trees. I also think everybody's just assuming you can demolish the historic resources. That would take, at this point, the council would have to make a CEQA decision required by CEQA of overriding considerations that may or may not be feasible, because they would have to prove that there was no feasible other use for those historic resources. And lastly, I think we really need to emphasize the bike boulevard on Park Boulevard. So I'm not trying to slow things down. I am trying to put housing there. I am trying to retain a community that the Venturans will be excited about the new north end of their neighborhood, and that will provide housing without providing more offices, which we don't need. I'm very concerned that at this point, we don't know what the vacancy is going to be long-term for existing office. And I would hate to build more office and then people who have property owners who have offices, I think we should worry about them being refilled. I mean, we just don't know what's going to happen with that office vacancy issue. So I just think we're moving too fast. And I'm sorry that I cannot rely, in the face of all the development projects that we're getting, mixed use. I mean, look, there's a 3-story all residential project. That's being, you may have read about it, being proposed for College Terrace at Wellesley, and it's wrong. That's the wrong location, but it's, if they can propose a 3-story all residential building that pencils out, why are we told other people can't do it? I'm just having problems with some of these issues. And obviously I won't be supporting the motion on the floor. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Does any commissioner, I see 2 hands are still up, but those may be carryovers. Commissioner Alchek and Commissioner Lowing. Commissioner Alchek, your hand is still up. You want to speak to the motion?
Look, I want to recognize 2 things. I'm not suggesting that a solution couldn't one day be reached. I just believe perfect is the enemy of good here. And I think here's what I would suggest to you. If I was a city council member and I got this proposal next month, which as I understood from our staff, involves an opportunity to review it and then take and I guess drill down further into the alternative, I would say as a city council member, let's put this on pause, because in 6 months, we're going to begin the process of investigating our housing allocation and where to apply it all. And instead of determining right now what the density should be there, let's figure out how much we're actually going to need to put there based on how much we were able to put everywhere else. That's what a prudent city council member would do. They wouldn't lock down an NV cap here only to amend it 6 months later with a housing element that's going to require potentially upzoning in a number of areas. So I fear that we are sort of operating under the assumption that what we do today is going to be relevant in 10 years or 20 years, and it won't be. This plan would have been relevant for the people who are submitting applications in the year 2021, 2022. And it took so long to get this idea put forward that it has now run into what is going to be our housing element process, which will require upzoning. We will have to identify sites that are suitable, and we won't be able to rely on old sites that we have used multiple times. And I think what will end up happening is we'll say, well, you could put on this Cloudera, whatever it is, or you could put on the, and I would just add one more comment, which is just that a buyer of a park needs a seller. And once you identify the parcel you want the most, that person's going to say, okay, well, here's my price. I think if you came to me and said, there's somebody willing to sell their land, the city, that'd be a different story. But the minute they know you want it, you've lost a lot of negotiating power. I just think we're talking about things as if they're so easily achievable. And I'm worried that we're going to spend so much time on this trying to make perfect, and that you guys, it won't be me, I won't be here anymore, but you guys working on the housing element, you'll be talking about the same sites in, I think, less than a year, and you'll be talking about how to upzone them. And I just, that's why I'd really like to send this to council, get their input, since it sounds like they were going to send it back anyways, and determine whether they want us to continue spending any resources on this, or maybe hold off until we figure out how many actual units we need to allocate for in our housing element, depending on their, I guess, their appeal.
Any other commissioners wish to speak before we vote? Mr. Nguyen, will you have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Commissioner Alchek,
Aye.
Chair Heckman,
No.
Commissioner Lowing,
No.
Vice Chair Rupavar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
No.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
The motion does not carry.
All right, so it's 11:30. We can continue on. I'm willing to continue on, or we can continue. I would like to find out from Ms. Tanner. Our next meeting is the 31st. I know that we have, I think, a number of items already planned for that date, but is there, if there was an interest in continuing this item, I do know from the staff report that there was a desire that we get this done sooner rather than later. So if we move this to the 31st, is there something that could be bumped off of the 31st into April?
Certainly, the next meeting, we had 4 items. I mean, the long answer, or the short answer, I suppose, is yes. Everything cannot be bumped. We do have a time-sensitive item from transportation that would need to stay on. So we could do that. We could easily put this on the 14th of April, although that is quite a bit from time from now. So it would be preferable to do the 31st. Or if find a different day, a special meeting day. I know that in itself can be a challenge with trying to arrange the dates of all the people present now on the panel could be difficult, but we could make it work on the 31st, I believe.
All right, so that being the case, what is the will of the commission? Should we continue on a bit tonight? Is there a desire to continue? Commissioner Lowing, I see your hand.
Yeah, my real hand.
Yeah, both.
You know, I kind of, you know, with respect to Staff Tanner, if there's any urgency, then I would recommend a special meeting. If it can go out of ways, then, you know, we can go out of ways, but I want to be respectful to her needs and staff needs on this.
I would recommend either the 31st next, if we were trying to do it like next week. I know I have to go to the HRC on a week from now. And so then that puts us almost back to the 31st. We could poll commissioners now if they're available. If that fails, we could look at, is it the 24th of March? If there's availability from the commissioners, we could do that. That's another Wednesday. But I don't know if we want to do that now and do it live.
But I do think, but the second thing I was going to say, Chair, is that I don't think now that we should probably try to press on with this, given that we're kind of a hung jury at this point, and you had some points that you wanted to discuss as well.
Okay, then let me hear from some other commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Lowing. Commissioner Templeton, what are your thoughts?
Thank you. I was wondering if we might be able to have a compromise, but it depends on staff's answer to this question. Is it, I hate that we are moving the goalposts a lot here, but if it would help the other commissioners come to a decision to have a model that included parking, is that something you could prepare by the next time when we continue this item?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
There was a suggestion, I believe, by the chair that we have another model for 2A that included reduced parking to see if that made it more financially feasible or reduce the number of millions of dollars that were required to make that proposal work.
I think it would be easy for us to model one-to-one parking on alternative 2, if that's what you're suggesting.
Yes.
And we could just get the cost of the reduction for that. I mean, I think that's a few spreadsheet strokes.
Yeah, it might be good to then maybe the other commissioners, I'll float this. I'm not actually going to make this motion at this point, but perhaps that's a motion that we could make tonight, is to motion to continue and ask them to come back, staff to come back with whatever information that we have identified tonight is critical towards making forwarding a decision to council. Perhaps that's just a suggestion.
Okay, thank you. Let me hear from other commissioners. Commissioner Olczak, your thoughts on this procedural issue?
Yeah, I'd like to suggest in conjunction with, well, one thing, I earlier said that I loathe this motion. What I meant by that was that I am sad and disappointed that the best, in my mind, the best result is the motion I made. So I'm disappointed to be that in my mind is our best case scenario. So that's what I meant by that statement. And what I would suggest to you is that I believe scheduling a special meeting on a day that we're not normally convening, I think would be unfortunate, because continue to believe we shouldn't spend more valuable resources on this than otherwise necessary. But I'd like to draw your attention to page 173 of the packet and suggest to you, in line with what Commissioner Templeton just raised, which was if we are going to come back and if staff is going to do anything, I think that that one line, the one single line on page 173, they should find a way to incorporate that proposal into the feasibility so that all of us can better understand the impact to the alternatives and their feasibility with the absence of the 200 Portage Avenue project. So there's a line on packet page 173 that says, please note the total build out disregards the proposal for 85 townhomes on 200 Portage. It's not clear to me that alternative 3's feasibility or the analysis incorporated those proposals. In fact, it would be premature to consider those as built. But what I would suggest to you is, since it appears that they likely will be proceeding with that application, it might be helpful if we understood how the alternatives are impacted by that development. So if there's going to be a motion like the one Commissioner Templeton suggested, and you guys are going to ask staff for something, I'd like it to be considered maybe understanding better changes as a result of the 85 townhomes.
I just want to offer that the 85 townhome development is factored into some of the tables that look at the maximum build out of the sites without that property, or with the property only becoming 85 townhomes and the balance of the building remaining. It doesn't affect the feasibility of the other product types. So townhomes and other parts of the development would still be feasible if 200 Portage happens, or a multifamily building elsewhere is not dependent on 200 Portage coming and going.
I understood that the parkland ideas affected feasibility, and it looked to me like the parkland suggestions would be affected if Portage Avenue didn't incorporate any parkland.
Yes, that would be the biggest, that would be the impact. Yes, that would be an impact.
I know
that
Commissioner
would not
Huffman is particularly interested in sort of delving into that. I just think that if staff could somehow incorporate into the feasibility impacts with respect to parkland, if Portage isn't included, it might help us get to the bottom of that issue.
Right. We do have a table on it. Maybe I think it was in the report that showed if there is 200 Portage, what the remaining parkland allocation would be at trying to still have the 2.5 or 2.6 per 1,000 residents. And so we can make that more part of the presentation next time if that's desired from the commission.
Sujata?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify that the alternatives 2 and 3 are pretty much identical except for the parking ratios in terms of feasibility. And so if you were to reduce the parking to be 1 per unit, you would see the same results as alternative 3. It's just that the build out numbers would be a little bit different. So you would be able to achieve 20% EMR. And I misspoke earlier when I said that the 20% was just moderate. It's moderate and low income for the ownership units. And then you would be able to do 15% on the rental, although the mix would be more low and moderate rather than very low and moderate. So I hope that that helps at least clarify that point so that you don't need to reconsider it at your next meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'm not hearing an appetite from any commissioner to continue the dialogue tonight. I've heard of one suggestion for a special meeting. I've heard one commissioner say that's not their preference. It would not be my preference. And so I'm wondering if there's a commissioner who would like to make a motion to continue this item to our next meeting, which would be on March 31st.
Commissioner Heckman, I would posit the same question, which is, I think the onus is on the commissioners who weren't prepared to conclude tonight to identify what they'll need to conclude. So if we come in our next meeting and the dialogue is, we need more data, like some of the comments made by some of the commissioners who didn't support the motion, that would be the wrong time to say you need more data. So if you need more data, I think there should be a motion made tonight to determine whether there's consensus for that request. or whether there's even consensus to direct staff. If you need something from staff and you don't ask for it tonight and you ask for it from next time, that would be unfortunate, is all I'm saying. So I think the onus is on those who are not prepared to conclude tonight. What is it you need? So we can make sure that we don't do this for 2 more meetings.
Okay, I hear you. And so my question remains, does anyone care to make a motion to continue? And if there's anyone else, any commissioner who feels like they want to make sure that staff brings some information back, then you'll have a chance to mention that. Commissioner Suma, your hand is up.
I'm prepared to make a motion to continue, as I think that's what this body would like most to do. That being said, before I make the motion, I will say I was ready to conclude tonight. I just was not ready to make the conclusion that Commissioner Alchek wanted. So I make a motion to continue this to March 31st, right? Date certain, March 31st.
Second.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Oh, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it. I thought you had done so, Commissioner Heckman. So.
Huh.
So I'm
Okay.
gonna second it.
All right. Well, that's interesting. Any discussion?
No, I felt like that was what the body wanted to do at this point. And actually people, no offense to anyone, but people do look kind of tired. So, but if the majority wants to continue, I'm fine with that. So we should just vote.
Commissioner Templeton.
My support for this motion is conditional on anybody who has outstanding items they need or information they need, please specifying it before the vote. Thank you.
Commissioner Lowing.
I didn't quite understand that, Commissioner Templeton.
Is there
If you
any
want
other
some-
information that you require from staff in order to conclude at our next meeting? Please say so now.
Well, Commissioner Heckman said that there were a number of things on parks that he thought deserved a discussion. So that's one thing. It sounds like this this parking item is easy to tweak, but that doesn't mean that in advance, I'm going to support that. I do think it would be wise to understand what that gives you in terms of the delta, but it could also be that, that isn't part of the objectives of bringing, a lot of cars onto the street. So, that's only going to be one variable. So I'm trying to answer both of your questions. I was going to suggest, Chair Heckman, that we could actually potentially send you or send Assistant Director Tanner thoughts about other variables to take a look at, as opposed to at midnight coming up with those things.
I found staff pretty responsive when you reach out to them, as long as you give them sufficient time to respond. So I don't see Ms. Tanner grimacing at the.
That would be fine. And even if commissioners want to have a phone call to explain their requests, that may be sometimes it's hard to write things down and try to have a dialogue to make sure we understand what you want. And some of it may be information we already have, and we can walk you through that as well. So we'll be available to assist in the data inquiries as we can.
Chair Rupavar.
Yeah, I guess my own personal preference would have been that we stay up and hash it out and wrap it up. But I mean, reading the tea leaves, I just don't think we're going to get there, because I think people want additional information from staff. So I would, encourage, again, same thing Commissioner Templeton said, whoever wants additional information, flag it and raise it now. And hopefully at the next meeting, we will have that information, can reach conclusion. Otherwise, yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Alchek, your hand is up again.
I know, just to keep things light here. The irony, the humor here is that I think our chair was surprised to see Commissioner Lowing second this motion because of the earlier statement about, not being tired or too tired to deal with it. And so I wouldn't support this motion because there's no reason to continue this, because no one has suggested something they need to be able to make a decision. And the only problem is that we don't have consensus. And so the question then goes, well, if this body can't create consensus, and I'm sorry, but if someone here believes that I'm going to be convinced to support alternative M, that's not going to happen. And if you think I'm going to be convinced to support alternative 2, that's not going to happen. If you have an idea on how to improve alternative 3, I am open to considering it, which is what I said earlier tonight. And so if there's no chance that you can support an alternative 3, then I think what we actually should consider doing is making a motion to recommend, well, we should vote on this because it's got a second, but maybe if it fails, we should consider a motion to recommend to City Council that we were unable to choose an alternative because we couldn't build consensus among the alternatives, and we would like direction from them on how to proceed. I mean, unfortunately, we are a 6-person body and we need 7 people. And so that is a handicap, and it's unfortunate, but it is not our fault. And so I think what you heard from Commissioner Templeton and Commissioner Rubenbar, and I said it also, is that if there's something that will help you make this decision or make an amendment to or propose something, just do it. And I'm happy to listen for 10 more minutes if it saves us an hour and a half at our next meeting.
Let me respond, and then Commissioner Lowing. I actually think that I have a motion that I believe has a good chance of getting consensus. But I think to talk it out properly is not 10 minutes. I think it's 45 minutes or maybe an hour, because there are some things we haven't talked about. And my feeling is that we should not carry this on till 12:30 or 1 o'clock. And so my support for the continuance is strictly because of the lateness of the hour and how long I think it'll take us to talk through this. Commissioner Lowing.
Yeah, that was my reason for seconding it, because I thought you wanted to discuss some things at length, including the parks. The missing element here, though, is that per my alternative motion, which wasn't a motion, that Commissioner Alchek is right, and I was thinking about that as well in the last 5 minutes here. Is that I still think that we need council direction, and there's various ways to get that. One way to get that is to do exactly that, is to send this hung jury and say, here's 2 alternatives. You can read the minutes and see why one side says go for 3 now, and the other side says we haven't met the objectives, so what do you guys want to do here, because it takes money. And in either case, however we decide, they're going to have to make that decision anyway. So that's an option. Another option, Chair, is you can sit down with the mayor and have a chat. That would only be with the mayor, not with the council. So that has its limitations. So, there are ways to approach it, but I'm still willing to go to the 31st if you want that. But it would accelerate it, and it might help out staff to send a 3-3 to council now with both sides.
Well, the motion on the floor is to continue. And so I think we're going to vote on that motion. And if that motion fails, then we will still be here and we will decide what motion we might want to take up next. So does anyone else want to speak on the motion to continue? Mr. Nguyen, will you perform a roll call vote on the motion to continue to the 31st?
Yes. Commissioner Alchek,
I vote no.
Chair Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupavar,
No.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
No.
Okay, the motion does not carry.
All right. Well, so I've been holding comments to see if we were going to either that last motion would succeed or actually the substantive motion or the continuance motion. So let me delve into a couple of the issues that are on my mind, as it seems like we're going to be here for a while longer. I am interested in while I'm curious about what happens when you eliminate, when you reduce the parking requirement in alternative 2 to 1 space. As I said earlier, ultimately, I don't think it's dispositive because that plan would not become a reality because the market is not going to want to give up its office space to convert. The money doesn't make sense. So I am interested in a version of alternative 3. But the version I'm interested in is 3B. And so that would include 20% affordable townhomes, 20% affordable condos. And I want to talk about the rental units, because here's the math I did. So the rental units, to get essentially 5% very low rental units, which is really what we most need, the cost is $37 million. And so when I do the math, I think that for $37 million, you get 92 very low rental units, which it seems to me is comparable to what the county paid a couple of years ago for the park down on El Camino. I thought that price tag was around 40, and then they had to renovate all the units. So it's not necessarily, and I think it works out to something like just under 400,000 a unit. And so it's not necessarily an unreasonable price for the city to pay to, if you wanted to just like look at it as we're going to build 93 affordable rentals for $37 million. That's not outrageous. That's not unreasonable. And I think somehow in our motion, if there's support for it, we need to let the council know if a majority of us feel that would be a good investment of money, and really they have to decide whether they want to stick at the 15%, which requires no subsidy, or go to 16 or 7, because each percentage is roughly $6 million, $7 million, and let them decide. But I think that a motion that is silent on that does a disservice to the council, because here's an opportunity where, for what seems to be market, they can get some of more housing for the least served community. So that's my thought on the housing. On the parks, I think we do need to have a discussion about that. I'm interested to hear. Again, what struck me is that now that I know that it's 9.4 acres, and that's about 16% of the NVCAP area, that's unreasonable. That's unreasonable to expect that so much of this area would be devoted to a park. And even though it may work out on a per capita basis to be the same as across the city, I don't think it works out on a square footage basis. I think it would create a lot more parkland in this 60-acre area than we have in other neighborhoods. And so I think it's a method of measurement. But I do think that going through the exercise showed us that there are some other way. There are a variety of ways to achieve open space, and I'm so one of the things that I wanted to talk about was whether staff going through that exercise had seen that maybe there are some ways to increase the current 5.5 acres, which is in the version of alternative 3 we looked at last time. I think it's 5.5 acres. Are there things that they've seen that made them realize that, you know, we could easily take that 5.5 and move it to 6? Because if there are easy opportunities that we've learned of, then I'd be interested in increasing the open space without, you know, kind of the more adventurous rooftop commercial gardens that we're going to have issues about whether the business is going to want people there at night. So I'm interested in that as well. And then the last thing, I do want to respond. Nobody's really talked much about it, but a lot of our public attendees tonight talked about Measure M, and if I remember, not Measure M, Alternative M. If I remember correctly from the staff report last time, the working group came up with a lot of different alternatives, and hence the lettering, I think, that got them all the way to M maybe, and that M was not universally embraced by the working group, but clearly a number of the working group members who spoke tonight were interested in it. But it's, as Commissioner Templeton said before, it's not in front of us tonight. Staff, I know that they paid attention to the working group and studied their proposals. You know, one thing that struck me about alternative M is if it provided the same number of units as our alternative 2, but 400 of those units were BMRs, which I think is about 35%, then to achieve that, I would think the price tag would similarly be well over $100 million. And that's before we start buying parkland. That's just to make the units feasible. But of course, we didn't have a feasibility analysis done of alternative M. But just on the face of it, I don't understand how it could be feasible, basically doubling the BMRs, which are you know, not profitable by definition. So those are my thoughts, and I can make a motion, but I'd like to hear some discussion from commissioners, particularly on parkland and on the rental slice of the BMRs in alternative 3 before I do so. So I see hands up. Commissioner Alchek, you were first.
Okay, so let me just say, I think I addressed the points you made. My reference to unreasonable demand was a reference to alternative M, precisely because of the mathematics that you just did in your head about how unfeasible it was. I didn't go into a lot of detail because frankly, I agreed with Commissioner Templeton on that. I would suggest to you that I think that it would improve the plan if we incorporated the below market rate house rental unit concept that you've come up with. And secondly, I would suggest to you that the is it 5 acres of parkland that's currently in alternative 3, 5.5, which would represent approximately what, almost 5% of the total, which I don't know how that drives with the sort of analysis you did, whereas 9 acres represented 10%, then 5 acres happens to represent a little more than 5%. I would suggest to you that I was comfortable with the 5 acres. And if there's a scenario where there's some really low-hanging fruit with respect to green space, I would support its incorporation. I personally don't believe that rooftop space of private property is a reasonable concept for parkland. I don't think these private developments should have to grapple with what I believe are the logistic and privacy and legal issues that would be involved in making rooftop space accessible to the general public. That is not I think a 21st century sort of reasonable idea. But I don't know if you're still there, but I am perfectly fine if there's low hanging fruit, and I'm even fine being vague about it, saying if staff is able to identify some green space that can be added to increase the space from 5.5 acres to 6 or 6.5, I would be in support of it. So let me sort of reflect on your comments with actions. I'd like to make a motion that we adopt alternative 3B as articulated by Commissioner Heckman today, Chair Heckman, with the incorporation of the additional BMR rental unit percentages as he described them, and also encouraging staff to determine and identify all opportunities to enhance the park space with easy, or I should say with reasonably realistic opportunities. I don't know what those are, to be perfectly honest, but if there is opportunities that they identified in their analysis that aren't difficult to incorporate, then we should incorporate those and enhance the park space. And then finally, I would say that I would be open to any other amendments that you think would either increase the feasibility or improve the plan in this motion, if there are any.
All right, so we have a motion. I see Commissioners Templeton and Suma, your hands are up. So let me ask first, is there a second on that motion? Commissioner Templeton, is your hand up to possibly
My
second?
hand was up to speak to your request for input on your idea for a motion. So I'm supportive of all of that. I'm not planning to second this. I think if it meets your requirements, Chair, maybe you should think about that.
Before I do, Commissioner Suma, your hand is up. I would be surprised if you were raising it to second the motion.
No, I was not. But I was raising it. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration, how to get a little more BMR in this motion.
Wait, did we get to speak to this, or are we just looking for a second? Because I did want to speak.
Yeah, initially I'm looking for a second.
Okay, I can second it, and then we can all speak to it. I'll go ahead and do that.
Thank you, Vice Chair. All right, so Commissioner Templeton, so you had your hand up first, and then we'll go to Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. I am supportive of your ideas and of this motion, which appears to incorporate those ideas. Specifically regarding the park space, Ventura is in open space debt from years and decades of neglect from the city. As we know, this is a formerly redlined area of our city and has suffered lack of investment for a long period of time. And I think this is an opportunity for us to encourage council to find ways to invest in this neighborhood. So I do want to encourage staff to look for opportunities, as you mentioned, for additional open space. And I would like to propose one of the ideas that came through public comment today, which I agree with wholeheartedly, which is, can we make this a more bike and pedestrian friendly area? And then voila, your open space will come from places that might have been previously reserved for cars. So I hope that we can minimize the space given over to that and use that for people and bikes.
Thank you. Commissioner Suma, did you have more?
Well, I'll just, I'm not going to be able to support this despite your thoughtful consideration of BMR housing, which I appreciate, because because of the problems I've already stated with there not being real parks. I agree with Commissioner Alchek. It's unrealistic to expect property owners to provide access to their roof for people not associated with the building. There aren't any, a Woonert, if anybody picked up on what a Woonert is not a park, it's a street that helps to facilitate bikes and pedestrians, but still allows cars, and it's not a park. There's just too much office in here. It doesn't optimize Park Boulevard. It assumes that the historic Fry's building can be torn down, which is a big assumption. It adds more traffic, greenhouse gas emissions, and it hasn't been explained to me how this affects property owners that have vacancies currently in office, whether or not that will be a long-term problem or not for Palo Alto, I don't know. And it also has not been evaluated how it is affected by the city, the office caps in the city. It also makes some assumptions about tall buildings in shallow lots on El Camino that won't work unless we do change our, unless we do make the change to reduce by 2/3 our transition zone. And I just, if it isn't something that anyone's excited about, I don't know why we're doing it. I think we can do better.
Let me speak to the motion because I actually do have a friendly amendment. And this really is picking up on something Commissioner Lowing was talking about that I agree with, that alternative 3 is not a great match for the council ideals that started this process. But it's the best match that has a chance of working. And so I think in our motion, and I'm trying to think how to word this. Our motion should include a recommendation that the council compare alternative 3B that we are recommending to them with their founding principles that began this process, to recognize, as we did, that it was necessary to depart from those principles in order to find a feasible project.
I would only ask if the commission can articulate which principles are not met in the current concept.
Commissioner Lowing, I'm going to ask you if, and I'm not trying to absorb you into my motion, but I get your support for it as much as, again, it's an important principle that I think needs to be articulated. So if you could help me with that, even though you might not vote for the motion.
Well, I thought Assistant Director Tanner asked a bit of a different question. So where do you want me to go first?
I was to answer her question, please.
So your question was what variables are not met?
Well, it was, I guess you said that the objectives and goals council gave us were not met. And I was wondering if it seemed like Commissioner Heckman was saying that we should have that in the report to council. I would need to understand more to write such a motion, what objectives and goals the commission is voting through the motion to say have not been met. It's quite frankly not clear to me what has not been met.
Okay, so I think Commissioner Heckman, Chair Heckman is saying that he wants parks as part of 2B. And that is one of the things that was an item required by the council and the working group that wasn't in either one of the proposals at any sort of scale. Is that?
I guess I'm just trying to understand is if 5.5 acres is not achieving goal of parks, not achieving enough parks, I'm bringing up the council, and I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I do feel a little bit at a loss when I hear that none of the goals were met, because it just seems like a broad statement. And so I'm trying to understand more what goals the commission is referring to.
In my comments, I tried to refer to the number of things that were not met that were in the goals, but I was just trying to address the specifics of parks for Commissioner Heckman. But I feel that go back and read my comments, but I think that the low number of affordable housing units is not correct. That we don't have parks funded was another comment. Well,
Well, we don't have no parks funded though. That's why I'm confused because we do have parks.
I was talking about 2.
So I thought we were supporting 3B though, was the motion that was made and seconded. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding what we're reporting on for the goals.
Yeah.
So let me just clarify, because I may have misspoke. Ms. Tanner, if I said in my proposal for a friendly amendment that none of the goals were met, that's not what I meant to say. What I meant to say was that the adopted goals, we recognize that the adopted goals are not fully met by alternative 3B, but it's as close as it was the best feasible alternative.
I might be able to make this easy by just saying that I'm not prepared to accept this amendment because it's not clear to me which of the goals have not been met. And maybe if either one of you could be a little bit more specific about how you think this doesn't achieve the intent of the city council, then I could suggest acceptance of that amendment.
Commissioner Allowing, again, I was trying to pick up some of the flavor of your concerns. If you have some, we're looking now at the adopted goals. And
yeah, I thought you were really just talking about perks and that.
I was not.
Okay.
Not necessarily. I was, again, what I thought I heard you say earlier was that any version of alternative 3 did not meet the council's adopted goals. And so.
No, I don't think I said that, but there is the item here that I think it was Commissioner Sumer that mentioned that, the park still needs to be funded. So if we're going back to them and ask if they're going to fund a park, or if they're going to fund a park and more affordable housing, it starts to get not that different.
All right, well, I think I misunderstood. So let me withdraw the friendly amendment concept. And so I think we have a motion and we have a second. Ms. Tanner, do you want to
Restate what I have?
Restate it to make sure.
Yes. What I have is a motion to support what I am calling alternative 3B, which is meant by that it is alternative 3, but with 20% affordable required BMR for sale units, both townhome and condo, 15% for rentals with the additional 5% that was proposed to be funded by a to be determined source or other means. I will just note, I was even communicating with Ms. Srivastava about some other things we could possibly do to try to get that 5% to be feasible. So we will, keep scratching at that. Then along with looking for opportunity for additional open space, which could include such ideas as vacating streets or portions of streets or other ideas to try to get more open space into the plan area. But with the 5.5 roughly, that is an alternative 3 as the starting point. Does that reflect what Commissioners Alchek and Vice Chair Rupavar were supporting?
And it only took 15 minutes.
Okay.
Minutes before though, that take the time.
All right. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
I'll just
All
say
right,
it, and I'll just speak to the motion real quick. I really hope everyone appreciates that. This is a reflection not of, a lot was said tonight, and I just want to be very clear. I am not unenthusiastic about this motion. I am disappointed that I don't think it could be any better. I don't think that our commission could improve it. And that was a disappointment for me. But it is, in my opinion, the best result that we could put forward. And so I am enthusiastically supporting this. And I do dream for the NVCAP area to benefit from all of this work, despite my skepticism. But let's hope City Council can improve upon what our work as well.
Mr. Nguyen, please conduct a roll call vote.
I think that your mic is returned to its old ways, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. So I'll try it again. Maybe my laptop is tired.
It's just the first second, like after the
Okay.
first second.
Yeah, I don't know how to fix that. Mr. Nguyen, please conduct a roll call vote.
Yes, Commissioner Olczak,
Enthusiastic aye.
Chair Heckman,
Aye.
Commissioner Lowing,
No.
Vice Chair Rupovar,
Aye.
Commissioner Suma,
No.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 4-2.
All right, thank you. So in relocating in the middle of that motion, I managed to leave my agenda in another part of the house. I think we are at the, is it approval of minutes at this point?
Yes.
Did
Okay.
Well, did you are we
Oh.
closed on item 3? I assume there's no other motions, but that would be.
Made a recommendation motion. Could there be another motion?
I don't think so.
Well, I just
but-
think she means close the hearing, right? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Mhm. Just to say that we're done with that, moving on to the next item.
Yeah.
Done with that, moving on to the next item. Thank you, Chair
Okay.
Commissioner
Sure.
Templeton.
Can I
Again,
just
I'm
say-
lost without my agenda.
Can I just say one sentence of thanks? Before staff signs off, if there's still some around, really appreciate all the efforts and since the last meeting, it just was really helpful. We found real stuff out and that was the goal. So it was very productive. And in the midst of the consternation and fatigue, I want to say the same thing to the commissioners. You know, we're plotting on doing the best we can do. So.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
All right, moving on to approval of minutes. Let's see, I think we have, is it the February 10th? The February 10th minutes?
We do have February 10th minutes.
Right, and those are revised. Those are revised. Is there a motion to approve the minutes as revised?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Olczak. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Yeah.
Commissioner, I saw Commissioner Sumi, your hand. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Nguyen, call the vote.
Commissioner Olczak,
Yes.
Chair Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupovar.
I'm gonna abstain. I wasn't here.
Okay. Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 5-0 with 1 abstention.
All right, thank you. And I'm pretty sure I know what the microphone problem is. It has to do with where I am in my house compared to where the extender is for my internet, or like right now I'm downstairs on my extender from upstairs. And so we're getting this lag. Okay, so committee items, any committee items? Any commissioner questions, comments, announcements, or future agenda items?
Yes. I wanted to follow up on a couple of items with staff. First, I assume we don't have anyone from transportation here at this time, but
We
I
do
thought I
not,
would
but I
ask.
can
Okay.
convey a question or comment if you have
Yeah,
it.
I would just like to follow up on a safety item that came up at the beginning of this year with an incident, just to see if that was investigated and if there's going to be any safety improvements on Middlefield at Walgreens or in that vicinity. So I will follow up with staff, but if you could also put in a good word, just
Yes.
that would be great. And then the other thing is, I emailed you and just wanted to let the other commissioners know that I emailed to see if we can get some additional ability accommodations in our meetings to see if it would be possible to enable the live transcription service. Did you find any more about that?
Yes, Mr. Nguyen actually looked into that. Vin, do you want to report on what you found about the new service provided by Zoom?
Yes, so Zoom does have a closed caption service, and there's essentially two main types. One where we have to assign a staff to manually write out what people are saying, and the other one is it uses an AI technology to try to understand what people are saying based on the audio. And so trying the second option, the AI option, it's pretty decent. Of course, it's not perfect, and there's going to be certain words that will misspell depending on how clearly people are speaking. But we could give that a try if that's what the commission wants.
Yeah, you can imagine it's kind of like when you try to maybe do voice to text or talk to your phone, doesn't get all the words right. So it can be pretty good, but it wouldn't be 100% accurate. You may even see that for yourself on time to time watching closed caption, that words are not quite accurate.
Yeah, I have seen it in action, and it's remarkable. I mean, the technology has improved so much over the recent years. So wanted to throw that out there for other commissioners to think about and see if there's an interest in pursuing that. I believe there was also, Mr. Nguyen, you said that that YouTube does it for our posted videos. So it would really only be closing that gap for our live meetings. If that would help anyone, just like it is an option. Wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, and certainly being accessible is very important.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Right. Commissioner Suma.
Yeah, what would we be using that for, Commissioner Templeton? I didn't.
So when we speak, it would type across the bottom of the Zoom so that our viewers or each other could see in writing. I don't know if you have a lot of like who has the experience with this, but in my household, we have closed captions on all the time, and it really facilitates understanding because some things are hard to hear, and especially over the internet with Zoom, it's a challenge because everyone's at their different speaker level, different speaker quality, and sometimes having that additional clarification can help improve the communication that's happening, not just amongst us, but for the people that are dialed into the meeting.
Okay, I think it could be helpful for motions. I've always
good point.
That it's sometimes hard for us to remember our motions, and then we rely on staff to do it because we don't have a clerk that writes them on the thing, and it makes it very difficult for the public to know what's going on also. So and I think some of the people calling in, depending on what technology they have, it's sometimes very difficult to understand them. So it might help with both those things if it works efficiently. I don't know that we need it on for us all the time. It's pretty daunting to hear yourself, to read what you're saying, because people tend to say and an awful lot. It could be disheartening during the meeting for us.
I appreciate that about our minutes, that they seem to skip a lot of the ums and ers. I'm grateful.
I take it as a sign that I've never said or
That's true. Vice Chair Rupavar.
Yeah, I definitely feel you, Commissioner Suma, on the awkwardness, but I will say this, like, I use closed captioning all the time on everything I watch at home. And the reason for me, and maybe other moms have this issue, is I have a toddler that sleeps at home. So we need to stay very quiet. And when we watch TV at night, we can't turn up the volume. So I think it would, if I wasn't participating in PTC, like on the commission, but I wanted to follow along, it'd be extremely helpful for me to have that just as a mom. In addition to like accessibility and,
I just use it
obvious.
to watch foreign films.
So great idea, Commissioner Templeton, and thank you for bringing that up into everybody's attention.
All right, anything else from the commission or staff? If not,
I'll just say
Yeah.
our next meeting, we have 4 items. I don't think it will still be as long as this meeting, which is not a disparagement to this meeting. We did some heavy lifting, but 2 of them are pretty brief, and then 2 are from Office of Transportation, which will be more of the substantive items that we'll have.
all right, thank you. PTC, we are adjourned.